Chapter 855. Blood, blood, blood. Blood clouds were in the sky. Blood sea was on the ground. Blood light was everywhere. This was the signature battlefield killer move created by Song Zixing, Blood Tu Su. It was unique in Central Continent. Song Zixing was extremely vengeful. Back then, during an exploration, he was robbed by Tu Su City's Gu immortals. After creating this battlefield killer move, he wanted to take revenge. The entire city was turned into nothingness. The two Gu immortals in the city were killed. After succeeding in his revenge, Song Zixing felt extremely happy. He carved words in blood above the ruins of Tu Su City. Revenge is too late even after a year. Today, I have come to Blood Tu Su. The killer left his name, Song Zixing. From then on, his battlefield killer move was named Blood Tu Su. Thus, seeing this scene, Blazing Demonic Immortal immediately recognized Song Zixing. As expected, at the next moment, a figure slowly descended from the sky. Song Zixing wore a large blood robe, but it could not conceal his tall and straight body. His face was pale, his nose bridge was high, his brows were dark and sharp like an eagle. As he descended, the blood sea surged with countless waves. Blood clouds moved like dragons and pythons. The surrounding blood light shot into the sky. It was dazzling. Song Zixing was like the ruler of heaven and earth, a demonic god of the sun and moon. Song Zixing, why are you here? Demon Hunter Immortal Dan Xiao looked at Song Zixing with a pale expression. He was shocked and furious, but also fearful. Why can't I be here? Song Zixing turned his head slightly, looking at Dan Xiao with a smile on his face. His gaze was filled with killing intent. Dan Xiao, back then, I lost to Feng Jioge. You tried to attack me while I was down, using an immortal killer move on my back. You caused me a scar. I purposely left it on my back. I kept this grudge in my heart. You hid in Truyang Mountain Range. So be it if I could not find you. But you actually dared to accept Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge. He. So I came today. I want to settle the old score with you. A wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. Dan Xiao breathed heavily. He decided to admit defeat. Lord Song Zixing, I am willing to apologize to you. He was a Grand Rank 7 Gu immortal. He actually lowered his head without fighting. Song Zixing's demonic might was vast and mighty. He was as famous as Shirley, and his battle achievements were illustrious. As early as when he was at 10,000 Dragon Dock, he had already become famous in Zhengzhou State. Later on, he defected, and the myriad Dragon Dock hunted him down. They sent out 8 Gu immortals, but he killed 4, crippled 3, and forced one to retreat. This battle shocked the Zhengzhou State. Song Zixing swaggered off, getting away scot-free. The 10,000 Dragon Dock was dispirited for a time. Its prestige was greatly reduced, and it couldn't even compare to the Crane Gate. Among the 10 great ancient sects, they were at the bottom. Until now, only after Vicious Lightning Fiend came out of closed-door cultivation did he show signs of regaining his might. Of course, Song Zixing had been defeated before. His most famous defeat was when he fought with Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge only made 3 moves. Song Zixing was utterly defeated and fled in defeat. However, this defeat did not tarnish Song Zixing's reputation, because his opponent was Feng Jioge. However, he was able to escape with his life, which made him even more so not to be underestimated. In fact, almost all demonic path Gu immortals were skilled in escaping. Song Zixing was even more outstanding in this aspect. Ha. Apologize? Hearing fierce demonic immortal's words, a mocking smile appeared on Song Zixing's face. If you had been so sensible earlier, I would not have chased you into Truyang Mountain Range. Lord, please speak. As long as I can obtain Lord's forgiveness, I am willing to pay any price. Dan Xiao said in a muffled voice. If you want my forgiveness, it is actually very simple. Just hand your life over to me. Song Zixing said lightly. Dan Xiao raised his head. His expression was miserable as he said in a sorrowful tone. Song Zixing, are you really not going to let me go? Let you go? He. This demonic path overlord laughed loudly. I, Song Zixing, am a vengeful person, slaughtering Sioux City's Gu immortals and stealing my things. I exterminated their entire clan and the entire city. Back then, you plotted against me. I killed you directly and did not torture you. That was already a great favor to you. Are you still not satisfied? You will definitely die today. Saying so, he turned to look at Vicious Lightning Fiend. Oh, right, there is also you. Didn't you say you wanted to challenge me? I am here right now. His tone was mocking, like a cat catching a mouse. Vicious Lightning Fiend was healing himself. The explosion earlier had injured him quite badly. He was using methods now. He raised his head. Song Zixing, you are a Gu immortal of my myriad dragon dock. According to seniority, you are my senior. Challenging you is a path I have to take. But today, since you are here for revenge, I will not interfere in this matter. Let me go, otherwise, I will self-detonate Lightning Deity and fight my way out. Ha ha ha, your immortal killer move Lightning Deity is indeed mystical. Its self-detonation has great power. It can break my blood too soon. But so what? Can you escape? Think about it. Can your method of retreat be faster than my blood rainbow flash? Song Zixing smiled proudly. He seemed like he was speaking nonsense, but his words were aimed at their hearts. He was trying to affect their morale. But at the next moment, Song Zixing's expression changed. His gaze towards Vicious Lightning Fiend turned grim as he shouted, "No. With your personality and standpoint, why would you retreat now?" Vicious Lightning Fiend's acting skills were inferior to Demonic Path Gu Immortal Dan Xiao. In Song Zixing's eyes, he immediately found a flaw. At once, Song Zixing's heart was pounding, his blood was surging. It was like a tidal wave crashing against his blood vessels and the walls of his heart. This was his immortal killer move, Sudden Inspiration. Even though it was a blood path method, it could mimic Wisdom Path and help Song Zixing deduce his fortune. An intense sense of danger assaulted Song Zixing's mind. This is a trap? Song Zixing growled, wanting to leave. Lightning Lock. Lava Chain. Right at this time, Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao, who were fighting to the death earlier, actually joined hands and attacked Song Zixing. Song Zixing snorted coldly. The blood sea below his feet surged into the sky, creating red waves that looked like raging waves. The huge blood wave stopped the lightning and lava. Meanwhile, Song Zixing turned into a blood rainbow, vanishing on the spot. This was the immortal movement killer move Blood Rainbow Flash. It was extremely fast. He immediately flew out of the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu. Song Zixing was very decisive. He did not even want the Blood Path Immortal Gu used to construct the battlefield killer move. He directly flew out, trying to escape. In a few breaths of time, the blood rainbow flew thousands of li. The blood rainbow suddenly dissipated. Song Zixing's figure appeared in the sky. He looked at the unchanging mountain below him. His expression was extremely ugly. No, this is just an illusion. His thoughts moved rapidly. The sense of danger was getting stronger. This was definitely an ambush from the enemy. He quickly turned around and tried to use the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu. But at this time, a total of 16 Gu immortals appeared. Their grand aura burst out. They attacked together. 16 immortal killer moves flew towards Song Zixing. Bam bam bam. The dazzling light shone on the emotionless and cold faces of the Gu immortals. As the light faded, Song Zixing appeared in a sorry state. His face was dark. His blood-red cloak was tattered. His body was covered in a layer of blood armor. He looked around with shock and anger. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Illusion Garden. Such a huge move. They even brought out an immortal Gu house to deal with me. And all of you, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects have joined hands? Song Zixing was shocked and angry, but he was also very confused. After becoming a demonic path Gu immortal, he hid here and there. He was not overly arrogant. Recently, he had not committed any major crimes either. Why did so many people come to deal with him? But soon, Song Zixing understood. To be able to make Central Continent's 10 great sects attack together, it must be an order from the Celestial Court. That's right, Song Zixing. You are an understanding person. Junior brother Vicious Lightning traveled the world and challenged people everywhere. It was actually a trap set up by a Wisdom Path Gu immortal to lure you. Junior brother Vicious Lightning's lightning deity was born from blood deity. You had been coveting this immortal goo recipe. Moreover, fierce demonic immortal is your enemy. You were finally lured out. But you are really careful. You had been following behind Vicious Lightning Fiend and watched his challenges for more than a dozen times, but did not make a move. Only when Vicious Lightning Fiend self-detonated a lightning deity did he succeed. Hee, you are really not easy to catch. In order to lure you out, 3 Wisdom Path Goo Immortals from my ancient soul sect, Heaven's Envy Manor, and Spirit Butterfly Valley joined hands to disrupt your immortal killer move, Sudden Impulse. That was why you did not sense the danger in advance. The leading 3 Rank 7 Goo Immortals spoke slowly, one after another. The other 13 Goo Immortals were all Rank 6. At this moment, someone could not hold back anymore. He charged forward. Song Zixing, you killed my big brother and humiliated my sister-in-law. I will tear your tendons apart today, ah? Song Zixing, you will definitely die today. I will take revenge for the 730 members of Sun Tribe. Song Zixing had done many evil deeds. He had countless victims. But there were very few people who had the strength to take revenge on him. Many Goo Immortals had offended Song Zixing. They lived in fear all day, afraid that one day, Song Zixing would come and take revenge. Blood Dragon Song Zixing's desire for revenge was very strong. Everyone knew about it. Fierce Demonic Immortal was one of them. He was chased by Song Zixing and had no choice but to hide in Truyang Mountain Range. It was also because Song Zixing had pressured him too much that this Demonic Path Goo Immortal was willing to put on the most realistic show with Vicious Lightning Fiend. 8 Rank 6 Goo Immortals attacked Song Zixing. The Goo Immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stayed in the sky, forming a huge and loose encirclement. The Goo Immortals who were fighting with Song Zixing were mostly lone cultivators. These people had been contacted by the 10 great ancient sects. They all had deep hatred towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing had been committing crimes all these years. He had targeted small sects. He did not want to make things difficult for the 10 great ancient sections. But he had recently become a person who had escaped from fate. Killing him would be a great help in repairing Fate Immortal Goo. Once the Celestial Court gave the order, even though the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent restricted each other, they had to stop fighting and send Goo Immortals to kill Song Zixing. Song Zixing blocked left and right. He was firmly suppressed. He could not retaliate. He could only choose to escape. Chapter 856. Song Zixing, to think you would have such a day. Aren't you called the Blood Dragon? Don't run if you have the guts. Blood Rainbow Flash was extremely fast and agile. The pursuing Goo Immortals used killer moves to obstruct it, but it had little effect. Instead, the distance between them was increasing. But the Immortal Goo House Illusion Circle was already set up. He was not afraid of Song Zixing escaping. The scene became a little strange. A group of people chased after Song Zixing with endless hatred and burning killing intent, yet they couldn't reach him. It's really as slippery as a loach. The Goo Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects did not give chase. They watched from the side and used some immortal killer moves from time to time. Song Zixing was still extremely dangerous. His battle record of betraying 10,000 Dragon Dock and killing the pursuers was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Thus, the Goo Immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects invited many lone cultivators to join them. In their battle plan, these lone cultivator Goo Immortals were cannon fodder to test Song Zixing's methods and expend as much of his immortal essence as possible. Without immortal essence, even if Song Zixing was a blood path Goo Immortal, his battle strength would fall. We can't go on like this. Song Zixing is running away. We cannot force him to use his trump card. After watching for a while, a Central Continent Goo Immortal said. Many of the others also frowned. Don't you think it's strange? Song Zixing was called Blood Dragon. His violent Blood Dragon bat had rank 7 battle strength, but he had never released it. Up until now, he hasn't even made a move. He's just running. What are you afraid of? Song Zixing had already fallen into the Immortal Goo House Illusion Garden. The biggest drawback of our ambush strategy is that it takes time to activate the Illusion Garden. Right now, Song Zixing is like a turtle in a jar. Failure and death is only a matter of time. Don't be careless. Blood Path Gu immortals could not be judged with common sense. Maybe he's looking around to see if there are any loopholes? Could it be that he has some powerful backup? That's why you're delaying. While they were guessing, the voices of the other two Heavenly Lotus Sect Rank 7 Gu immortals resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone, make your move. Activating the Immortal Gu House consumes a lot of energy. We cannot delay this. So this trip, including Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao, there were a total of 20 Gu immortals surrounding Song Zixing. Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao were the bait. The two rank 7 Gu immortals of Heavenly Lotus Sect did not show themselves. They were secretly controlling the Immortal Gu House. The remaining 16 Gu immortals appeared and fought against Song Zixing. Activating an Immortal Gu House expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Especially for a complete Immortal Gu House like Illusion Garden, the expenditure was much higher than an incomplete Immortal Gu House like Profound Ice House. Even a rank 7 Gu immortal could not last long. The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects were urged. Most of the Gu immortals joined the battle. Only 3 rank 7s were left watching from afar. Song Zixing continued to flee and did not retaliate. I've long since heard of how fast this blood rainbow flash is. Now that I've seen it today, I'm truly amazed. It's actually a bit faster than my Cloud Jing fan. It's almost as fast as the purple firmament lightning wings. This is one of the top 10 movement killer moves in Central Continent. Not only speed, but agility as well. Such a twist and turn, suddenly straight and suddenly crooked, all aspects were well taken care of. What a pity. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals evaluated. They felt some regret. An outstanding movement immortal killer move like Blood Rainbow Flash. It could only be encountered and not sought. It was extremely precious. If they could obtain it, they would be able to advance and retreat freely. It could even save their lives when escaping. But this was a Blood Path killer move. Even if Righteous Path Gu immortals obtained it, they could not use it, unless they betrayed the Righteous Path. Entering the Demonic Path. Back then, Song Zixing betrayed the sect and entered the Demonic Path. Other than some conflict with the sect, it was mainly because he could not resist the temptation of Blood Path. With the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects joining in, Song Zixing's situation became even worse. The encirclement continued to shrink. With everyone working together, no matter how fast Blood Rainbow Flash was, it had its limits. In the end, he was slowly surrounded. Demons should be killed by everyone. Die. Kill Song Zixing. Finally, Song Zixing was trapped in the center. Many lone cultivator Gu immortals attacked Song Zixing. They did not get close. They attacked from afar. Song Zixing did not attack. They were wary of him. These lone cultivator Gu immortals were not idiots. They knew why Central Continent's 10 great sects invited them to ambush Song Zixing. But even if they were cannon fodder, they would accept it. The reason was that they had deep hatred towards Song Zixing. It was either he or they die. Gu immortals were also humans. They were afraid of death. If not for Song Zixing forcing them too much, causing them to live in fear all day long, they would not be like this. From this, one could see the advantage of Vicious Lightning Fiend's lightning deities. Gu immortals who did not fear death could be formed in batches. This was very terrifying. Thankfully, each lightning deity required a huge price to form, and normally, they needed a lot of wealth to maintain them. The Gu immortals prepared for battle. Their attacks landed on Song Zixing. Song Zixing tried to dodge, but the space was limited. He was hit. In an instant, he exploded. Blood splattered. No, this is not Song Zixing's true body. Seeing this, the immortals were dumbfounded. They soon realized the truth. Be careful of Song Zixing's sneak attack. How did he conceal himself? My investigative killer move could not find him? Calm down. This is the Immortal Gu House Illusion Garden. He cannot escape. Search carefully. The Gu immortals were all experienced people. They quickly calmed down. If Song Zixing wanted to sneak attack, he could not find a chance. The immortals used their methods to search quickly, but they could not find anything. When their gazes gradually focused on Blood Tu Su, someone realized, oh no, Song Zixing did not come out. His true body is still inside his battlefield killer move. Vicious lightning fiend and blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao are in danger. From start to finish, Song Zixing's battlefield killer move, Blood Tu Su, was like a bright red egg floating in the air. The immortals did not destroy this battlefield killer move on purpose. Firstly, their attention was attracted by Song Zixing. Secondly, they did not want to help Vicious Lightning Fiend. He had been challenging people everywhere recently. His fame was unparalleled. He was quite arrogant. Central Continent's 10 sects were competing with each other. Even Myriad Dragon Doc wanted to suppress his limelight. Thirdly, destroying Blood Tu Su from the outside also required immortal essence. Thus, Blood Tu Su was accidentally forgotten by the immortals. Ultimately, it was because he was too strong. This was a disaster caused by underestimating the enemy. The immortals realized that they had been fooled by Song Zixing. They were furious and embarrassed. They attacked Blood Tu Su together. Blood Tu Su was not an immortal goo house. It was only a battlefield killer move. It shook intensely from the intense attacks. 3 breaths of time later, Song Zixing retracted it. Blood Tu Su collapsed. Song Zixing laughed loudly as he turned into a blood rainbow and flew away. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao was already dead. His corpse was held by Song Zixing. Meanwhile, Vicious Lightning Fiend was on the verge of death. He was unconscious. Only one lightning deity was left. It was also very weak. It was surrounding and protecting Vicious Lightning Fiend. If he had been any slower, Vicious Lightning Fiend would have fallen into Song Zixing's hands. But Song Zixing was also heavily injured. His left arm was severed at the shoulder. The battlefield killer move, Blood Tu Su, isolated heaven and earth, forming a world of its own. Moreover, Song Zixing had a special method to prevent Vicious Lightning Fiend and Dan Xiao from asking for help. Song Zixing actually killed blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao while being surrounded by everyone, and even heavily injured Vicious Lightning Fiend until he fainted. This was a huge humiliation. The Goo Immortals were furious. Their anger was rising. This matter was going to spread. How were they going to survive in the future? Kill Song Zixing. Blood Dragon deserves death. He cannot remain in this world. Get rid of evil for the people. Uphold justice. At once. The Goo Immortals attacked. All sorts of immortal killer moves and battlefield killer moves flew towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing laughed maniacally without fear. A blood rainbow flashed. He dodged most of the immortal killer moves. Next, he raised blazing demonic immortal's corpse. Thank you for the gift. I will return it to you now. Explode. Bloodlight shot to the sky. There was a huge explosion. The immortals retreated. Song Zixing was at the center of the explosion. The blood path Dao marks on his body shined brightly. He was not injured at all. Illusion Garden shook intensely. A crack was actually created by his explosion. Blood rainbow flash. In the blink of an eye, Song Zixing vanished on the spot. He escaped from the immortal Goo House's cage, escaping from the Goo Immortal's vision. Chase, he was hit by my immortal killer move. I can sense it. How can a great immortal Goo House get a crack from the explosion? The immortals shouted as they chased. The 2 rank 7 Goo Immortals of Heavenly Lotus Sect stored the immortal Goo House and joined them. Their expressions were ugly. It's that violent blood dragon bat. Song Zixing actually arranged for it to stay outside. It crashed into Illusion Garden and self-detonated, working together with Song Zixing to create a crack. Violent blood dragon bat was an ancient, desolate beast. Its battle strength was equivalent to a rank 7 Goo Immortal. The self-detonation of such an existence had extraordinary power indeed. Illusion Garden was only controlled by 2 Goo Immortals. They could not defend against the explosion. Song Zixing managed to struggle out of the desperate situation. The immortals naturally stopped attacking. They gritted their teeth and chased after him. A battle of pursuit was happening in Truyang Mountain Range. The pursuers were huge. There were 17 Goo Immortals. There was 1 Myriad Dragon Doc Goo Immortal who stayed behind to look after Vicious Lightning Fiend. But at this point, the battle had already gone out of the control of the Righteous Path Goo Immortals. They had fallen into Song Zixing's specialty. As a demonic cultivator, Song Zixing was most proficient in escaping. I cannot go out directly. This Truyang Mountain Range is the best place to hide. I lost the violent blood dragon bat. After I escape, I will definitely settle this score with you. Song Zixing's expression was distorted. His heart was bleeding due to the huge losses. He swore in his heart. The blood rainbow suddenly turned and landed on the mountain range. There were countless fierce beasts living in true Yang mountain range. In the battle of pursuit, large numbers of desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were startled. They caused a huge disturbance to the pursuers behind Song Zixing. Song Zixing was very clear. The more chaotic the situation was, the more chances he would have to sneak away and escape. 3 days later, late at night, the crescent moon hung in the night sky. A dim bloodlight flew out of true Yang mountain range while sticking close to the ground. Clang! Suddenly, there was the sound of metal colliding. A golden bell phantom descended and covered the bloodlight. A Gu immortal appeared. He was injured. He shouted, "Song Zixing, where are you going?" The moment he said that, Song Zixing disappeared from the golden bell. A palm and a small forearm appeared. "Oh no, this is also fake. My true body is over there." The Gu immortal's expression changed. He quickly turned around and flew far away. A long while later, a figure quietly approached from afar. It was Fang Yuan. He was wearing a mask and his body was covered in smoke. He carefully walked towards the golden bell phantom. Chapter 857. Immortal Killer Move Blood Demon Body Separation. Fang Yuan looked at the broken arm in the golden bell phantom as he muttered. According to legends of Song Zixing, after Song Zixing betrayed Myriad Dragon Dock, he killed his pursuers and hid his tracks, developing rapidly. He had foresight and knew his situation. Thus he created this killer move. During the current Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, the 10 great sects worked together to ambush and kill Song Zixing, but he escaped in the end. In this battle, Blood Demon Body Separation shocked Central Continent for the first time. Song Zixing was able to escape mostly because of this move. This immortal killer move could create a flesh clone for a short period of time. The flesh clone was extremely fast, comparable to Blood Rainbow Flash. Moreover, it was extremely lifelike and lifelike. Even an investigative immortal killer move would not be able to find any flaws. However, the price of using this move was extremely high. A portion of one's body was needed to create a flesh clone. A large amount of immortal essence was also expended to maintain the existence of the flesh clone. The more immortal essence was expended, the longer the clone could last. There were many ways for Gu immortals to regrow their limbs. Blood Demon Body Separation was only a manifestation. The truth was, it expended the blood path Dao marks in the body. It was because of these blood path Dao marks that Blood Demon Body Separation had such a mystical effect. If not for the blood path Dao marks as the price, the flesh clone created by Blood Demon Body Separation would not be able to pass off as the real thing. When ordinary Gu immortals were injured, for example, Fang Yuan would lose most of his body if he was attacked. The strength path Dao marks on his body would be retrieved by his immortal aperture. When his body recovers, the strength path Dao marks would return to his body. Once the Gu immortal died, the Dao marks on his body would also be retrieved into his immortal aperture. For example, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Song Zixing successfully used Blood Demon Body Separation. Even if the severed limb could regrow, the new body would be empty. The original blood path Dao marks would be expended along with the flesh clone. Undoubtedly, the expenditure of Dao marks was a huge loss to Gu immortals. Because Dao marks were very rare, they could only be accumulated after experiencing heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. In every heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, Gu immortals often had to risk their lives, even damaging their immortal apertures and destroying the resources that they had painstakingly managed. Thus, the cost of obtaining Dao marks was extremely high. This showed the value of each strength immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan was sure. Song Zixing should not have an immortal Gu like each strength. If he lost the blood path Dao marks, he would have to undergo calamities and tribulations and slowly accumulate them again. The Dao marks on a Gu immortal could effectively increase the power of immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. This amplification was terrifying. It could increase a rank 8 by hundreds or thousands of times. Thus, Rank 7 Gu immortals could rarely defeat rank 8 existences. According to the legend of Song Zixing managed to escape with his life. In the end, only his head and half of his chest were left. The rest of his body had been decisively abandoned by him. He had activated the blood demon body disintegration. In this battle, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent lost a great deal of face. They didn't achieve their goal and were played by Song Zixing instead. They suffered heavy losses. Song Zixing also suffered heavy losses. He lost an ancient desolate beast, the violent blood dragon bat, and more than half of his blood path marks were destroyed. In this battle, as a result, he did not appear in public for the next 200 years. There was even no news of him at all. People suspected that he was already dead. But when he reappeared, not only did he recover his battle strength, he even nurtured 3 violent blood dragon bats. Ambushing Song Zixing was a huge matter. Fang Yuan naturally knew about it. He looked at the severed arm with a burning gaze. This severed arm came from Song Zixing. It was his flesh and blood. As long as Fang Yuan obtained it and used the Gu refinement method, he could refine Song Zixing's head. And Song Zixing's head was the only condition for Star Form, Blessed Lands, Land Spirit, to recognize him as its owner. Land spirits were stubborn existences. As long as Fang Yuan gave Song Zixing's head to the land spirit, he could become the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. Star Form Land Spirit did not care if Song Zixing was alive or not. It was only a pure obsession formed by the heavenly power of the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan could become its owner with this. Even if one day, Song Zixing appeared in front of the land spirit alive and kicking, the land spirit would not betray Fang Yuan, because Fang Yuan had already fulfilled the condition for recognizing him as its owner. But at this moment, Fang Yuan still had some trouble subduing this arm. It was not difficult to break the golden bell, but once the golden bell phantom was broken, the arm would explode and turn into a blood fog that covered the sky. Fang Yuan had to use other methods to suppress the severed arm. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. In fact, Fang Yuan also had a deep impression of this arm. His current location was at the edge of Truyang Mountain Range, near Yuanyang City. Song Zixing's severed arm was wrapped by an immortal killer move. The Gu immortal who used the immortal killer move was busy chasing after Song Zixing. He had already forgotten about this severed arm. As time passed, the golden bell would dissipate after a night, and the severed arm would explode into a blood fog. At that time, the blood fog would cover hundreds of li, life would be lost, and the poison would spread far and wide. For the next few hundred years, Yuanyang City would continue to issue missions, recruiting talents to enter the blood fog and kill the blood beasts that were born in the blood fog, to prevent the blood beasts from forming a beast tide and attacking Yuanyang City. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan came to Central Continent, he had lived in Yuanyang City for a period of time. In order to survive, he had accepted missions to exterminate blood beasts. From this perspective, Fang Yuan had done a good thing by subduing Song Zixing's severed arm in advance. Fang Yuan observed for a while, carefully using several mortal killer moves to probe. The golden bell phantom did not move, as expected of an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan then circled around the golden bell phantom, observing it from all angles, trying to find a suitable method. The golden bell phantom was not completely still. It was rotating slowly. The severed arm inside was floating in the air. The arm and palm were flickering with bright red light from time to time. Fang Yuan circled around it for more than 10 times. He already had a plan. He was about to make a move when his ears twitched. He heard many voices. Explosion. You heard it too? Yes. I saw a strange light. Treasure. Maybe. The voices were intermittent, getting closer and closer. Fang Yuan immediately understood. The nearby Gu masters were attracted. This was the edge of Truyang Mountain Range. Desolate beasts rarely came here, and it was near Yuanyang City. Many Gu masters were active here. Earlier, that Gu immortal had used an immortal killer move. The golden light soared into the sky. The commotion was not small, thus many Gu masters came to investigate. A bunch of ants. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. He willed. Strength path phantoms rushed out of his immortal aperture one after another. Soon, These strength path phantoms numbered in the hundreds, densely packed as they surrounded Feng Yuan. Every time Feng Yuan moved, he would store large numbers of strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture. Because he used myriad self, a certain amount of time was needed to form a strength path phantom army. Kill. Feng Yuan gave the order. Close to 1,000 strength path phantoms immediately moved, quickly disappearing into the night sky. What is that? Formation. Quickly form the formation. Run. Screams and shouts could be heard. A life and death battle started instantly. After a few breaths of time, the Gu Masters were completely defeated. The strength path phantoms chased mercilessly. Countless Gu Masters died. The smell of blood quickly spread to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had his hands behind his back. Looking at the golden bell phantom in front of him, his expression was calm under the mask. Even though he had thought of a method, he had not made a move yet. Haste makes waste. Even though the strength path phantoms were strong and fierce, they could not be investigated. They also did not have methods to increase their speed. Some Gu Masters might not give up and use earth escape or concealment to sneak in again. However, these people would all die without a burial ground. Because Feng Yuan was here, he had already activated dozens of investigative killer moves. Without stopping, he covered this area layer by layer. There was no movement. They could escape his investigation. The advantage of having unlimited primeval essence was that he could use mortal Gu at will. Mortal killer moves would never stop. And because of Feng Yuan's accumulation in his previous life, the mortal killer moves he knew were even more outstanding, even surpassing this era. Feng Yuan waited for a while, and sure enough, 3 or 4 Gu Masters sneaked in. Feng Yuan controlled the strength path phantoms and killed these Gu Masters one by one according to his instructions. Impossible. How did you find me? Spare my life. The Gu Masters had nowhere to hide. They were all killed. After a while, the surroundings became quiet again. The smell of blood was getting thicker. There was not even the sound of birds chirping in the sparse forest nearby. It was completely silent. Feng Yuan started to act. Myriad Self First Style. Giant Hand. A giant strength path hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the golden bell phantom. The golden bell phantom targeted the inside. It suppressed the inside, but its external defense was not strong. After adding Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water, Feng Yuan's current strength path giant hand could be said to be much stronger. He only needed to squeeze it tightly, and the golden bell would explode. But the key was how to prevent Song Zixing's arm from exploding into a bloody mist after it was crushed. Thankfully, Feng Yuan was not only a strength path grandmaster, he was also a blood path grandmaster. He knew as many blood path methods as Song Zixing, and this time, he had planned for a long time. He had made ample preparations. Immediately, he set up with full concentration. He set up close to 100 blood path killer moves in a row. They were tight and orderly, coordinating with each other. There were also large numbers of Gu formations set up in the surroundings, layer upon layer. After setting them up, he inspected carefully to see if there were any mistakes in his arrangements. He found 1 or 2 mistakes. After modifying them, Feng Yuan checked again a 3rd time, a 4th time, and a 5th time. This was a huge matter. Feng Yuan was very patient. Finally, when he made his move, everything was under his control. The golden bell phantom shattered. The arm was about to explode when it was suppressed. Layers of seals were added on top of it. When Song Zixing severed this arm and used blood demon body separation, he was already at the end of his rope. He had used less than 10 beads of immortal essence for it. Chapter 858. After obtaining the severed arm, Feng Yuan carefully stored it in his immortal aperture. Next, he carefully cleaned the place, trying to get rid of his traces. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, he did not rest. He started immediately, spending 4 days and 3 nights to refine this severed arm, turning it into Song Zixing's head. Next, he used fixed immortal travel immortal Gu to go to Earth Abyss. Star form land spirit. I have brought Song Zixing's head. In the dark underground world, he shouted. A speck of starlight appeared in front of him. It shone brightly and gushed out like spring water. After a breath of time, the dazzling starlight turned into a square door. The translucent starlight door floated in the air. There was a plaque on the door. On it were the words, "Star Form Blessed Land." Feng Yuan squinted, looking at it quietly. Ordinary blessed lands and grotto heavens had doors. Because with doors, they could interact. With interactions, they could absorb heaven and earth chi and strengthen themselves. Thus, infallible blessed land was very special because it did not have a door. This was a very strange exception. Under Feng Yuan's observation, the starlight door opened slightly. "It's you? You really brought Song Zixing's head?" A voice came from the door. Star Form Land Spirit did not appear. He was on guard. Feng Yuan chuckled, throwing the head over. Facts speak louder than words. The door opened slightly again. An attractive force appeared out of nowhere, sucking the head in. "It really is Song Zixing's head." The land spirit's joyful voice came from behind the door. Bam! The door opened completely. A path made of starlight spread out in front of Feng Yuan. Star Form Land Spirit was at the door. It said to Feng Yuan with utmost sincerity, "Star Form Land Spirit welcomes Master." Feng Yuan nodded, his expression calm. He took large steps, stepping onto the starlight path, stepping into Star Form Blessed Land. The moment he stepped in, starlight filled Feng Yuan's vision. But in the blink of an eye, the starlight faded, revealing the unique terrain of Star Form Blessed Land. The whole of Star Form Blessed Land was a huge basin. It was like a giant bowl, and the edge of the giant bowl was a series of continuous mountain ranges, forming a circle like a towering wall. Inside the giant bowl was a vast slope that continuously tilted towards the center. The curtain of night shrouded the world. Feng Yuan raised his head and looked up. The sky was pitch black, but there were tiny stars that shone weakly. It was just like how immortal Blessed Land only had day and no night. Star Form Blessed Land only had night. There was no day. Generally speaking, blessed lands did not have any astronomical changes. Only when one became a grotto heaven or approached the level of a grotto heaven would there be a change in the weather. This was not the first time Feng Yuan had come here. In fact, he was the one who had planted this blessed land. The last time he was here, the night sky was filled with stars, and the stars were still very bright. It shone on the surface of the blessed land, giving it a high visibility. But now the starlight was indeed dim. It could be seen that stellar form land spirit's life wasn't good. This was normal. There were no Gu immortals. The blessed land could no longer produce immortal essence on its own. The land spirit and the blessed land were one. In order to protect his own existence, he had to manage his blessed land. But how could a land spirit have the strength and intelligence of a Gu immortal? So basically, land spirits would ask their masters to help them. Survival was the most basic instinct of any living being. It was just that the conditions for each land spirit to recognize a master were different. Feng Yuan's gaze swept through the surroundings before landing on stellar form land spirit. "Bring me around the blessed land," Feng Yuan ordered. Stellar form land spirit had the appearance of a boy, floating in the air. He was wearing a pinkish-blue doo-doo. His small arms and legs were white and tender like a lotus root. He was very cute. Ever since he recognized Feng Yuan as his master, stellar form land spirit had been looking up at him, his clear eyes filled with admiration and love. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, stellar form land spirit quickly nodded. "Master, please follow me." His attitude before and after recognizing him as his master was like heaven and earth. A lump of starlight automatically gathered on Feng Yuan's body, bringing him along as he flew rapidly. This speed was extremely shocking. Even Song Zixing's blood rainbow flash could not compare to it. Feng Yuan only felt that starlight was lingering in front of him. The surrounding scenery was rapidly retreating. Even with his vision, he could only capture a blurry image. The starlight suddenly stopped. The scenery in front of him had changed greatly. "Master, you have reached the southeast corner of the blessed land. This is the Arrow Bamboo Forest, the largest livestock farm in the blessed land." Stellar form land spirit introduced. Feng Yuan looked over, seeing that this Arrow Bamboo Forest was huge, extending to the end of Feng Yuan's vision. The arrow bamboo was straight, somewhat similar to the green spear bamboo, but it was not jade green like the green spear bamboo. Instead, it had a pitch-black body. There were no leaves on the bamboo. There were only branches. On the edge of each arrow bamboo's markings, there were 2 or 3 bamboo branches. These bamboo branches were as straight as an arrow. At the foot of the arrow bamboo forest, there were large numbers of star cave stones, countless dark shiitake mushrooms, and densely packed white shadow grass. Fang Yuan nodded inwardly. This kind of ecological construction could not be any better. If I am not wrong, this is the place that produces star dart goo? Fang Yuan asked. Master is wise. Stellar Formland Spirit immediately replied. Star dart goo was only a rank 1 mortal goo, formed from the evolution of all kinds of ordinary insects. This was different from starlight firefly goo. Starlight firefly goo was formed from a portion of starlight firefly groups, evolving and mutating. As for star dart goo, this was any kind of insect. It would drill into the star cave stones that were filled with holes and fall into a deep sleep. After 49 days, a portion of the insects would wake up from their slumber and transform into star dart goo. Star dart goo's food was the arrow bamboo forest's bamboo juice. The air in the arrow bamboo forest had always been hot and humid. This kind of bamboo would slowly ooze bamboo juice. In the past, when this bamboo juice oozed out, it would form a thick blue fog. It was the best environment to raise star dart goo. Unfortunately, it has not been properly watered recently. It has become like this. Stellar Form Land Spirit said with a reminiscing tone. It seems that I will need to purchase large amounts of moon well water in the future. Fang Yuan muttered. He was knowledgeable. He knew what kind of irrigation was needed for the arrow bamboo forest. Master is wise. Stellar Formland Spirit immediately said. His expression became slightly more spirited. Although Star-Lord Wanxiang left behind a lot of immortal essence, there were very few immortal Yuan stones. Thus, Stellar Formland Spirit's finances were rather tight. He could not buy whatever he wanted in jewel yellow skies. Compared to irrigating the arrow bamboo forest, other areas required more financial resources to maintain. Soon after, under the land spirit's lead, Fang Yuan went to the north of the blessed land, inspecting the meteorite pit. This was the place to raise starfire goo and even produce meteorite goo. He went to the center of the blessed land. There was a huge lake with sparkling waves. It was called Broken Star Lake. It was also a place to raise goo worms. It produced star river goo. Finally, he went to a few grasslands. They were all filled with star fragment grass. It seemed endless. Planted on the black soil, the grass leaves were plump and tender. The color was like oil. It was much better than the sky grasslands in who immortal blessed land, be it in terms of size or appearance. Arrow bamboo forest, meteorite pit, broken star lake, star fragment grass field. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking at the lake below him with a satisfied expression. These 4 were the 4 pillars of Star-Lord Wanxiang's economy. Star-Lord Wanxiang followed the rules. He mainly sold star dart goo, star fire goo, meteorite goo, star river goo, and starlight firefly goo. When Fang Yuan was searching for these 4 pillars, he already had them. Fang Yuan currently only had guts goo and regretful spiders. The remaining eerie fire dragon python and dragonfish had not entered the market yet. Star-Lord Wanxiang had rank 6 first stage cultivation. He had passed 1 heavenly tribulation. He was also a lone cultivator, but his cultivation was higher than who immortals. Originally, with his identity and foundation, it was impossible for him to develop the blessed land so well. But he had a fortuitous encounter. His fortuitous encounter was Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star child. In order to prolong his lifespan, he turned into an immortal zombie. He explored star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm and fell into it. He was trapped in a deep sleep. Star-Lord Wanxiang unexpectedly found that Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was connected to the outside world of Central Continent. Every fixed time of the year, this gap would appear. Thus, Star-Lord Wanxiang would go in every year and plunder the resources inside to strengthen himself. Although the time he could go in was limited, he could not stop going in. Because of this, Star-Lord Wanxiang developed very well. His immortal aperture became more prosperous with each passing day. far surpassing other lone cultivator goo immortals. Even Shirley had praised him inwardly when he saw him. This Star Lord Wanxiang's strength was already on par with ordinary rank 6 goo immortals in the 10 great ancient sections. But unfortunately, Star Lord Wanxiang was injured by Song Zixing and was about to undergo tribulation. He had no choice but to take the risk and ask a tiger for its skin. He invited immortal Monkey King Shirley to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven together. In the end, in the 8th Star Hall, he fell into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. His soul was destroyed and only his physical body was left. Feng Yuan seized his physical body and planted his blessed land in Earth Abyss. This led to the subsequent developments of Star Formland Spirit recognizing him as its master. With these 4 pillars of support, my financial resources have doubled from before. I am making a lot of money every day. I am really making a lot of money every day. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Star Lord Wanxiang had managed his blessed land for so many years. He had already opened up the market and occupied a portion of Jewel Yellow Skies' market. Feng Yuan inherited his blessed land and avoided the difficult development period of entering the market. He directly inherited Star Lord Wanxiang's channels and saved him a lot of trouble. Common resources like Star Dark Goo and Starfire Goo were usually sold in large quantities and faced intense competition. It was not easy to seize the market and get a share of the profits. They would face ostracization, price wars, and even the threat and assassination of goo immortals. In short, cutting off one's path to wealth was like killing one's parents. The goo immortal world was bare. If you wanted to do business, you had to display your strength first. Without strength, no matter how good your business was, it would still be plundered and robbed. Thus, Feng Yuan was very careful with his dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. He wanted to use Shao Clan's transaction token to enter Western Desert's market. This way, he could cause less trouble and earn more money. Of course, things like the monopoly of Guts Goo, he could sell them as he pleased. Others wanted to compete, but they could not. They could only watch helplessly. After inspecting the blessed land, Feng Yuan was very satisfied, but he had even greater expectations. Chapter 859. The whole of star-formed blessed land was like a huge bowl. The center was also the lowest point. Here, there was a vast sea of lake, named Broken Star Lake, and Star-Lord Wanxiang's usual cultivation location was at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. Deep into the lake, Feng Yuan found a crystal palace. It was not big. There was only one main hall and 2 sub-halls. Star-Lord Wanxiang's immortal goo were kept in the main hall. Under Star Formland Spirit's lead, Feng Yuan smoothly entered the main hall. Once he entered, he saw an immortal goo flying in the air. This immortal goo looked like a centipede. It was long like an arm and dark like tungsten. It was moving around in the empty space of the main hall. The short stripes on its body were shining with blue light. This is rank 6 immortal goo star mark. It can temporarily add 600 star path Dao marks to Master's body. Star Formland Spirit introduced at an appropriate time. 600. Feng Yuan was shocked. He only had a little over 200 strength path Dao marks. And this was after using Eat Strength Immortal Goo recently. He gained over 40. This star mark Immortal Goo could actually add over 600 star path marks at once. The effect could be said to be outstanding. Over 200 Dao marks can amplify my strength by 20%. 600 is a 60% amplification. Unfortunately, they are star path Dao marks. I am not a star path goo immortal. Undeniably, this star mark immortal goo was an excellent supplementary immortal goo. Even though Feng Yuan was a strength path goo immortal and had strength path Dao marks, once he activated star mark immortal goo, his body would be covered in a layer of star path Dao marks, allowing him to act like a star path goo immortal. Other than star mark, there were 2 other immortal goo in the hall. One was like a rhombus crystal. It was the size of a fist, quietly lying on the table. It was unmoving. The other one was like a tender bean sprout, full of vitality. After Star Formland Spirit's introduction, Feng Yuan learned that the first colorless crystal immortal goo was Starlight Immortal Goo. The second bean sprout immortal goo was called Starshoot. Feng Yuan heard this and was overjoyed. My luck has come. These two immortal goo were much more useful to Fang Yuan than Star Mark immortal goo. Because Starlight goo was a necessary goo material for refining Wisdom Path Star Thought goo. Now that he had Starlight immortal goo, he could imitate how Strength Chi immortal goo refined Airsac goo, refining Star Thought goo on a larger scale and faster. With Starlight immortal goo, this would save him the trouble of purchasing the Starlight goo. At the same time, using immortal goo as the base to refine mortal goo Star Thought goo was done from top to bottom. The failure rate was much lower than the previous goo refinement method. The danger would be greatly reduced. This way, the losses of the hairy men would be greatly reduced. Of course, there were two problems. The first problem was that to use Starlight immortal goo, Fang Yuan would need to modify the Star Thought goo's recipe. The second question, using Starlight immortal goo would expend immortal essence. But with Wisdom goo and the complete Star Thought goo recipe, it was not hard for Fang Yuan to modify the goo recipe. It was only a matter of time. As for the second problem, if it was the previous Fang Yuan, he would indeed be an obstacle. But now, Fang Yuan had become the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. There were 6 economic pillars, and in the future, there would even be 8 profitable businesses. The earnings of Immortal Yuan Stone would be 4 times the current amount. Large amounts of Immortal Yuan Stone also gave Fang Yuan great confidence. He could expend Immortal Essence to activate Starlight Immortal Goo. Starlight Immortal Goo was a huge help to the large-scale accumulation of Star Thought Goo. And Star Shoot Immortal Goo was also very useful. Fang Yuan had once bought a mortal killer move from Star-Lord Wanxiang. It was called Spring Star Rain. This move could irrigate plants and ensure that they would grow lushly. Ever since he obtained this move, Fang Yuan had been using it continuously. The reason why Immortal Blessed Land's grassland in the sky was able to maintain its current scale was because of this mortal killer move. Using Spring Star Rain frequently would expend large amounts of Star Shoot Mortal Goo. Star Shoot Mortal Goo were only sold by Star-Lord Wanxiang. Fang Yuan had once wanted to break free from Star-Lord Wanxiang's control and research the refinement recipe of Star Shoot Mortal Goo. But even with Wisdom Goo's help, Fang Yuan's Star Path attainment level was only ordinary. He could not achieve his goal. Now that Fang Yuan had Star Shoot Immortal Goo, he could use Spring Star Rain as he wished. He could also raise Spring Star Rain to Immortal level. Using Star Shoot Immortal Goo as the core, it would have a greater effect on nurturing Star Fragment Grass. But soon, Fang Yuan learned from Star Formland Spirit. Star-Lord Wanxiang had the immortal killer move Spring Star Rain. In fact, the mortal killer move Spring Star Rain that Star-Lord Wanxiang sold was a modified version of the original Spring Star Rain. The Star Shoot Goo that Star-Lord Wanxiang sold was refined from Star Shoot Immortal Goo. It was no wonder Fang Yuan could not reverse engineer the Goo recipe from the mortal Star Shoot Goo. Because Star-Lord Wanxiang's Goo refinement method was from top to bottom. Star Mark, Starlight, Star Shoot. These 3 immortal Goo were all the immortal Goo left in the Blessed Land. Star-Lord Wanxiang had a total of 4 immortal Goo. Unfortunately, the 4th immortal Goo was destroyed in the battle with Song Zixing. Fang Yuan only obtained 3. Just these 3 were enough to satisfy Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, only a small portion of rank 6 Goo immortals in the 5 regions had immortal Goo. Most of them used mortal Goo and mortal killer moves. Only the elites among rank 6 Goo immortals had rank 6 immortal Goo. For example, the rank 6 Goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, or lone cultivators like Star-Lord Wanxiang who had fortuitous encounters. Northern Plains' situation was special. Because of the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, Northern Plains immortal Goo were much more common than the other 4 regions. Speaking of which, Central Continent was the last among the 5 regions in terms of immortal Goo usage. There was no helping it. Central Continent had the most Goo immortals. Of course, Fang Yuan was even more special. Not counting the 3 immortal Goo that he had just obtained, Fang Yuan already had 14 immortal Goo. No one would believe him if he told others about this number. Not to mention, there was also the rank 9 immortal Goo wisdom here. Normally speaking, even if one killed an enemy Goo immortal, it was hard to obtain spoils of war like immortal Goo. Like how Fang Yuan had such a huge advantage against Dongfang Naganori. Even Dongfang Naganori's soul was captured alive. But Dongfang Naganori only had a thought. All the immortal Goo self-detonated. Fang Yuan did not get anything. Star-Lord Wanxiang was a special case, because he entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm by mistake. Without any reaction, he died in a daze. Thus, the immortal goo were preserved. In the end, it benefited Feng Yuan. These three immortal goo still had Star-Lord Wanxiang's will. But with star form land spirits' help, subduing them was not a problem. Master, this is the immortal inheritance stored in the blessed land. Please take a look. Land Spirit presented another inheritance for Feng Yuan to take a look. It turned out that this was Star-Lord Wanxiang's first fortuitous encounter. A goo immortal inheritance related to Star Path. It was this inheritance that guided lone cultivator Star-Lord Wanxiang to cultivate and become a rank 6 goo immortal. Star-Lord Wanxiang's second fortuitous encounter. He found the entrance to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and entered it many times to plunder resources. Speaking of which, his luck was quite good. Star-Lord Wanxiang cultivated Star Path, and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was also a grotto heaven that focused on Star Path. They were very compatible in terms of resources. Unlike Feng Yuan was a Strength Path Goo Immortal, who Immortal Blessed Land was an Enslavement Path Goo, and Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Goo was a Soul Path Goo. These aspects were not closely related. Unfortunately, Star-Lord Wanxiang died in the end. Everything was in Feng Yuan's hands. Feng Yuan stayed in star form Blessed Land for an entire day, inspecting a small group of rockmen in the Blessed Land, as well as those 3 desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish. Star-Lord Wanxiang had used all sorts of methods to relocate this small group of rockmen. He did not have guts goo. Star form Blessed Land was not a hotbed for rockmen. Many of them died there. It was not easy for him to keep this batch. The 3 desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish were caught from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. That place had no lack of desolate beasts. The reason why he spent so much effort and resources, it was because Star Mark Immortal Goo's food was the fresh flesh of the spine-fin star dragonfish. As for feeding Starlight Immortal Goo, it needed the bodies of rockmen. As for Star Shoot Immortal Goo, its food was a large amount of dark star kelp. This kind of kelp grew in large amounts at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. This was the state of orthodox goo immortals. What path they cultivated? Immortal goo belonged to a certain path, and the immortal aperture mainly had the Tao marks of that path. This way, the feeding of the immortal goo could be borne by themselves. They could nurture their own food. Unlike Feng Yuan, whose strength path immortal aperture was dead, who Immortal Blessed Land was an enslavement path immortal aperture, it had strength path, wisdom path, soul path, and luck path immortal goo. To feed these immortal goo, they had to seek help from the outside world. Each time, they had to work hard and were unstable. Feng Yuan's cleansed soul immortal goo had not been fully fed yet. Be it who Immortal Blessed Land or strength path immortal aperture, they both lacked soul path Tao marks. Even if Feng Yuan wanted to raise White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo, it was impossible. After Star Form Blessed Land recognized him as its owner, Feng Yuan's strength had doubled. 3 Star Path Immortal Goo, 4 trades, and a complete Star Path inheritance. Feng Yuan still needed a lot of time to slowly digest them. He still had Star Form Land Spirits spread the ownership requests in jewel yellow skies, creating the illusion that Star Form Blessed Land had not recognized a master yet. For the time being, he did not intend to tell the truth to He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. He would hide it for as long as he could. Who Immortal Blessed Land was already exposed. Star Form Blessed Land was in a semi-exposed state. He Lulan knew its location. In the future, if he wanted to flee for his life, this foundation would be very important. As for who Immortal Blessed Land's resources, as well as Dang Hun Mountain, Feng Yuan did not intend to move it for the time being. The arrangements had just been made. A large amount of funds had already been invested. Once it was moved to Star Form Blessed Land, with how astute He Lulan was, how could she not know about it? In the following days, Feng Yuan continued to participate in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Due to the convention, Central Continent was in a frenzy of goo refinement. The news of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects joining hands to ambush Song Zixing was not spread. Only the goo immortal higher-ups knew about it. The 10 great ancient sects lost face. There was no news of Song Zixing. Many other sects and lone cultivator goo immortals saw this as a joke. Many goo immortals moved. trying to find traces left behind by Song Zixing in true Yang Mountain Range. But how could they find him? In Feng Yuan's previous life, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent searched for hundreds of years to protect their sect's reputation. Song Zixing's concealment skill was at the peak. Even Feng Yuan could not match him. Thus, from the start, Feng Yuan did not have the intention to kill Song Zixing. Finally, the agreed date arrived. It was the day of the duel between Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong. Even though it was not a competition, it attracted many Gu masters. Feng Kim Hong, if you want a duel, let me see the wager first. If the wager is too low, there is no need to start this duel, Feng Yuan said in front of everyone. If he could avoid the duel, Feng Yuan only wanted the top 6 of the infallible inheritance. Furthermore, even if he lost the duel, he would not be eliminated and his ranking would not be affected. Chapter 860. A way to regain a new life? Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes and his expression changed. Yenf's Spirit Affinity House was indeed one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Its foundation was deep beyond imagination. Spirit Affinity House actually had the method that Feng Yuan was searching for to get rid of his immortal zombie status and regain his new life. At this moment, Feng Kim Huang's proposal to use this as a gambling stake was a direct hit to Feng Yuan's weakness. He had no choice but to reject it. Feng Yuan laughed and calmed himself down. He looked at Feng Kim Hong and asked, "The method you mentioned, could it be the Crane Gates possession technique?" "Of course not." Feng Kim Hong smiled. Feng Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Your bet is indeed tempting. But this gambling capital is still lacking compared to my Hu Immortal Blessed Land." Feng Kim Hong said, "The value of everything will change. Feng Yuan, if you had to choose between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and being reborn, which would you choose?" "Of course it's to be reborn." Feng Yuan did not hesitate in his heart, nor did he hesitate in his mouth. "Of course it's Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This is my greatest foundation. Even if I become an immortal zombie, I can still rely on this to survive." The corner of Feng Kim Huang's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and shook his head. "Feng Yuan, you're not such a short-sighted person. However, I know that you will not use Hu Immortal Blessed Land as a wager, and I cannot force you to do so. Let's talk about something practical. If I lose, I'll tell you the method to regain your life. Don't worry, there are already successful precedents for this method. If you lose, we'll make a deal." Feng Yuan looked at the faint smile on Feng Kim Huang's face. He narrowed his eyes. "Oh? What kind of deal?" Thereupon Feng Kim Hong said, "If you lose, I won't be able to defeat you. He made a deal with my Spirit Affinity House to supply guts goo to us in the long term. The price is negotiable. It was fine as long as it wasn't too outrageous. But you must deliver the goods regularly and in sufficient quantities. If you lack a soul, my Spirit Affinity House can sell it to you at a price 30% lower than the market price. However, this transaction must be the highest priority, even more so than the Crane Gate. No matter how many goods you have, you must first supply them to my Spirit Affinity House before selling them to other parties." When Feng Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but size up Feng Kim Hong again. He had a whole new level of respect for this young lady. Who would have thought that after such a short period of time, the other party would have grown to such a degree, as expected of a genius? No, it should be said that there was a capable person behind him. Good education. Feng Jin Huang's request was too lenient to Feng Yuan. It could even be said to be generous. And guts goo was something that Feng Kim Hong urgently needed. Why? Because Feng Kim Hong used Dreamwing's Immortal Goo to explore the dream realm. Even with the help of Immortal Goo, the soul would get tired and get injured. And Guts Goo was the one and only soul-strengthening product in the world. Even the rank 9 demon Venerable Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had praised it. Feng Kim Hong had challenged Feng Yuan. It was just a young man acting in a fit of pique. But right now, when discussing the bet with Feng Yuan, it was for the present. It was realistic. Practical benefits. This was a mature move. If Feng Kim Hong requested Feng Yuan to use Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Dang Hun Mountain as the bet, Feng Yuan would definitely not agree. And although Feng Yuan had the reputation of Crane Gate, but his relationship with Crane Gate was known to the 10 great ancient sections. Fang Yuan would not care about Crane Gate's reputation. He had no choice but to agree to Feng Kim Huang's duel. Thus, Feng Kim Huang made this request. For Fang Yuan, selling Guts Guda's Spirit Affinity House had its benefits. Naturally, there were benefits. The first benefit was to increase the scale of sales and earn more Immortal Yuan Stone. Who would complain about having more Immortal Yuan Stone? The second benefit was to establish a relationship between Fang Yuan and Spirit Affinity House. If he were to fall out with Crane Gate one day, Fang Yuan would have a way out. In fact, Fang Yuan had agreed to Feng Kim Huang's duel request earlier because he wanted to cooperate with Spirit Affinity House. Feng Kim Huang had explored Dream Realms many times. He had sensed the value of Guts Gu. Thus, he wanted to take advantage of Crane Gate. And Fang Yuan was happy to do so. If he really made a deal with Spirit Affinity House, it would be extremely beneficial to his relationship with Crane Gate. Regardless of whether I win or lose, this duel is beneficial to me. After all, the result of the duel has nothing to do with the Gu refinement competition. Something is wrong. Feng Kim Huang made this request to lower my fighting spirit. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He understood another layer of Feng Kim Huang's intention. Then let's begin. The final victor of this duel will be me. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly as he laughed heartily. Feng Kim Huang's gaze flickered. That might not necessarily be the case. After confirming the wager, both sides started to discuss the duel's contents. Feng Kim Huang suggested refining River Wave Trace Gu as the topic. River Wave Trace Gu was a rank 5 Water Path Gu worm. It was part of the same series as rank 3 Water Trace Gu, rank 4 Wave Trace Gu, and rank 6 Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan immediately rejected it. Spirit Affinity House specialized in raising and using Water Path Gu worms. This could be seen from the Water Pavilion Immortal Gu House. If he refined River Wave Trace Gu, Feng Kim Huang's advantage would be too huge. Fang Yuan suggested refining Bloodwalk Gu. This was a rank 3 Blood Path Gu used for movement. Feng Kim Huang also rejected it. What a joke! Who did not know that Fang Yuan specialized in Blood Path Gu refinement techniques? Feng Kim Huang had no confidence in refining Blood Path Gu worms. Both sides discussed for a while before deciding to use the method of a martial duel to refine the rank 5 Fire Path Gu worm, 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu. The entire duel was not a private duel, but an open duel like the competition. Soon, the same materials appeared in front of both sides. To ensure fairness, both sides had to refine the Gu according to the Gu recipe. Whichever side could successfully refine 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu first would be the winner. Different from the literary duel, because it was a martial duel, at a specific stage, both sides could attack each other once. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Huang sat cross-legged facing each other, each occupying a corner of the stage, with a distance of 260 steps between the two. The duel began. Fang Yuan immediately checked the Gu refinement materials in his hands. He had to have a thorough understanding of every material. If there were any damaged materials, it would greatly affect the Gu refinement. Fang Yuan's inspection was very detailed, sometimes regarding the conference. Sometimes, they would purposely provide some flawed materials, or even tamper with them to conceal the flaws of the materials, making it hard for the Gu master to detect them. If they were really deceived, it would be terrible when the Gu refinement started. This arrangement had practical significance. Gu masters could not always gather perfect Gu refinement materials when refining Gu. Sometimes, because the materials were stored for too long, or damaged during transportation, or snatched in battle, there would always be some damage. Or bought shoddy Gu refinement materials in the market, Gu masters needed to distinguish them. Thus, checking Gu refinement materials was the foundation of refinement path attainment. This time, for the refinement of 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu, more than 1,000 kinds of materials were provided. Not a single Gu worm. They were all flowers, grass, rocks, and bones. Fang Yuan spent an hour checking all the materials. Next, he checked the Gu recipes provided by the competition. A total of 5 Gu recipes, corresponding to rank 1 Single Orifice Charcoal Gu, rank 2 Twin Orifice Furnace Gu, rank 3 Orifice Firehouse Gu, rank 4 Orifice Fire Tower Gu, as well as the rank 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu. These 5 Gu worms were of the same series, inherited from the same origin. To refine 5 orifices fire pagoda goo, one had to first refine a large number of rank 1 single orifice charcoal goo. Then use single orifice charcoal goo as the main material. Refine twin orifice furnace goo. From rank 1 to rank 2, from rank 2 to rank 3, from rank 3 to rank 4. Rank 4 to rank 5, progressing like this. Finally, 5 orifices fire pagoda goo was refined. Because there were many steps, the process was long. Thus, there were more than 1,000 kinds of goo refinement materials provided to both sides. Of course, with Feng Yuan's wisdom path methods, he could modify the goo recipe and save on the steps of the entire goo refinement process. He could even directly use these materials to refine 5 orifices fire pagoda goo in one step. But Feng Yuan thought for a while and gave up on the idea of modifying the goo recipe, deciding to take it step by step. There were many reasons. Firstly, he could not rely on wisdom goo in public. Secondly, deducing and modifying the goo recipe consumed a lot of time. It was not worth it. Moreover, this was a battle. Both sides could attack 5 times and disturb each other's goo refinement. If the goo recipe was completed in one step, once it was disturbed, all the previous efforts would be wasted. It was better to take it step by step. While Feng Yuan was inspecting the goo refinement materials, Feng Kim Hong was inspecting the goo recipe. While Feng Yuan was inspecting the goo recipe, Feng Kim Hong was carefully inspecting the goo refinement materials. Although the order of the two was different, when they started refining the goo at almost the same time. It has finally begun. Both sides spent over an hour inspecting the materials and goo recipe. They are really patient. This competition concerns the reputation of Crane Gate and Spirit Affinity House. It is a battle of reputation for the two ancient sects. The spectators started to mutter. Some supported Feng Kim Hong, while others favored Feng Yuan. There were also 2 sects below. The numerous Spirit Affinity House disciples and Immortal Crane sect disciples were staring at each other and competing with each other. The leading elders of Immortal Crane sect had ugly expressions. Feng Yuan had used Guts Goo as the gambling stake and did not report it to Crane Gate's higher-ups. Acting arbitrarily, this made them unhappy. At first, Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Huang's goo refinement techniques were the same. During this process, Feng Yuan relied on his proficient goo refinement techniques to gradually surpass Feng Kim Hong, progressing faster and pulling apart the gap. After all, Feng Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Even if Feng Kim Hong relied on Immortal Goo to explore dream realms and raise his refinement path attainment level, he was still far from being able to use it. He lacked practice. To catch up to Feng Yuan, Feng Kim Hong started to use her refinement path killer move. Advancing side by side, her hands shook as the lump of fire she was holding suddenly split into 2, forming 2 lumps of fire. Refinement path killer move, small wishful hand. 2 small hands flew out of Feng Kim Huang's mind. They were made of will and were tightly condensed, emitting a jade-like luster. Feng Kim Huang's hands were holding the 2 lumps of fire, continuously adjusting the intensity and temperature of the fire. And the 2 small wishful hands were grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Amazing! He used 2 killer moves in a row. Feng Kim Hong came prepared. Her speed is far faster than Feng Yuan. Chapter 861. She used 2 immortal killer moves in a row. Under the mask, Feng Yuan's gaze was sharp as a blade. But soon, his gaze returned to the fire in his hand. Huff, that was close. Below the stage, a female disciple of Spirit Affinity House let out a breath of turbid air. Senior Sister Qin Wan, how is it dangerous? I clearly saw Senior Sister Jin Huang use 2 refinement path killer moves in a row and catch up. Another female disciple of Spirit Affinity House sitting beside Qin Wan, Sun Yao, who had some baby fat, asked curiously, Junior Sister Sun Yao, you have to know, this duel is different from the previous ones. It is a martial duel. In a martial duel, goo masters can attack each other and disturb their goo refinement. Qin Wan explained patiently, it can be like this? It is already very difficult for me to refine goo normally. But now, I have to be disturbed while refining goo. Oh heavens! Sun Yao covered her mouth, showing an expression of disbelief. This martial duel is clearly a form of torture. Who thought of this rule? It is too crafty. No. Qin Wan, however, showed an expression of agreement. Resisting interference is also one of the most important aspects of refinement path. In our future cultivation, we might encounter the situation of being sneak attacked by enemies while refining goo. In fact, many times when we leave the sect and go out to complete sect missions, because of all kinds of reasons, our goo worms will be exhausted, and we will have to refine new goo in the wild to deal with the situation. By the same logic, when we face a strong enemy and discover that the enemy is refining goo, we will also choose to launch a sneak attack, taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness to make the first move and create a favorable situation for ourselves. This is the practical meaning of martial duels. Junior sister Sun Yao, you also know, during the process of refining goo, goo masters need to be fully focused. Because of a careless mistake, they will fail and suffer backlash. But refining goo in the wild, you need to pay attention to your own environment. First, senior sister Jean Huang used 2 refinement path killer moves in a row. This is very risky, because the moment the killer move is activated, your mind naturally needs to be focused on the goo worm that is constructing the killer move. If it were any other goo master, they might get distracted and use the killer move, causing the fire to go out of balance and the goo refinement to fail. If at this time, that devil Fong Yuan suddenly attacked eldest senior sister Jean Huang, I'm afraid it'll be quite troublesome for her. After listening to senior sister Qin Wan's explanation, Sun Yao finally understood. So that's how it is. It was indeed quite dangerous. Fortunately, that devil Fong Yuan didn't make a move. Because Fong Yuan had repeatedly used the blood path goo refinement technique at crucial moments, Spirit Affinity House's disciples who did not like him called him a demon in private. However, there were actually many devils in the 10 great ancient sects of the Central Continent. For example, the third elder in Crane Gate, Lord Tiger Demon, was a demonic path goo immortal long ago. They were recruited by Immortal Crane sect. The one who reached the pinnacle in this aspect was Spirit Affinity House. The former sword Immortal Bo Qing was a member of the fiendish Dao. He had a murderous nature. In the end, Spirit Affinity House's Fairy Mo Yao used her emotions to influence Bo Qing into Spirit Affinity House. Currently, the story of Fairy by Qing and Feng Jiaoge. It was also widely spread. Feng Jiaoge was also a genuine demonic path cultivator. Central Continent was huge. It was a land of outstanding people. Every once in a while, there would always be some talented demonic cultivators and lone cultivators appearing out of nowhere. In order to maintain the overall situation, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. In order to protect their own benefits, recruiting these people was the best method to maintain the situation. He didn't attack? What a pity. Feng Kim Hong sighed inwardly. One of the 2 flames burning in front of him suddenly extinguished. What happened? The crowd could not help but feel a slight commotion. Did Demon Fong Yuan already make a move? Eldest senior sister was disrupted by him, and the goo refinement failed halfway? The demon is too crafty. We actually did not see what attack it was. Sun Yao anxiously shouted. Her tone was filled with disgust towards Fong Yuan. No, that's not right. The elder hosting this duel did not announce anything. This proves that Demon Fong Yuan did not make a move earlier. So that's it. Qin Wan's eyes brightened. She suddenly understood. So first senior sister was pretending to use 2 killer moves. It was actually a trap to lure Fong Yuan to attack her. Once Fong Yuan attacks, his mind will be focused on his own attacking method. This way, he will expose a flaw. First senior sister's counterattack will be very likely to succeed. Oh my, it was actually like this? Sun Yao's pouting lips slightly opened, exclaiming at the battle of wits and strategies behind this duel. Qin Wan's expression turned solemn. I was also kept in the dark earlier. This way, the truth is that first senior sister set up a trap, but that demon Fong Yuan saw through it and did not fall for it. Junior sister Sun Yao, watch carefully. This duel is going to be extremely exciting. The 2 sides are definitely the most outstanding geniuses of this generation. Yes. Sun Yao nodded, her large eyes staring at the duel without blinking. The competition among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had always been intense, not only in terms of goo immortals, but also in terms of disciples. In this generation, The most outstanding person among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was no doubt Feng Kim Hong. But in the contest for who immortal blessed land, Feng Yuan suddenly appeared and trampled Feng Kim Hong down the mountain. Disciples like Sun Yao and Qin Wan could not come into contact with all the details. Even Crane Gate's own disciples and most of the elders thought that Feng Yuan was a genius disciple that Crane Gate had secretly nurtured. In the previous duel, Feng Kim Hong was defeated by Feng Yuan. This duel was Feng Kim Hong trying to get back at him. It involved the most outstanding disciples of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. This was an invisible collision between Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. Thus, most of the spectators were thinking about one question: who was the most outstanding young Gu master of this generation? What they did not know was, Feng Yuan had already become a Gu immortal. Even though he was only an immortal zombie, he was no longer someone they could estimate. Feng Kim Hong had Dreamwing's immortal Gu. He had already started using it and tasted great benefits. Outsiders could only see the surface, while both sides did not care much about the fight for reputation. Feng Kim Hong had already matured a lot. He understood the word benefits. There was no need to even mention Feng Yuan. The duel continued. Even though Feng Yuan saw through Feng Kim Hong's trap, he did not fall for it. But Feng Kim Hong used 2 killer moves. Little Wishful Hand was real. It wasn't like they were advancing at the same time. That was just a facade created. With the help of these 2 will hands, Feng Kim Hong's Gu refinement speed was still slightly faster than Feng Yuan's. And as time passed, the gap between the two was getting bigger. But this gap was not obvious. Feng Yuan maintained his own rhythm and did not use any killer moves. He only used Gu refinement techniques, handling the materials and controlling the flames almost perfectly. Gu refinement techniques were not refinement path killer moves. Techniques were just a type of technique, a summary of experience. It could be said to be the foundation of Gu refinement. So strong. Even enemies have to admit this demon Feng Yuan's Gu refinement foundation is too solid. Even some of our sect's elders can't reach his level. Qin Wan stared fixedly for a long time before she suddenly sighed. He has grasped so many Gu refinement techniques. Up until now, he has at least 30 of them. But I feel our first senior sister is still the best. She was a little behind at the start, but she caught up later. Now, no matter how the demon Feng Yuan chases, he cannot catch up. This little wishful hand killer move is so convenient. Sun Yao said in admiration. No. Qin Wan shook her head. First senior sister's lead might not be a good thing. Maintaining a killer move expends primeval essence and also mental energy. In contrast, the demon Feng Yuan is only using basic Gu refinement techniques. His mental energy consumption is low. In the long run, his mental energy will be more abundant than first senior sister's. It will be more helpful for the Gu refinement later. Ah, it's like this. Then isn't first senior sister in danger? Senior sister Qin Wan, from what you said, first senior sister is using a refinement path killer move and is in the lead, but is in a disadvantage now? Although what you said makes sense, how can this be? Sun Yao felt dizzy. Hee, junior sister Sun Yao, this is the brilliance of the refinement path convention. You have just started cultivating. There are many things you have yet to come into contact with. You will slowly understand in the future. Qin Wan smiled, but her heart was heavy. The demon Feng Yuan is really too strong. Just by using Gu refinement techniques, he is able to keep up with first senior sister. Even if first senior sister uses a refinement path killer move, she cannot close the gap. This can't go on. Feng Kim Hong felt fatigued. Logically speaking, the competition had just started. Both sides should be refining the rank 1 single orifice charcoal Gu. According to Feng Kim Hong's ability, she should still be full of mental energy. She should not be feeling fatigued. But the previous estimation was one thing, and the actual competition was another. Feng Kim Hong could ignore the gazes outside the stage. She had outstanding talent and had Gu immortal parents. She had been showered in everyone's gazes since she was young. One could say that Feng Kim Hong was already used to it. Feng Kim Hong's pressure mainly came from Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan displayed an incomparably solid foundation. Just by using Gu refinement techniques, he was able to keep up with Feng Kim Hong. Even when she used a refinement path killer move, she could not shake off Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's outstanding performance and strong battle results The outside world's overestimation of his attainment level made Feng Kim Hong feel pressure even before the competition. After the competition started, Feng Yuan chased after her unhurriedly, causing Feng Kim Hong to feel pressure. This pressure greatly increased the expenditure on Feng Kim Hong's mental energy. It made Feng Kim Hong feel traces of fatigue and unease from the depths of her heart. It seems that even if I have Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster attainment level, I cannot match Feng Yuan's Refinement Path attainment. What should I do? Feng Kim Hong refined Gu as she tried to think of a countermeasure. Now that I have used a Refinement Path killer move, my mental energy is being expended rapidly. The competition has just started. As time passes, Feng Yuan's advantage in this aspect will become even more obvious. But if I give up on using Refinement Path killer moves, I will not be able to match Feng Yuan in terms of Gu refinement techniques alone. And my greatest advantage is the large number of Refinement Path killer moves that I have meticulously prepared. Chapter 862. In this duel, only the Gu refinement materials provided by the convention could be used. Although offensive methods and Refinement Path killer moves could be used, soul and mind-related methods such as soul-nourishing methods were all prohibited. This rule was suggested by Feng Kim Hong. The goal was to prohibit Feng Yuan from using Guts Gu to strengthen his soul. The soul and mind were closely related. Feng Kim Hong's action was to restrict Feng Yuan's advantage in this aspect, but who could have thought that she would be the first to taste the bitterness of this rule? Whoosh! Suddenly, Feng Kim Hong flicked her pinky finger, shooting out a golden light. The golden light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Feng Yuan, directly aiming at the Gu refinement fire in Feng Yuan's hand. If this fire was hit by the golden light, even with Feng Yuan's ability, he could only admit defeat and suffer the backlash, starting all over again. But, such an important position, how could a cautious person like Feng Yuan not pay attention to defense? Clang! With a crisp sound, the golden light hit an invisible barrier 3 inches away from the fire and was blocked. Feng Yuan's gaze was calm. The fire in his hand was not affected in the slightest. Feng Kim Hong's attack was blocked by Feng Yuan without batting an eyelid. Only after this attack and defense ended did the Gu masters below the stage react. Spirit Affinity House's Feng Kim Hong attacked first, but it was blocked by Crane Gate's Feng Yuan. What was that attack just now? It was so fast. Feng Kim Hong made a mistake this time. How could Feng Yuan not defend such an important place? It would have been better to attack Feng Yuan's body and injure him. Quickly look. Feng Kim Hong used a Refinement Path killer move again. There was a commotion below the stage, but the stage was very quiet. All the noises outside the stage were isolated. Attack the enemy's weakness, then take advantage of this relatively safe opportunity. Are you going to use other Refinement Path killer moves? Feng Yuan glanced at Feng Kim Hong as he sneered internally. Looks like you are going all out. As expected of Feng Kim Hong. Even when you were young, you knew your strengths and weaknesses. I have to say, this is a wise choice. While praising in his heart, Feng Yuan did not restrain himself. He continued to refine the Gu according to plan. Feng Kim Hong attacked the enemy's vital point and wasted a precious opportunity to attack. And he used this chance to truly activate the second Refinement Path killer move. With the help of 2 killer moves, her Gu refinement speed rose sharply, gradually leaving Feng Yuan in the dust. Without Feng Yuan pressuring her from behind, Feng Kim Hong's pressure was reduced. Her body and mind felt light. A layer of shackles was removed from her mind. Her Gu refinement speed seemed to have increased by 10%. In this duel, Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong each had 5 chances to attack. Because it was only a duel, not a life and death battle. The power of each attack was limited to a certain extent. The first time, he could only use rank 1 Gu. The second time, he could use rank 2 Gu, and so on. The 5th time, he could use rank 5 Gu. Similarly, when defending, he could only use Gu worms of the corresponding rank. This was another restriction on Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan was an immortal zombie. He had the immortal killer move Myriad Self. The giant hand pressed down. Feng Kim Hong would not be able to block it. Of course, Feng Kim Hong had Gu immortal parents behind her. She definitely had immortal essence, immortal Gu, in the goo immortal's emotions or will. If Fang Yuan really wanted to kill her, it was unlikely. This time, he really used a refinement path killer move. Advance together. First senior sister is far ahead. Outside the stage, Sun Yao shouted excitedly. That's right, it is a pity that he used one of the 5 chances. But this is also the most classic battle tactic. After all, victory or defeat depends on the goo refinement results. Qinhuan looked at the stage and pondered. As time passed, Fang Yuan fell further behind Feng Kim Hong. But the strange thing was, he was not anxious at all. He did not seem to have any intention of overtaking Feng Kim Hong. Fang Yuan was still using his goo refinement method, refining single orifice charcoal goo one by one. Meanwhile, Feng Kim Hong had already started refining rank 2 twin orifice furnace goo. Soon, the stage was filled with exclamations of admiration. As it turned out, Feng Kim Hong used the 3rd refinement path killer move to increase her speed again. An hour later, Feng Kim Hong took the initiative to attack Fang Yuan. And while Fang Yuan was defending, she activated the 4th refinement path killer move. For killer moves were activated at the same time. Feng Kim Hong already had 6 fireballs floating in front of her. Each fireball was equipped with a small wishful hand, constantly grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Through the control of the small wishful hand, the amount of goo refinement materials thrown into the fire was very precise. With the help of the 4 killer moves, Feng Kim Hong's goo refinement speed had already surpassed Fang Yuan's, and not long after, she started refining 3 orifice firehouse goo. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had just started refining twin orifice furnace goo. Looking at Feng Kim Hong's triumphant progress, leaving Fang Yuan further behind, many people were puzzled. What the hell is Fang Yuan doing? Sun Yao giggled. First senior sister will win for sure. Qinhuan was also a refinement path genius. She was already the focus of Spirit Affinity House, but she had not matured yet. She agreed with Sun Yao's words. At this rate, first senior sister has a high chance of winning. With my ability, my limit is to maintain 5 refinement path killer moves at the same time. But this is a martial duel. I need to conserve my strength to deal with Fang Yuan's attacks. Out of the 5 chances to attack, I have already used 2. While Fang Yuan is only defending, he has not attacked yet. Don't tell me. My conditions are too tempting, making him admit defeat? Feng Kim Hong could not understand Fang Yuan's performance. She could not help but feel suspicious. Another 30 minutes passed. Feng Kim Hong's refinement of 3 orifice firehouse goo was already halfway through. Right now, Feng Kim Hong's advantage was extremely clear. She was far ahead of Fang Yuan. It is time to make a move. Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp. He sensed that the time was ripe. He took out a goo worm from his immortal aperture. I am going to attack, he suddenly said softly. Feng Kim Hong's attention was immediately attracted. Her bright eyes stared at Fang Yuan. At the same time, she continued to refine the goo. You are finally starting to attack? But why did you take the initiative to tell me? What is the meaning of this? Feng Kim Hong was naturally extremely vigilant. Fang Yuan chuckled, continuing. Feng Kim Hong, you need to be careful. This goo worm of mine is a rank 1 ghost fire goo. Feng Kim Hong squinted her eyes, vigilance flashing in her eyes. She quickly thought. It is definitely a rank 1 goo worm. According to the rules, this is Fang Yuan's first attack. He can only use rank 1 methods. But ghost fire goo might not be the same. He showed me the appearance of the goo worm. Is he trying to mislead me? After all, goo worms can also be disguised. I need to be extremely careful. Just as she was thinking, Fang Yuan activated the goo worm in his hand. Once this goo was activated, it immediately turned into a small lump of eerie ghost fire, slowly floating towards Feng Kim Hong. It really is ghost fire goo? Feng Kim Hong was slightly stunned. Right at this time, ghost fire goo suddenly accelerated, shooting towards Feng Kim Hong. It's coming. It is merely a rank 1 ghost fire goo. Feng Kim Hong's eyes shone with a sharp light. She was extremely confident. She was already prepared. Defending against the rank 1 ghost fire goo was a piece of cake. When the ghost fire goo rushed over, she even had the time to consider the possibility of Fang Yuan's continuous attacks. However, the moment the ghost fire goo got close to Feng Kim Hong, it suddenly stopped. Then, The ghost fire leisurely revolved around Feng Kim Hong, swaying left and right. What? Feng Kim Hong was secretly shocked. What is Fang Yuan trying to do? The next moment, her expression darkened as she understood. In this duel, the Gu Master's defense was limited to a radius of 3 feet. If the ghost fire Gu did not get within 3 feet of Feng Kim Hong would not be able to defend against it. The process of the ghost fire floating could only be considered as the process of Fang Yuan's attack. He is trying to use rank 1 ghost fire to pressure me and restrain my mind. Feng Kim Hong was extremely intelligent. She quickly understood Fang Yuan's intention. So sinister. Many people outside the stage also saw through this. Sun Yao was filled with indignation. Demon Fang Yuan is using a loophole in the rules. Who can refine Gu peacefully with a ghost fire floating in front of them? Is no one doing anything about this? This is too shameless. Qin Wan shook her head, saying solemnly, this rule was set by both sides. This kind of suspense attack is a classic battle tactic. It is not shameless. Damn it. Feng Kim Huang's forehead started to break out in cold sweat. The ghost fire attacks the soul. I have expended a lot of my mind. If I get hit, I will definitely make a mistake. But if I only defend now, I will have to divert my mind to pay attention to the ghost fire's movement, and the Gu refinement speed will fall. There was another method in front of Feng Kim Hong. That was to take the initiative to attack and destroy this ghost fire. But this would not be worth it, because her third move would be a rank 3 method. Using a rank 3 method to destroy Fang Yuan's rank 1 ghost fire Gu, she would be at a disadvantage no matter how she thought about it. Maybe this is Fang Yuan's intention. He wants to lure me into using this precious opportunity to attack. Feng Kim Hong looked at Fang Yuan, gritting her teeth. Manipulating the ghost fire also expended mental energy. But Fang Yuan had not used any refinement path killer moves. He only used Gu refinement techniques. He could be said to be full of mental energy. It was more than enough to manipulate the ghost fire. Oh, you don't want to destroy my ghost fire? You are really patient. Hee hee. Fang Yuan laughed. Then, how about I add another ghost fire? Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan took out the second ghost fire Gu. Feng Kim Hong, look carefully. This is a rank 2 ghost fire Gu. Fang Yuan said plainly, different from Feng Kim Huang's sneak attack. He directly revealed his methods. His attacking style was the complete opposite of Feng Kim Huang's style. Feng Kim Huang's 2 attacks were fast, accurate, and ruthless, attacking the enemy's weak points, causing Fang Yuan to be busy dealing with them, while he used the chance to use refinement path killer moves to increase his speed. But Fang Yuan could only be described with one word: slow. The second ghost fire slowly floated in front of Feng Kim Hong, 3 feet away from her. This ghost fire was sent out by the rank 2 ghost fire Gu. It was twice the size of the first one. Chapter 863. The 2 ghost fires moved one after the other, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right, sometimes far away and sometimes near, without any pattern. Feng Kim Hong had to guard against these 2 fires, while also splitting her attention to refine Gu. Soon, Feng Kim Hong could not hold on any longer. Bam! With a small explosion, one of the Gu refinement flames that she controlled was instantly destroyed. The Gu worm inside had already formed its embryonic form, but unfortunately, it was all for naught. First senior sister made a mistake. What a pity! That Gu worm only lacks the final 3 steps. Sun Yao stomped her feet in anger. Qin Wan's expression also sank. This is the first mistake since the start of the duel. Even though first senior sister has a deep foundation, it is still too much for her to split her attention to so many things. Then what do we do? Sun Yao looked over with a pleading expression. Qin Wan pondered. If it were me, I would take the initiative to cancel a refinement path killer move. Because we have a huge advantage. As long as we maintain this advantage and do not make any more mistakes, the other party should be anxious. But canceling the killer move is the same as activating it. Because of the change, we will have to pay more attention to it, which will create an instant flaw. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong was also having the same thought. Cancel a refinement path killer move? Is that what Fang Yuan is trying to do? No, I still have a way. I will attack for the 3rd time and use a sound wave attack to get rid of these 2 ghost fires. Geniuses like Feng Kim Hong always had pride in their bones. They were not willing to admit defeat. Feng Kim Huang's eyes shone when she thought of this. But when she looked at Feng Yuan, her heart turned cold. Feng Yuan was wearing a sinister mask. His gaze was cold as ice in the holes of the mask. There seemed to be a mocking smile hidden within. Wait, something's not right. As their gazes met, Feng Kim Huang's heart shook. This is Feng Yuan's trap. He has been waiting for this. Once I attack for the third time, Feng Yuan will grab this opportunity and attack. By then, my mental state will have already exceeded its limit. It will be hard for him to take care of the situation. He might not even be able to defend himself and will be hit by him. Damn it. Feng Kim Hong gritted his teeth. A drop of cold sweat slid from his forehead to the corner of his eyebrows and down his cheeks. This can't go on. I have to think of a way. What should I do? Think carefully, think quickly. Bang! While Feng Kim Hong was thinking, another fireball exploded. This explosion. It was much more serious than the first time. The surrounding fireballs were affected. Feng Kim Hong quickly discarded the messy thoughts in his mind and tried his best to stabilize the other fireballs. Eldest senior sister had made a mistake again. How could this be? Not good. Eldest senior sister is injured. Sun Yao cried out in alarm. Demon Feng Yuan gave her too much pressure. First senior sister was trying to think of a countermeasure, and in a moment of carelessness, she paid less attention to the Gu refinement and made a mistake. Failing the Gu refinement would naturally result in backlash. Fortunately, her injuries are not serious. Qin Wan's tone also revealed her nervousness. She exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said, however, this is also a good thing. Sun Yao didn't understand and angrily mumbled, Senior Sister Qin Wan, what are you saying? Senior Apprentice Sister made a mistake in the Gu refinement. Why is it a good thing that you're injured? Because the fire in her hand extinguished two of them. Part of his mind was freed. Now, she had the strength to spare. We can calmly deal with the current situation, Qin Wan analyzed. Sun Yao slapped her forehead in realization. Oh, right. Feng Yuan started laughing again. When Feng Kim Hong heard Feng Yuan's laughter, his heart sank. She raised her head and indeed saw Feng Yuan take out the third Gu worm. Feng Yuan continued, look closely, this is a rank 3 ghost fire Gu. In the next moment, 3 balls of willow, the wisp hovered around Feng Kim Hong. Damn it, damn it. Sun Yao stomped her feet in anger. This demon is too shameless. Eldest senior sister had just recovered from her shock when he sent out another ball of ghost fire. He still wants to force eldest senior sister to make a mistake. That is indeed the case. Qin Wan's expression was solemn. This way, the pressure will increase greatly. I'm afraid eldest senior sister will have to focus all her attention on defense. Sun Yao gritted her teeth in anger and subconsciously waved her fists. This demon is not refining Gu properly and is spending all his attention on the willow, the wisp. This is a classic example of not focusing on proper work. This person is too evil. I really want to beat him up. Damn it. How can this be? Feng Kim Hong fell into a huge predicament. She was clearly in the lead, but when Feng Yuan made his move, she was in a passive position. Feng Kim Hong knew the situation was bad, because the duel's tempo was completely under Feng Yuan's control. Feng Kim Hong wanted to counterattack, but she did not have enough strength. Those 3 willow, the wisp floated around her, sometimes even breaking through the 3 feet distance before suddenly retreating. It was clear that he was teasing Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong was a young girl after all. She was filled with anger from Feng Yuan's teasing, but she could not vent it out. She wanted to get rid of these 3 annoying willow, the wisp, so she had to take the risk. But reason told Feng Kim Hong that she did not need to take the risk, because even if she made 2 mistakes, she was still ahead of Feng Yuan by a huge margin. As long as she maintained her lead, victory was hers. However, when Feng Kim Hong started refining 4 orifices fire tower Gu, not long after, Feng Yuan also started refining 4 orifices fire tower Gu. This discovery immediately made Feng Kim Hong shocked. When did Feng Yuan close the gap between us? This is impossible. He has not even used a refinement path killer move. But the truth was like this. Fang Yuan was just using refinement path techniques and pure basic skills to shrink the gap bit by bit, unknowingly catching up to Feng Kim Hong. The Gu masters below the stage also realized this. Unbelievable. This demon Fang Yuan actually caught up. Spirit Affinity House's female disciples cried out in shock. He is actually using Gu refinement techniques to win against refinement path killer moves. Fang Yuan's strength truly far surpasses Feng Kim Hong. These were people who overestimated Fang Yuan, and they were still overestimating him. How can this be? Fang Yuan must have cheated. Everyone knows the power of refinement path killer moves. He did not use any killer moves to catch up. This is impossible. Sun Yao is very dissatisfied. What kind of eyesight does the hosting elder have? He is not even stopping the competition. Is he investigating this demon Fang Yuan? Senior sister Qin Wan, who was beside her, sighed deeply. Be quiet, junior sister. Gu refinement techniques naturally cannot compare to refinement path killer moves. But in this duel, they can win against killer moves. Senior sister, what do you mean? Because the key to victory is not the methods, but the Gu masters themselves. The Gu refinement has already reached the middle and late stages. Fang Yuan's mind is still full, while first senior sister's mind is fully focused. Once she relaxes, Fang Yuan will use ghost fire to intimidate her, making her feel tired. First senior sister is already very tired, without the control of her mind. No matter how powerful a refinement path killer move is, it is only a support. The Gu refinement speed will naturally slow down. Saying so, Qin Wan sighed. This is all Fang Yuan's plan. First senior sister suggested refining 5 orifices fire pagoda Gu, and he agreed without hesitation. But the Gu recipe and refinement materials were all provided by him. From the start of this battle of attrition, he purposely lagged behind to preserve his mind. At the middle stage, he attacked, although he was lagging behind. But he held the initiative in the competition. Because first senior sister had the advantage, she did not want to take risks, so she dragged it on. But she did not know that this was Fang Yuan's scheme. Now that it is the late stage, first senior sister is too tired. Her speed is getting slower, and she will soon be overtaken by Fang Yuan. What? Sun Yao looked over worriedly. Soon, her worry became reality. Fang Yuan's progress was slowly on par with Feng Kim Hong. Then, he slowly overtook her. Don't tell me, is first senior sister going to lose? Sun Yao's eyes were red. She could not help but tear up. She has already worked so hard. It is already the end, and first senior sister is even injured. Was he going to let this despicable and shameless demon win just like that? I am not resigned to this. I am also not resigned. Qin Wan heaved a deep sigh, but first senior sister still has a chance. There is still a chance? Sun Yao turned her head, looking at senior sister Qin Wan in pleasant surprise. Qin Wan nodded. That's right. Don't forget, first senior sister still has 3 chances to attack. Rank 3 attack once, rank 4 attack once, rank 5 attack once. Each attack will be stronger. This is the method to turn the tables. This competition is not over yet. There is still hope. That's right. We still have hope. First senior sister, do your best. Sun Yao's eyes brightened. She suddenly shouted. Her shout soon attracted the support of others. The strong sense of pride and belonging to the sect made the hundreds of Spirit Affinity House disciples cheer loudly, cheering for Feng Kim Hong. Even though their voices could not be transmitted, Feng Kim Hong could feel it. These guys. I cannot lose. I want to win. It is time to use my trump card. Refinement path killer move. Ink transformation. Feng Kim Hong shouted in his heart. He raised his hand and launched 3 consecutive attacks at Fang Yuan. Feng Kim Hong staked it all in one throw. He did not make a move, but once he made a move, he used all his remaining chances to attack. Child's play. Fang Yuan blocked all these attacks at the same time. He sent out 3 ghost fires to interfere. The interference effect was not too outstanding. Feng Kim Hong extinguished these 3 ghost fires. His refinement path killer move was almost completed. Humph! Expose Gu. Go. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. He flicked his finger and a rank 4 Gu worm flew out. At the same time, he launched a rank 5 attack, attacking later but arriving first. Feng Kim Hong was prepared. She blocked the rank 5 attack, but exposed goo detonated when it got close to her. The explosion was not intense, but the light was very dazzling. How can this be? How did he know the flaw of ink transformation killer move? Under Feng Kim Huang's incredulous expression, ink transformation killer move was completely interrupted. The killer move's activation failed. The intense backlash immediately caused Feng Kim Huang's internal organs to twitch. A large amount of blood was flowing out of her body. The intense pain caused her body and mind to shake. She was no longer able to control the fire lump. The entire goo refinement failed. Another huge backlash erupted on her body. Feng Kim Hong raised her head and vomited a mouthful of blood. She fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. The audience was in chaos. Spirit Affinity House's disciples wanted to go up, but were blocked by the goo formation. Do not disturb the order. Violators will be punished, the hosting elder shouted. After stabilizing the situation, he looked at Feng Yuan. At once, almost everyone in the audience looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Kim Hong had already fainted. Even if she woke up and tried to refine goo again, the materials she had were far from enough. Right now, Feng Yuan was in an invincible position. As long as he refined 5 orifices fire pagoda goo, he would obtain victory. But just as Feng Yuan was about to succeed, the incomplete goo worm in his hand suddenly self-detonated. Feng Yuan was stunned. This? Chapter 864. Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Huang's duel, which attracted countless people's attention, ended with an outcome that surpassed everyone's expectations. The duel was very exciting. It could be said to be full of twists and turns. Eventually, Feng Yuan already had the absolute advantage, but he coincidentally encountered a rank 5 goo's failure rate, causing his efforts to be in vain. He did not have enough goo refinement materials for a second attempt. While Feng Kim Hong had fainted, he also lacked materials. Thus, this duel ended in a draw. Meanwhile, after the duel ended, Feng Kim Hong was healed and recovered rapidly. After learning of the final outcome, Feng Kim Hong looked at Feng Yuan with deep meaning. Since it was a draw, then according to the duel's rules, both sides had 2 choices. One was to take back their winnings. The second was to exchange their winnings. Just as Feng Yuan expected, Feng Kim Hong chose the second option. Feng Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. Feng Kim Hong first handed an information path goo worm to Feng Yuan. The goo worm recorded the method for immortal zombies to regain life. Next, both sides signed a contract as a subordinate force of Crane Gate, the owner of who immortal blessed land, Feng Yuan, would establish a guts goo trade with Spirit Affinity House. From now on, Feng Yuan would prioritize the supply of guts goo to Spirit Affinity House. Even Crane Gate would have to wait. Lord Feng Yuan, my clan's Lord He Fengyang would like to have a chat with you. After the duel ended, a Crane Gate elder came to Feng Yuan of his own accord, showing a humble attitude. Oh! Feng Yuan was surprised. Then lead the way. On a desolate mountain peak, he met He Fengyang again. He Fengyang still had the appearance of a young man, wearing a white robe. He had a black belt and his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. His green eyebrows that extended to his waist were also fluttering in the wind. This is a bet. It must not have been easy, right? He Fengyang looked at Feng Yuan with a deep gaze. Feng Yuan smiled. There's nothing I can do. I've encountered a failure rate, so I can only stare. His words were naturally flawless. He Fengyang examined Feng Yuan from top to bottom, then suddenly said solemnly, "It is a pity that you have such talent in refinement path, but you have degenerated into a zombie. Actually, if you want to find a way to regain your life, you don't have to go far. My Crane Gate has a mystical method that can guarantee that you can get rid of your immortal zombie body." Feng Yuan listened. He could not help but feel strange. Why did he feel that He Fengyang was trying to recruit him? But thinking about it, even if Feng Yuan was opposing Crane Gate and had some other background, just based on Feng Yuan's goo refinement attainment, it was enough to move Crane Gate. Feng Yuan naturally knew what the mystical method He Fengyang was talking about was. What else could it be? It was obvious that it was a technique of possession. He Fengyang would never have expected that Feng Yuan had already made preparations in this aspect. If I lose my freedom, I would rather keep my immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan said. Feng shook his head. I invited you here not to debate about freedom with you. Let's get down to business. You captured that brother of yours. You must hand him over. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Oh, is this a threat? Fang Yuan's tone sank. Fang Zheng was his backup for rebirth. Even if he did not use it to get rid of his immortal zombie body, Fang Zheng was still the best candidate to refine blood deity. How could Fang Yuan let him go? Feng nodded. You can think of it as a threat, but I prefer to think of it as a warning. To tell you the truth, we want to get rid of Fang Zheng. This is an order from the Celestial Court. You might not understand the weight of the two words Celestial Court, but you need to understand. In Central Continent, no force or person can go against the Celestial Court. How could Fang Yuan not understand the power of the Celestial Court? He had his previous life's memories. He knew more about the power and terror of the Celestial Court than Feng. Of course I know about the Celestial Court, but the Celestial Court actually wants to get rid of Fang Zheng? It actually wants to get rid of a mortal so seriously? Isn't your excuse a little too fake? Feng, how can you convince me? Fang Yuan shrugged. Feng sighed. I don't need to convince you. But if you leave Fang Zheng alive, the final outcome would be a mortal blessed land being attacked and absorbed by the Celestial Court. To me, to Crane Gate, I do not wish for this to happen. Think about it. But there is not much time left. If you can think it through, 3 days later, hand over Fang Zheng to me. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. This unexpected news caught him off guard. He did not know about the existence of Fate Immortal Gu, and could not link the Celestial Court and Fang Zheng together. He looked at Fengyang's face, trying to find a flaw in his expression. Do you think I am stupid? Handing over Fang Zheng to you is equivalent to handing you the key to attacking immortal blessed land. Fengyang raised his head and laughed. Fang Yuan, it has been hard on you. An immortal zombie, you have so many tricks up your sleeves. You don't need to test me. The truth is, you are already starting to believe my words. I am actually more curious than you. But regarding the Celestial Court, it is better to stop being curious. 3 days later, I will execute Fang Zheng in front of you. But in exchange, you have to bring Master Tincheru's soul back intact. You should know that he is my subordinate. He is quite capable. Fang Yuan became silent. Fengyang did not stop. He disappeared on the spot with a flash of light. Since Fengyang left, Fang Yuan did not stay for long. He used fixed immortal travel to return to immortal blessed land. He threw the matter regarding Fang Zheng to the back of his mind. The first thing Fang Yuan did was to research the method that Feng Qimhong gave him. Fairy Lian Xiang? What Fang Yuan did not expect was that this method of getting rid of the zombie body was related to a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Fairy Lian Xiang was a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, just like how Mo Yao was a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. According to Feng Qimhuang's information, when Fairy Lian Xiang was rank 5, she was plotted against by an enemy and refined into a zombie. But she had one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Guyue Desolate in physique. Due to a fortuitous encounter, she succeeded in her immortal ascension. Her zombie body was baptized by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. She was reborn. In the end, many Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House deduced, getting rid of the zombie body. The method to obtain rebirth was the immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques? Fang Yuan was a little disappointed. This method, to him, it was not feasible. Even though he had Blood Skull Gu, it could raise a Gu master's aptitude. Guyue's generation was Fang Yuan's role model. But Blood Skull Gu was only a mortal Gu. Even if Fang Yuan had many descendants and killed them, it could not raise Fang Yuan's aptitude as an immortal zombie. However, if I can raise Blood Skull Gu to immortal Gu, it will be useful to me. I can use Blood Skull Immortal Gu to raise my first aperture to Guyue Desolate in physique, and undergo immortal ascension. I will have a high chance of reviving. But to raise Blood Skull Gu to immortal Gu, I need to deduce the immortal Gu recipe of Blood Skull Gu. This will take a huge amount of time and effort. Also, even if I raise my aptitude to the level of one of the 10 extreme physiques, my future tribulations will be very dangerous. According to Feng Qimhuang's information, Fairy Lien Xiang's immortal ascension tribulation was extremely terrifying. It was almost equivalent to the grand tribulation of a rank 7 Gu immortal. It was very likely that the immortal ascension of a zombie was too heaven-defying and attracted the wrath of heaven. If not for the help of several Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House, Fairy Lien Xiang might have been turned to ashes by the grand tribulation. The tribulation of one of the 10 extreme physiques when they undergo immortal ascension. It was very terrifying. Fang Yuan had personally witnessed He Lolan's tribulation. The latter had even lost her immortal Gu. When one of the 10 extreme physiques turned into a zombie and attempted to ascend to an immortal, the tribulation would be even more terrifying. Its might would increase by dozens of times. Fang Yuan concluded. This method not only needed a lot of preparation, it would waste a lot of time and effort. The risk was also very high. There was no help from others. With Fang Yuan's current strength, even if he worked with Tai Bai Yunsheng, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan, it would be impossible. It was also impossible. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Yuan could only put this method aside. He entered Deng Hun Palace's prison. He saw Fang Zheng, who was imprisoned inside. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Seeing his brother, Fang Zheng shouted angrily. His gaze was filled with hatred. Fang Yuan said, "What, you still haven't thought it through?" Fang Zheng shouted, "Even if there is a reason, Crane Gate and Master are responsible. You are still the main culprit. You are the true culprit who killed uncle and aunt. I will never forgive you. I will never let you off. Kill me, otherwise, I will forever be your enemy." "Oh, my good little brother, you are really stubborn. In that case," Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. He suddenly stretched out his hand and aimed at Fang Zheng. Soul Search. Fang Zheng's body shook. He could not move. He wanted to scream but could not. His throat seemed to be blocked. His expression was filled with pain. Fang Yuan searched Fang Zheng's soul 7 or 8 times, but did not find anything valuable. Fang Zheng is such an ordinary Gu master. Why was Celestial Court ordered to exterminate him? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Although there was no evidence, he was inclined to believe that He Fengyang was speaking the truth. Fang Yuan did not know that Celestial Court had Fate Immortal Gu. Although he had his previous life's memories, they were limited. He could not know everything, especially when it involved the secrets of the strongest organization in the 5 regions, Celestial Court. Did someone do something to Fang Zheng's soul? Fang Yuan shook his head. This was not possible, but it could not be ruled out. Then should I hand over Fang Zheng or not? This was the problem. Fang Yuan was not afraid of He Fengyang, but he was wary of Crane Gate, and more worried about Celestial Court. Celestial Court had rank 8 Gu immortals. As long as one of them made a move, killing him would be as easy as killing an ant. Of course, this was the result of the battle. Fang Yuan naturally would not be so foolish. He could still escape. He could escape. Fixed immortal travel was a great method. 3 days later, Fang Yuan handed over Fang Zheng, as well as the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenchiru's soul was inside. Fang Zheng had clearly been tortured. He had gone through many terrifying tortures. Not only were his flesh torn, there were many wounds on his body that were so deep that bones could be seen. Even one of his arms had been cut off and replaced with a dog's front limb, and Fang Zheng could still feel the dog limb. He could control it and perform a series of actions. Such torture could cause a person to break down. But He Fengyang only glanced at him. He did not say anything. He said to Fang Yuan, "You have made a clear choice. Now, fulfill your promise." Fang Yuan's gaze shone brightly. "Then watch carefully." He Fengyang slowly made his move. Under Fang Yuan's full investigation, he killed Fang Zheng on the spot. Not even a trace of him was left behind by the flames. "Lord He Fengyang, why? You promised me." Master Tenchiru's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. "This is the Celestial Court's order. Crane Gate needs Fang Zheng's sacrifice. Sky Crane, this is your fate. You wanted to possess Fang Zheng, but in the end, your heart softened. You were willing to accompany him and guide his cultivation. Now, he is completely dead. Not even a trace of his soul is left. As compensation for going back on my words, I will find a good candidate for you to be reborn." He Fengyang said slowly. "Lord," Master Tenchiru cried. Chapter 865. Now, I can confirm that He Fengyang is expressing goodwill towards me. Feng Yuan had a realization. He Fengyang invited Feng Yuan to Feihe Mountain to take a look. What kind of place was Feihe Mountain? It was where Crane Gates Mountain was located. Even though the symbolic meaning was greater than the actual meaning, the meaning behind these words was already very clear. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, Feng Yuan pondered over He Fengyang's subtle attitude and suddenly laughed silently. After the duel with Feng Kim Hong, Feng Yuan had established a business relationship with Spirit Affinity House. This Guts Gu transaction had a higher priority than Crane Gate. But because it was the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, and with so many witnesses, even Immortal Crane sect could not find any excuse to stop this transaction that had extraordinary meaning. Who Immortal Blessed Land and Spirit Affinity House were in cahoots. This made Crane Gate feel a sense of danger. In history, Spirit Affinity House had the most cases of roping in demonic path Gu immortals. For example, Bo Qing, Feng Jioga, and others, they were examples that were deeply rooted in people's hearts. Not long ago, after failing to reclaim Hu immortal blessed land, Feng Yuan displayed extremely high refinement path attainment. Crane Gate finally decided to appease and rope in Feng Yuan. Thus, He Fengyang's attitude towards Feng Yuan had changed. Feng Jing's matter should be true. He Fengyang's actions were no doubt a kind of goodwill towards Feng Yuan. He even used the possession method to lure Feng Yuan. To him, if Feng Yuan detained Feng Jing, Celestial Court would definitely attack Hu immortal blessed land. If Feng Yuan did not destroy Danghun Mountain in advance, Celestial Court would definitely obtain it. Hu immortal blessed land could not be moved away, and Celestial Court might not be interested in it. He would leave it to one of the 10 great ancient sections. As for which ancient sect it would depend on the results of the internal competition within the Celestial Court. Obviously, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals at Crane Gate had low influence. The possibility of taking back Hu immortal blessed land in the competition was not high. Even if they took it back, without Danghun Mountain, Hu immortal blessed land's value would be greatly reduced. No matter how he looked at it, this was against the interests of He Fengyang and the Crane Gate. Therefore, He Fengyang told Feng Yuan about this to protect his own interests. Right now, I am a vassal of Crane Gate in name, but I am benefiting from both Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. All of a sudden, my external pressure has been reduced by more than half. Feng Yuan sighed. In fact, Feng Yuan had been planning for such a situation for a long time. Previously, he had ignored Feng Kim Huang's challenge. Later on, he took the initiative to communicate with him. What was the point of accepting the challenge? He wanted to borrow Spirit Affinity House's influence to resist Crane Gate's strength. Feng Yuan achieved his goal, but the crucial factor was not him. It was the temptation of Guts Gu itself. Feng Yuan snatched Hu immortal blessed land, which caused Feng Kim Hong to be stimulated and discover the true use of Dreamwings' immortal Gu. And it was because Feng Kim Hong used Dreamwings and tasted its benefits that he placed even more importance on Guts Gu. If not for that, how could Spirit Affinity House let Feng Yuan borrow its influence so easily? The other party was not an idiot. That's right, Feng Yuan purposely made it a draw. It was to show a gentle attitude to Spirit Affinity House's people. For Feng Yuan, because of this duel, his situation in Central Continent had undergone an unprecedented change. It greatly reduced his pressure and allowed him to have more energy to make other plans. Of course, once the secret of Feng Yuan destroying 88-point Jinyang Tower was exposed, Central Continent's situation would definitely collapse. Feng Yuan would be chased by everyone and forced to flee for his life. For Feng Kim Hong, although she was injured and defeated in the duel, she was the biggest winner. From now on, with the help of Guts Gu and Dreamwings' immortal Gu, she would advance by leaps and bounds, surpassing almost all Gu immortals and growing rapidly. In my previous life, I killed Feng Kim Hong, but in this life, it seems that I am the one who made her a success. Regarding this, Feng Yuan sighed deeply. It was not worth mentioning. Feng Yuan, the matter has been settled. If there is nothing else, I will leave now. Tai Bai Yunsheng came to bid farewell. These days, he had been walking around northern plains, looking for a suitable place to set up his blessed land. He had already found a good place and was about to set up his blessed land. But at the crucial moment, he was called back by Feng Yuan. I have to thank you this time. You chose a good location. Don't worry and adjust the heaven and earth qi. When the tribulation comes, I will definitely lend you a hand. Feng Yuan said to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded and said goodbye to Feng Yuan, using a stargate to go to northern plains. After Feng Yuan obtained star-form blessed land, his starlight firefly goo reserves were extremely huge. The construction and opening of stargates were no longer as urgent as before. Feng Yuan came to the secret room and saw Guyue Fengjing again. Wasn't Guyue Fengjing killed by He Fengyang? How could he still be alive? As it turned out, this was a trick arranged by Feng Yuan. He purposely cut off one of Guyue Fengjing's arms and installed a dog limb, making it look like he was tortured and humiliated. In fact, he left this severed arm here. After He Fengyang killed Fengjing, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was called back by Feng Yuan, used man as before immortal goo and expended a considerable amount of immortal essence to revive Fengjing. He Fengyang did not suspect him. He also had his limitations. He did not know that an immortal goo-like man as before existed in this world. In his opinion, Fengjing's body and soul were completely destroyed in front of his eyes. Fengjing was truly dead. If it were any other goo immortal, they would also think so. This was common sense. But this world was huge. There were all sorts of strange immortal goo, immortal killer moves, and so on. Just like man as before, they did not know that humans had limitations. Even immortals were no exception. Omniscience and omnipotence, even rank 9 goo immortals or Ranzu could not achieve this. Perhaps there was only one great existence that could achieve this, and that was this world. Feng Yuan threw an information path goo worm to Fengjing, showing a mocking expression. Take a good look. This is the crane gate that you are so grateful to, and that kind master of yours. If not for me, you would be dead already. Impossible. I will not believe your lies. Fengjing screamed, but he still took this information path goo worm. This goo worm naturally recorded the scene of He Fengyang killing Fengjing, as well as the conversation with Master Tincheru's soul. After Fengjing saw it, he immediately crushed the information path goo worm to pieces, falling into an incomparably furious state. He raised his head and screamed. His expression was distorted as he pointed at Feng Yuan, shouting, "Impossible! This is all fake. You faked it. I will never believe it. I will never believe it. You lied to me. You lied to me. Unless I see it with my own eyes, hear it with my own ears, and get my master's reply. You will see it with your own eyes. But now is not the time." Feng Yuan turned around and left the secret room. He closed the door. The secret room fell into darkness again. Fengjing screamed in the darkness, moving around in a frenzy in the limited space, punching and kicking the walls in a hysterical manner. After dealing with Fengjing's matter, Feng Yuan returned triumphantly in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. He eliminated the true goo refinement experts in advance. It made the later stages of the convention easier than the middle stages. Eventually, Feng Kim Hong obtained 6th place, and Feng Yuan entered the finals. He faced the strongest opponent in this convention, Mu Chun. In this match, Feng Yuan lost cleanly. Even though the competition's topic was the same as in his previous life, Feng Yuan had the huge advantage of knowing beforehand. But his opponent, Mu Chun, was a genuine refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. This attainment level was terrifying. Even if Feng Kim Hong had Dreamwing's immortal goo, he could not easily reach this attainment level. The higher the attainment level of a path, the more difficult it was to advance. In the whole of history, only 3 people surpassed him. They were the 3 refinement path elders. In the whole of Northern Plains, only 4 were publicly recognized to be comparable to him. They were the 4 refinement path elders. Feng Yuan knew that even if he had the advantage of knowing the topic, he could not win against Mu Chun. This was the difference in strength. Speaking of which, this Mu Chun was dressed like Feng Yuan. He wore a black robe that covered his entire body. He also had a large mask on his face. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, he was the one who obtained 1st place. Unsurprisingly, his strength was truly unfathomable. Feng Yuan admitted defeat. Many people criticized him. After all, refinement path attainment level was hard to describe. Yumu Chun was indeed very strong, but Feng Yuan was also very strong in the eyes of the world. Such an action of admitting defeat without fighting made the spectators who were looking forward to the finals very unhappy. Rumors started to spread that Feng Yuan admitted defeat without fighting. This was a shady plot. No matter what, Feng Yuan, who obtained second place, achieved his original goal. He had a success Dao mark engraved on his body. After that, Crane Gate and the other 9 great ancient sects sent people to contact Feng Yuan, trying to buy his Dao marks. This success Dao mark could not be seized or transferred. Even Celestial Court tried many times, but none of them succeeded. The 10 great ancient sects naturally did not want to seize it. They only talked about transactions. In any case, Feng Yuan had such amazing Gu refinement methods, they still greatly overestimated Feng Yuan. He could refine Gu. If he refined a rank 6 immortal Gu, this success Dao mark would be used up, in exchange for 0 failure rate. No matter how high the 10 sects of Central Continent offered, Feng Yuan rejected them all. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, he made the final preparations to refine change form immortal Gu. Ever since Feng Yuan had the plan to refine change form immortal Gu, he had been gathering Gu refinement materials. Because he had the success Dao mark, Feng Yuan only needed to gather 1 set of Gu refinement materials. This greatly reduced his expenditure. Even so, by the time Feng Yuan gathered the materials, the immortal materials he obtained from the Northern Plains auction had already been sold or exchanged. If not for some of the materials he obtained from the Refinement Path Convention, there would still be a gap. The difficulty of refining immortal Gu could be seen at a glance. Feng Yuan only gathered 1 set of materials. His accumulated resources were almost all used up. If not for the Guts Gu trade, if not for the success Dao mark, Feng Yuan would not take such a risk and make such a risky move. Floating astronomy. Chapter 866. Central Continent, True Yang Mountain Range. The setting sun was like blood, shining on the rolling hills. On one of the steep peaks, a hairy man was climbing with all his might. "Master, master, wait for me." The hairy man climbed as he shouted. Different from other hairy men, this hairy man's gaze was filled with intelligence. He spoke like an ordinary human. He chased after Yu Mu-chun's figure in the mountains. Ever since the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, this hairy man had been paying attention to Yu Mu-chun. When the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention ended, Yu Mu-chun got first place. The hairy man chased after him. This hairy man was at the prime of his life, but he could not catch up to Yu Mu-chun. After the convention ended, Yu Mu-chun entered True Yang Mountain Range. The hairy man followed behind him, shouting as he chased. Along the way, he suffered a lot. He was covered in dust and injuries. "Master, wait for me." The hairy man climbed the mountain, but his eyes were wide open. How can this be? Master was still on the peak earlier. How did he reach the foot of the mountain in such a short time? What Gu worm is he using? The distance that he had closed with much difficulty grew even further. The hairy man became anxious and hurried down the mountain. In the end, he stepped on empty air and lost his footing, falling down the mountain stream. Thankfully, there were many branches that helped him resist the force of his fall. Even so, when he cried out as he tumbled down the mountain, his head was bleeding and his body was broken in many places. The pain in his body could not compare to the pain in his heart. If I miss this chance, it will be hard to find Master again. The hairy man's face was covered in tears. He struggled to get up, but he could not. He raised his head and moaned in despair. "Master, please have pity on me. Please wait." Sob, sob, sob. His voice was extremely weak. After the moaning, he started to cry. But when he cried, his body shook. He found that unknowingly, a pair of feet had appeared in front of him. He followed the feet and looked up. He was surprised to find that Yu Mu-chun had returned at some point. He was standing in front of him, looking down at him. The hairy man quickly knelt on the ground. "Master, master, you are finally willing to see me." Yu Mu-chun sighed. His voice was deep and magnetic. "Hondui, a few years ago, I just casually gave you some pointers. We are not fated to be master and disciple." Hearing this, the hairy man Ben Duo started to cry. He did not know where the strength came from, but he suddenly jumped and hugged Yu Mu Chun's leg. Master, master. Even if you don't want to admit that you're my master, I was able to escape from ignorance thanks to your guidance. After breaking through the shackles, his gu refinement had reached an unprecedented level. Although you only said a few words, the grace of teaching is as heavy as a mountain, deeper than the sea. My fate has changed because of this, so in my heart, you will forever be my teacher. Yu Mu Chun stretched out his hand and rubbed the hairy man Ben Duoyi's head. I taught you back then because I saw that you were more quick-witted than normal hairy men. His mind was clear. However, I don't want to acknowledge you as my disciple. It's for your own good. I am the one who escapes my fate. If you get involved with me, there's no benefit to it. From now on, you must not tell anyone about what I've taught you. Otherwise, you'll definitely die a tragic death. Remember this. Remember this. Disciple will remember. The hairy man Ben Duoi nodded rapidly. Yu Mu Chun snorted lightly. Ben Duoi quickly corrected himself. I will remember. I will remember. Master Yu Mu Chun, please take me in. I am not qualified to be your disciple. Please let me be your follower, your servant. I am very hardworking and smart. You even praised me earlier. I will be loyal and devoted to you, and do my best to serve you. Yu Mu Chun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Oh you, forget it. Considering that you chased after me and went through over 30 mountains, suffering countless hardships, this sincerity and perseverance towards the Tao is very rare and precious. Ben Duo-e, remember, this quick-wittedness is your greatest strength. Man is the spirit of all living beings. You are a hairy man, but your intelligence is no longer human. But you cannot rely on this. You need to know that a good swimmer will drown. Today, you need to remember your sincerity and perseverance. Get up, Yu Mu Chun said. Master, if you don't agree, I won't get up, Ben Duoi shouted. Oh no. Suddenly, his arms were empty. His arms were originally wrapped around Yu Mu Chun, but now an invisible force was repelling him. He could only look up as Yu Mu Chun ascended into the sky step by step. Ben Duoi, our fate has come to an end. Today will be the last time we meet. Now, I will teach you one last lesson as a parting gift. Watch carefully. In the sky, Yu Mu Chun's voice came. Ben Duoi hurriedly raised his head and looked at the sky expectantly. Central continent, Earth abyss, star form blessed land. The night was warm, the wind was gentle. Fong Yuan looked up. The blessed land was filled with stars, giving off dim starlight. It was completely silent. Fong Yuan slowly lowered his head. He retracted his gaze from the sky and looked at the giant tortoise shell in front of him. This tortoise shell had an extraordinary origin. It was the shell of a desolate beast tortoise. Right now, the tortoise shell was upside down like a giant bowl. The tortoise shell was filled with poisonous blood. This poisonous blood was collected by Fong Yuan when he was undergoing tribulation in Hu immortal blessed land. Now, to refine change form immortal goo, these poisonous blood were put to use. Change form immortal goo refinement can finally begin. Fong Yuan let out a breath of air. Fong Yuan kept the matter of refining change form immortal goo a secret. He did not tell anyone. People like Tai Bai Yunsheng, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan were kept in the dark. They did not know anything. Star form blessed land had already closed its doors long ago. The blessed land itself was deep in Earth abyss. At this time, this layer of Earth abyss was not known to anyone yet. It was very safe. Safety was very important. Refining immortal goo was not easy to begin with. It was filled with difficulties. There were too many external factors that could affect a goo immortal's goo refinement. If there was a mistake, the valuable immortal materials would be wasted, their efforts would be wasted. Thus, the refinement of immortal goo required a calm and stable environment. Even though Fong Yuan had a success Dao and could reduce the refinement failure rate to 0 when refining rank 6 immortal goo, it was not enough. But what if during the refinement, Fong Yuan made a mistake? Thus, star form blessed land was a quiet and reliable environment for goo refinement. He needed it. Otherwise, if Fong Yuan failed the goo refinement, he would not even know where to cry. Even though he was about to start, before Fong Yuan started, he meditated for a long time. Only when he felt that his soul was at its peak condition and could not be any more perfect did he make a move. His eyes shined. Countless ghostly fires burned at the bottom of the tortoise shell. At once, the surrounding several li was engulfed in dark flames. The temperature fell rapidly. The poisonous blood in the tortoise shell, however, was calm. Central continent, True Yang mountain range. Bin Duoi had just raised his head when he was stunned. At once, his eyes opened wide. He had thought that Yu Mu Chun would give him a final lesson. He would at most teach him some unique Gu refinement methods or powerful refinement path killer moves. But to think that Yu Mu Chun stood in the air, waving his hand as a vast light shone down. This light was extremely pure and dazzling. Yu Mu Chun's tears flowed down. Just as he was feeling dizzy, he heard Yu Mu Chun say slowly, "Bin Duoi, open your eyes for the final lesson. How much you can absorb will depend on your luck. All right, watch me refine an immortal Gu now." Immortal Gu. Bin Duoyi's heart shook. His mouth was wide open, his jaw almost dislocated. Refine an immortal Gu? He stammered. He could not understand. He was shocked and uncertain. Why did Master Yu Mu Chun go so far? Even if Bin Duoi was not skilled in Gu refinement, he knew that refining immortal Gu was not easy. Before refining, one needed to adjust their condition to the peak. They had to calm their mind. They had to research and deduce the immortal Gu recipe countless times. But Yu Mu Chun did not do that. After the refinement path convention ended, he entered True Yang mountain range and traveled in the mountains. He did not rest at all. And he was refining Gu here? True Yang mountain range was a very dangerous place. The environment was very important to Gu refinement. Even a 3-year-old child knew this. Right now, Bin Duoi was very worried. What if the Gu refinement attracted desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts? This was not the most troublesome thing. Compared to desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, Gu immortals were more threatening. Because of Song Zixing, many Gu immortals in True Yang mountain range were searching here, trying to find Song Zixing. On one hand, they could beat him up when he was down. On the other hand, they could complete the mission that the 10 great sects of Central Continent had secretly issued. Yu Mu Chun did not care about Bin Duoyi's worries and nervousness. He had a relaxed expression as he waved his hand. At once, this mountain peak shined with 1,000 rays of light. Auspicious clouds and auspicious chi appeared. Winds blew. The grass on the mountain swayed with the wind. The mountain flowers bloomed, emitting the purest fragrance of nature. Central Continent, star-formed blessed land. An hour had already passed. In the huge tortoise shell, the poisonous blood was boiling, emitting loud noises. Above the poisonous blood, a large amount of poisonous qi was coiling, forming a dense pitch-black poisonous fog. As Fang Yuan continued to heat it up, the poisonous fog started to spread, corroding the surrounding grass and flowers, causing them to wither. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He had prepared meticulously. He had already set up layers of Gu formations around him. These poisonous qi would not spread out. They would only stay in the surrounding space. 1,000-year bitter shell. Fang Yuan stared at the boiling poisonous blood. He suddenly stretched out an immortal zombie monstrous arm and spread out its huge claw. "Here, master." At the next moment, Star Formland Spirit handed the 1,000-year bitter shell to Fang Yuan. To refine change form immortal Gu, Star Formland Spirit had become Fang Yuan's free labor. Chapter 867. Bitter shells were hidden in deep water. By eating the sand and rocks in the water, they could melt the sand and turn it into bitter water. Someone pried open its shell and obtained this bitter water to make wine. The bitter shell wine that was brewed was bitter and fragrant. It was very unique. In the past, Fang Yuan had obtained a bitter shell. He pried it open and used the bitter water to refine wine, using the bitter wine to refine the liquor worm. Bitter shells were rare. 1,000-year bitter shells were even rarer. They were excellent materials for refining immortal Gu. The bitter shell in Fang Yuan's hand was the 1,000-year bitter shell. The shell was pitch black. There were white patterns on it like tree rings. The black and white color was very eye-catching. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on the fire under the tortoise shell. As for the 1,000-year bitter shell in his hand, he did not even look at it and threw it in. Refining immortal goo was very important. All immortal materials had to be checked. But Fang Yuan had already checked many times. He could ensure the materials were flawless. Thus, Fang Yuan was refining goo now. He did not need to check the immortal materials while refining goo. He could focus on the intensity of the fire. After the 1,000-year bitter shell was thrown in, the poisonous blood stopped boiling, but the poisonous smoke and gas surged like a black python inside. A strong stench was immediately emitted. Fang Yuan did not move. He carefully sniffed in the stench. Although he was an immortal zombie, he could not smell anything. But with the help of investigative killer moves, he could replace his sense of smell. This stench was indescribable. It was extremely terrible. Fang Yuan felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. But Fang Yuan had to persevere, because this stench was a sign of whether the goo refinement was successful or not, whether the 1,000-year bitter shell had completely melted. Soon, the 1,000-year bitter shell that Fang Yuan threw in completely melted. The black poisonous fog stopped moving. The poisonous blood started boiling again. Fang Yuan threw in a second 1,000-year bitter shell. The third 1,000-year bitter shell. After a total of 12 bitter shells melted, the poisonous fog became extremely thick. The intense stench started to emit a faint fragrance. Fang Yuan's expression became more solemn. Twin Ice Hearts, the hairy man Ben Duoi shouted. Although he was only a rank 5 goo master, his refinement path attainment level was extraordinary, far beyond ordinary. Thus, he was very knowledgeable. The moment Yu Mu Chun took out the immortal material, he knew the name of the immortal material. Honda's face was filled with shock. An ice heart the size of a thumb was already an immortal material, but the ice heart that Yu Mu Chun took out was the size of a wash basin. It was not just big. Most importantly, this ice heart had a special appearance. It was made up of 2 heart-shaped pieces of ice connected together. This was the twin ice heart. It was 100 times more precious than an ordinary ice heart. Ordinary ice heart was only a rank 6 immortal material. It could be used to refine rank 6 immortal goo. Twin ice heart was an immortal material for refining rank 7 immortal goo. He's the first to take out such a precious immortal material. Clearly, the twin ice hearts were not the main material of the goo refinement, but a supplementary material. Master was really amazing. I wonder what goo he wants to refine. Ben Duo's eyes shone with admiration. At the same time, he was slightly relieved. He even used such a precious material. It showed that Master Yu Mu Chun had made preparations. He did not do it on a whim. But Ben Duo thought, Yu Mu Chun was here, in the wilderness, refining a precious immortal goo in front of everyone. Should he say that Yu Mu Chun had a screw loose in his head, or that he was too daring? Ben Duo could not comment on this. Cool winds blew in his face. The winds got stronger and stronger. Soon, strong winds blew. Tornadoes were formed. The tornadoes were separated from each other. They did not interfere with each other. They formed a forest of tornadoes. Yu Mu Chun was in the air, in the middle of the forest of tornadoes. The strong winds blew his bronze mask away, revealing an old face with thick hair. Yu Mu Chun laughed heartily. His body shook as the black robe covering his body broke apart. The pieces were blown away by the wind, revealing Yu Mu Chun's muscular body, which was covered in brown hair. His true identity was the same as Ben Duo, a hairy man. No wonder he had given pointers to Ben Duo. Hairy men were variant humans. They were different from humans. Or more accurately speaking, they were 2 different races. Even Fang Yuan did not know about Yu Mu Chun's identity. Like he understood Ben Duo's worries, Yu Mu Chun paid attention to his work as he said, "You idiot. Why do we hairy men have the talent for goo refinement? It is because hairy men have refinement path Dalmark since birth. In fact, refinement path originated from hairy men. In terms of goo refinement history, we hairy men have a long history. Our foundation is dozens of times that of humans. But humans are too powerful. They exterminated many hairy men and lost countless precious refinement path insights. Now, the goo refinement ideology of humans is influencing hairy men. There are many mistakes in this." Yu Mu Chun continued. For example, when humans refine goo, they emphasize on silence. They seek an isolated environment. This is safer and increases the success rate of the goo refinement. But they only focus on the present. not the long term. Gu masters nurture, use, and refine. Nurturing Gu is to familiarize themselves with the connection between the materials and the Gu worm. Why does this Gu worm need to be fed with such food? Between the Gu worm and the food, there are countless Gu recipes. As for using Gu, it is to experience the Tao marks on the Gu worm. Gu refinement is even more crucial. It is the handling of the Tao marks. When refining Gu, one should be in nature, because this world was the place with the most Tao marks. It is like a mother to a baby. Heaven and earth is the best place to refine Gu. If we can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth in a sense, we can use the power of heaven and earth to help us refine Gu. Using the power of heaven and earth to help us refine Gu. Ben Duo stared with wide eyes. He was tongue-tied. Yumu Chun's words were shocking. This was the first time Ben Duo had heard of this theory. It was extremely enlightening. Yumu Chun laughed heartily. His eyes shined with bright light. Ben Duo, you are learning human Gu refinement techniques. Even though they are powerful, you have already gone down the wrong path. You can use other methods to improve yourself, but the things of humans are not yours. If you want to advance to refinement path Great Grandmaster attainment level, you will need to return to your roots, return to our hairy man Gu refinement path. I am willing. I am willing. Master Yumu Chun, please be merciful and teach me hairy man Gu refinement techniques. Ben Duo shouted excitedly, kowtowing non-stop. Yumu Chun laughed heartily. Don't be in a hurry to make a decision. There is a huge risk in this. It might not help you but harm you instead. I started feeding Gu worms when I was 3. When I was 10, I only had to touch Gu worms, and without any guidance, I could learn what food foreign Gu worms needed and how to feed them. When I was 16, I used human methods to refine rank 5 Gu, with 10% success. But this was a detour. When I was 22, I realized this and decided to start again. I started refining Gu in nature. When I was 138, I had initial success in my natural Gu refinement technique. Now that I am 246, my natural Gu refinement technique has reached great success. I can comprehend nature. I can understand the astronomical phenomena above and the geography below. I can choose the most suitable place and use the hidden Tao marks of heaven and earth to help me refine Gu. Right now, I have a 40% success rate in refining rank 6 Immortal Gu. Rank 7, 1 out of 20. As for rank 8 Immortal Gu, due to my cultivation level, I have not tried it yet. Hearing this, Ben Duoyi's heart shook intensely. Yumu Chun's Gu refinement success rate was simply too high. Normally speaking, the success rate of rank 6 Immortal Gu was less than 1%. The success rate of rank 7 Immortal Gu was 1 in 1,000. The success rate of rank 8 was 1 in 10,000. And when Yumu Chun refined rank 6 Immortal Gu, he had a 40% success rate. This was 40% success rate. And when refining rank 7 Immortal Gu, he had 1 success rate in 20 attempts. Such a success rate would shock the whole world. This was the power of the natural Gu refinement technique. But Ben Duo could tell. To refine such a powerful technique, one had to have talent. Yumu Chun's talent was outstanding. When he was 3, he fed Gu worms. At 10, he touched foreign Gu worms and learned what they ate. This showed that he had already understood the connection between the Tao mark fragments of Gu worms and all living beings in the world. When Yumu Chun was 16, he used human methods to refine rank 5 Gu. When he was 22, he realized this was not his path. He gave up on his abilities and started cultivating again. From this, it could be seen that Yumu Chun not only had talent, he also had ambition and aspirations. Secondly, to refine the natural Gu refinement technique, he needed a lot of time and resources. Yumu Chun only had minor success when he was 138 years old. At 246 years old, he had major success. This required a huge amount of practice and resources. It was unimaginably terrifying. Putting aside talent, just the consumption of resources was unrealistic for someone like Ben Duo, who was by himself. Gu immortals needed resources. Refinement was even more important for refinement. Without a lot of practice and resources, even Gu immortals could not do it well. Most Gu immortals were flying masters, but only a few were refinement path masters. Feng Yuan did not have high attainment in refinement path. He only became a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Other than his limited talent and lack of focus on this path, it was also because of the lack of resources. Yumu Chun saw that the tornado forest was stabilizing. He started to refine goo. He stood in the air, his hair fluttering in the wind as he grabbed or pulled out immortal materials from his immortal aperture. He selectively tossed these immortal materials into the tornadoes one by one. The tornadoes were sharp wind blades. They quickly turned the immortal materials into powder. Ben Duoi was dumbfounded. Normally speaking, when refining goo worms, every material had to be measured precisely, the time to throw them in, and the heat used to handle the immortal materials. But Yumu Chun was very casual, not mentioning the huge tornado forest. His method of handling the immortal materials was extremely crude. He did not care about the quantity of each immortal material at all. He was like a sloppy chef cooking a dish. He would casually add oil here and salt there. If anyone else used this method, Ben Duoi would scoff at it. But Yumu Chun used it with an indescribable smoothness and naturalness. Every single one of his actions was extremely ordinary, yet they revealed an indescribable sense of beauty, and they conformed to nature and contained a profound aura. At once, Ben Duoi was petrified. His eyes were wide open. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 868. Star-form Blessed Land. Demonic fog shrouded the area. Poisonous blood was boiling. The 3 layers of the goo formation had already been corroded and destroyed. The surrounding ground had turned into a thin layer of poisonous swamp. Fong Yuan had a solemn expression. Next is the most difficult immortal material, earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hand. This goo refinement material was very special. It was made of mud and chi. The mud chi gathered into a lump on its own. Above it was light green astral chi, below was black mud. Astral chi was the heaven chi of the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was a thick astral chi wall. If goo immortals wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. As for the black mud, it was the essence condensed from the earth chi of the 10 earths. Heaven and earth chi could not coexist, but at this moment, in this earthly limit astral chi, the two were in harmony. Not only did they coexist peacefully, they were also transforming into each other. The black mud turned into astral chi, while the astral chi turned into black mud. Fong Yuan waved his hand. This lump of earthly limit astral chi quickly turned turbid. The black mud and astral chi mixed together, forming a lump of gray fog. But if he did not shake it, after a dozen breaths of time, the black mud would settle down, while the astral chi remained. Black and white would appear again. They would circulate slightly. Dealing with this immortal material is the most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves cannot deal with it perfectly. Only by using the publicly recognized strongest 4 immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials, Slumbering Lightning Python, Reflecting Snow, Muffled Thunder Stone Drum, and Wind Grind can I deal with it. Unfortunately, I do not have any of these 4 killer moves. To deal with earthly limit astral chi, I can only put in a lot of effort. Fong Yuan had a thought as he stomped on the ground. His body flew into the air. With a light leap, he entered the turtle shell and the poisonous blood. Whoosh! Fong Yuan's sharp nails flashed as he cut wounds on the 6 monstrous arms. Then on his chest. Wounds appeared on his back and other areas. Blood refinement killer move, blood trace travel. Traces of blood flowed out of these wounds. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. Soon, the poisonous blood in the turtle shell pot seemed to be attracted. It started to enter Fong Yuan's wounds. Intense pain spread. Fong Yuan grunted. Immortal zombies did not feel pain. Fong Yuan could feel pain because he was using goo worm methods. He needed to sense the pain to understand to what extent the immortal materials were processed. Fong Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the turtle shell continued to mix. It formed a cycle, entering and exiting Fong Yuan's body continuously. After the process stabilized, Fong Yuan swallowed the earthly limit astral energy that he had taken out earlier. With a gulp, he swallowed the earthly limit astral energy into his stomach. This was a unique creation of his previous life, a blood path goo refinement method. He named it the flesh and blood refinement art. The earthly limit's astral energy entered his body and was constantly washed by his blood, slowly dissolving in it. This blood. Then, it flowed out of Feng Yuan's body through his wounds and into the turtle shell walk. It sank to the bottom of the pot. At the same time, the other poisonous blood in the cauldron flowed into Feng Yuan's body through his wounds and washed away the earthly limit's astral energy. As the cycle continued, the earthly limit's astral energy grew at an extremely slow speed. It continued to melt and shrink. On a mountain peak in Truyang mountain range, there was a huge gust of wind. Whistling sounds could be heard. The hairy man Gu immortal Yu Mu Chun suddenly pointed. In the direction of his finger, there were 5 to 6 tornadoes. They started to move closer. When they got close to a certain extent, they suddenly merged into one, forming a huge tornado that howled and rotated. Yu Mu Chun flipped his palm and took out a stone bead-like immortal material. With a flick of his finger, this stone bead was shot into the huge tornado. This stone bead was small and inconspicuous, but after it entered the tornado, it emitted an ear-piercing sound. The whistling sound of the tornado was much weaker, and it spun much slower. It was like a strong man who had eaten too much. But as time passed, the tornado spun faster and faster. It was rapidly digesting the bead. 15 minutes later, the tornado completely digested the bead. The entire wind pillar was dyed black and white, alternating between white and black. Earthly limit astral energy bead? Ben Duo saw this and had a flash of inspiration. He blurted out. Yu Mu Chun was a little surprised. He praised, you are quite knowledgeable. To process the earthly limit astral energy bead, the small tornado earlier is not enough. Only a large tornado can do that. Ben Duo suppressed the shock in his heart. Earthly limit astral energy was already an immortal material that was hard to process. Ben Duo knew that even if he used all his strength, he would need to spend years to slowly corrode a lump of earthly limit astral energy to refine goo. He was a mortal goo master. To process immortal materials, it would take years. As for the earthly limit astral energy bead, it was a large number of earthly limit astral energy. They were compressed together and condensed into a pure bead. One bead was equivalent to 100 portions of earthly limit astral energy. Earthly limit astral energy beads were very hard. They were hard to process. Even goo immortals needed months or even a year or two to wear down one bead. But Master Yu Mu Chun used such a short time to process one earthly limit astral energy bead? Ben Duo suddenly thought of something. His voice trembled. Could it be that Master Yu's refinement path killer move is the legendary wind grind? It should be. Only the 4 legendary refinement path killer moves can process immortal materials to such an extent. That's right, it is wind grind. Yu Mu Chun replied. Ben Duo Yi's eyes were burning with passion. This was one of the best methods to process immortal materials, even if he was not a goo immortal and could not use an immortal killer move. Right now, he was filled with envy. He was fantasizing about the day when he could use wind grind to process immortal materials perfectly. How amazing would that be? After the earthly limit astral energy bead was processed, Yu Mu Chun started to throw immortal yuan stones into the countless tornadoes. One by one, the immortal metastones were thrown into the tornado pillar. Immortal yuan stones were not as hard as the earthly limit astral energy bead. They were grinded into powder by the wind blades, bursting with a dazzling green light. At this moment, heaven and earth resonated. The nearby mountains started to shake. The sky was filled with dark clouds. Thunder could be heard. What's going on? Ben Duo panicked. Looking around, he found that there were traces of light in the surrounding space of the mound he was on. These light traces were Dao marks. Some were red fire path Dao marks. Some were blue water path Dao marks. These 2 types of Dao marks were mostly incomplete. Most of them were earth path and wood path Dao marks. They were more complete. But most of them were Dao marks shining with silver light. These were rule path Dao marks. These Dao marks were densely packed, but they were not evenly distributed. Some overlapped with each other. They were densely packed. Some were sparse. They were sparse. Ben Duo found that the place Yu Mu Chun chose to refine goo was the place. It was the place with the highest concentration of rule path Dao marks. This mound looks ordinary, but there is something extraordinary about it. Did Master you choose this place to refine goo? Strange, ordinary mountains definitely do not have so many Tao marks. The more Ben Duo found, the more questions he had. He felt increasingly stifled, because the mountains were shaking more intensely. The dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker. A storm was brewing. A great calamity was approaching. Even those tornadoes seemed to have stopped. They shrunk in size. Yumu Chun raised his head in the sky, laughing loudly. His laughter was filled with confidence and boldness. At this moment, his immortal goo refinement had reached the most crucial step. Come. He suddenly pointed at the sky and the ground. In the sky, lightning flashed. The lightning was like water. It gathered into a huge dragon-like lightning python. Lightning was yang, python was yin. A giant python made of lightning. It contained yin and yang. It dispelled the berserk nature of the lightning. It looked gentle instead. This was slumbering lightning python, one of the 4 refinement path immortal killer moves. On the ground, the countless tornadoes merged together, quickly forming a single gigantic tornado. The wind pillar was tall. It almost connected heaven and earth. The slumbering lightning python started to move slowly. It descended slowly, coiling around the giant wind pillar. The lightning was not dazzling at all. The process of the python coiling around the pillar had an indescribable beauty that could shake one's soul. At this time, heaven and earth chi suddenly rose. An intense sense of danger filled Ben Duoyi's mind. Master Yu, what is going on? Why does this look like the records of Gu immortals undergoing tribulation? Ben Duoyi screamed. Ah, you guessed right. It is a small problem. Yumu Chun said plainly. Small problem? Ben Duoyi's eyes were wide open. His mouth was dry. Star form blessed land. Fang Yuan was covered in injuries. His face was twisted in pain. His 8 monstrous arms were stabbed into the poisonous blood. His fangs were exposed. His eyes were bloodshot. He was breathing heavily. After spending 3 days and 3 nights, he finally got rid of the earthly limit astral chi and fused it into the poisonous blood. The pot of poisonous blood was originally full, but now, less than half was left. The most difficult step is over. Land spirit, throw those captives in. Fang Yuan shouted angrily. Star form land spirit quickly agreed. At once, large numbers of living beings like cows, horses, pigs, and dogs were thrown into the poisonous blood. Screams, and roars could be heard. The poisonous blood was extremely thick. It was like a swamp. After these living beings were thrown in, they struggled, but they sank even faster. Their blood, flesh, and bones were all dissolved. Soon, the poisonous blood in the tortoiseshell pot started to rise. Not enough, not enough. Fang Yuan urged. His bloodshot eyes were filled with excitement and cruelty. Land spirits did not have good or evil. They only had stubbornness and loyalty. Star form land spirit started to throw in large numbers of variant humans. These variant humans included hairy men, rock men, snowmen, ink men, egg men, feathermen, mermen. The poisonous blood rose rapidly, but Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. He calculated the time in his mind as he shouted, more, more. Thus, the human captives that he prepared were thrown into the pot. Ah, spare me. So painful. It hurts so much. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Fang Yuan was unmoved. He only paid attention to the Gu refinement progress. An old Gu master was thrown to his side. He struggled to get up. Fang Yuan raised his leg and stomped the old man into the poisonous blood. The old man struggled for a while, but only his hand was left on the surface of the poisonous blood. His fingers were like hooks that grabbed at the sky. It was like the weak was cursing and complaining to heaven and earth, to fate, to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. In this limited time, the poisonous blood returned to its original state. It was at the edge of the tortoise shell. He started to throw large numbers of immortal Yuan stones into the poisonous blood. 100, 200, without hesitation. Countless vengeful spirits lingered in the air above the poisonous blood. The poisonous fog rumbled as the poisonous blood fell again. 7 days later, the poisonous blood finally fell to the bottom. There was only a pool of poisonous blood left in the tortoise shell. It could not even reach Feng Yuan's ankles. Feng Yuan slowly bent down, picking up a goo from this pool of poisonous blood. Change form immortal goo. Success. Central continent, Truyang mountain range. Bin Duoi sat on the ground, muttering, I finally passed the tribulation. More than half of the mountain had collapsed. It was like a battlefield in a mess. Be it the tornado wind pillar or slumbering lightning python, they were all gone. The heavy rain poured down, drenching Honda like a drowned rat. Yumu Chun kept the refined immortal goo in his pocket. Next, he threw an information path goo worm to Bin Duo-e. Lad, this is my refinement path inheritance. It is for you. You can learn the natural goo refinement method, but if you are not a goo immortal, you cannot use it to refine goo, because it will attract heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations. Yumu Chun said this as he stepped on the void and left. Bin Duoye's body shook. He knelt down as his eyes shined with bright light, shouting, Master, don't worry, I will not let this inheritance down. Chapter 869. Central Continent, Who Immortal Blessed Land. Immortal Goo Starlight. Feng Yuan stood proudly at the top of a Feng Yuan stone nest. He willed and activated Starlight Immortal Goo. Suddenly, a huge pillar of starlight shot out and pierced into the stone nest. Under Feng Yuan's control, the starlight did not harm anyone. It was very gentle. In this stone nest, there were already many goo formations set up. The moment the pillar of starlight entered, it split into beams of blue starlight and was guided to the first room of each floor. The hairy men in the first room used their goo worms to absorb the incoming starlight before processing it. The processed half-finished product was sent to the second room for the second processing. After a total of 7 rooms, star thought goo were refined one by one. These star thought goo flowed along the pipes into the storehouse at the lowest floor of the stone nest. Every time Feng Yuan used starlight, the hairy men in this stone nest could refine goo for days without rest. After using Starlight Immortal Goo, there was a huge amount of starlight. Feng Yuan no longer needed to purchase Starlight Goo and use it as the main material to refine Star Thought Goo. Not only did this save a lot of trouble, the cost was also lowered. Although using Starlight Immortal Goo required Immortal Essence, but if he purchased a huge amount of Starlight Goo, he would still earn a sum. The cost was quite high. The improved Star Thought Goo recipe was also safer. Goo refinement was a risky matter. It was not as safe as fighting. Many hairy men got injured or even lost their lives when refining goo. After Feng Yuan sent the Starlight Goo, he did not leave. He observed for a while. A long while later, he nodded, feeling satisfied. The current Star Thought Goo recipe. He had already modified it. The hairy men's losses during the goo refinement were much lower than before. Most importantly, the production of Star Thought Goo was not lower than before. But the modification has already reached its limit, unless my star path attainment rises in the future, or I find a better Star Thought Goo recipe. Feng Yuan knew that he did not cultivate star path. His star path attainment was likely to remain at this level for the rest of his life. Maybe in the future, he could explore dream realms and raise his star path attainment. But who knows what will happen in the future? It's a pity that there are on average 10 rooms in this stone nest. 6 of them were unoccupied. If there are enough hairy men, the production of Star Thought Goo can more than double. Feng Yuan secretly felt that it was a pity. In this refinement of change form Immortal Goo, not only did he expend the success Tao marks from the infallible inheritance, he also used up almost all of his immortal materials and immortal Yuan stone. As a result, the current Feng Yuan could be said to be penniless. Thus, the problem of hairy men could not be solved for now. Even if he could capture wild hairy men, he would need to spend time and effort to train them before he could get qualified hairy man slaves to refine goo for him. Feng Yuan naturally did not know how to train wild hairy men into qualified slaves. It was the most convenient method. It was to purchase hairy man slaves from other goo immortals. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan didn't have any extra money at the moment. Even the celestial origin energy in his hand was extremely sparse, only around 10 beads. He had to use it wisely. It could be said that right now, Feng Yuan was in a very weak state. even if he had the killer move Myriad Self and 3-star Path Goo Worms. He had obtained several Star Path Immortal killer moves from Star-Lord Wanxiang. Without enough Immortal Essence, these killer moves could not be used. As the saying goes, having food in hand, he did not panic. For Goo Immortals, the so-called food, the most important thing was Immortal Essence and Immortal Yuan Stone. Thus, Fang Yuan's urgent matter was to accumulate Immortal Essence. After leaving this stone nest, Fang Yuan went to inspect the other 2 stone nests. During this period of time, these 2 stone nests were under He Lulan's management. She used her immortal Goo strength to provide Goo refinement materials for the countless hairy men in the stone nests. After large numbers of air sac Goo were refined, they were loaded with guts Goo and sold to Central Continent's forces, to Jewel Yellow Skies. In these 2 stone nests, there was a hairy man in each room. The risk of refining air sac Goo was much higher than refining Star Thought Goo. The reason why the stone nests were still full was because Fang Yuan had transferred a portion of the hairy men from the 3rd stone nest to fill up these 2 stone nests. Fang Yuan's current focus was to increase the volume of guts Goo. In the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong had a duel. They had set the agreement in front of everyone. From now on, they would sell a huge amount of guts Goo to Spirit Affinity House. Thus, the demand for guts Goo increased. Fang Yuan had to increase the production of air sac Goo. In a stone nest, Fang Yuan met with He Lulan. He Lulan was reading Central Continent's information. Have you heard about Central Continent's 10 great sects secretly capturing and killing Song Zixing? The moment they met, He Lulan asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Of course I have. This matter can be concealed from mortals, but it cannot be concealed from Goo Immortals. Even if Central Continent's 10 great sects try to conceal it, other Central Continent Goo Immortals do not want this matter to remain unknown. Right now, they are watching the commotion caused by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Sigh. He Lulan sighed deeply. We missed such a good opportunity. If we could have killed Song Zixing, we might have gotten Star Form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, He Lulan, you are dreaming. Central Continent is not like Northern Plains. We are both Northern Plains Goo Immortals. Once we expose our auras, we will be discovered. The consequences of our identities being exposed will be so severe that we cannot bear it. Moreover, Song Zixing is very crafty. He is skilled at escaping. Our investigative methods are not that good. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects could not find any traces of him in True Yang Mountain Range. How can we find him? You are right. He Lulan sighed again, replying gloomily. Ever since she was beaten awake by Fang Yuan, she realized her own shortcomings. These last days, she had been thinking about how to operate and earn resources to support her own cultivation, to be independent. But unfortunately, these were not easy to make a living. He Lulan wanted to start from scratch. She would need to spend a lot of time and experience many setbacks before she could establish the project. But once the project was established, it would face market competition. How much she could earn would depend on the situation. He Lulan investigated for a long time. She also asked Fairy Li Shan for guidance. She knew that if she really wanted to develop the project from scratch, she would suffer losses in the early stages, it would be difficult in the middle stages, and if she earned less in the later stages, it would be a burden to her. There was no helping it. She was one of the 10 extreme immortal apertures. Time flowed very quickly. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were even fiercer. After He Lulan's investigation, she found out. The only thing that was truly suitable for her was the trade of guts Goo. A seller's market, a monopoly business, it was unique. Or like the business projects that Fang Yuan plundered in Dongfang tribe's headquarters. Like eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish, and others. These resources were already well managed by Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan only needed to take over and choose where to sell them. After discovering this, He Lulan's desire for Star Form Blessed Land deepened. As long as she obtained Star Form Blessed Land, He Lulan would be able to gain a stable footing. After inheriting Star Lord Wanxiang's business, she would be able to be self-sufficient and advance her own cultivation. Fang Yuan did not tell He Lulan that he had already become the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. He liked to keep a secret. The Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. It was hard to say if He Lulan would be a friend or foe in the future. Of course, if He Lulan found out about this and asked Feng Yuan could not lie due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Although he could choose not to answer, He Lulan would easily confirm it. He would hide it for as long as he could. This was Feng Yuan's plan. After Yumu Chun refined the immortal goo, he went deep into Truyang Mountain Range. Ever since he parted with Bin Duoyi, he used an immortal killer move to conceal his traces. On this day, at noon, he stopped in front of an inconspicuous valley. He took out an information path goo worm and threw it in front of him. The goo worm vanished like a rock falling into water. Ripples appeared in the air in front of him. The ripples expanded and tore open a long hole, revealing the bloody light inside. Yumu Chun did not hesitate. He took a step forward and stepped into the spatial crack. At the next moment, he was in an unfamiliar space. The spatial crack behind him closed. Yumu Chun's vision was filled with bloody light. It was a dark swamp filled with poisonous gas. There were large numbers of corpses scattered in the swamp. A dense smell of blood assaulted his nose. Yumu Chun could not help but frown, saying, "Using so much blood sacrifice, it seems your injuries are very serious." Song Zixing, cough cough. There is no helping it. I was lucky to be able to escape with my life. Come in. From the depths of the swamp, Song Zixing's voice could be heard. Looking at this situation, as a hairy Mangu immortal, Yumu Chun actually had a deep relationship with the number 1 demonic path Gu immortal of Central Continent, Song Zixing. They were very close. Yumu Chun walked into the depths of the swamp with familiarity. This was not the first time he had been here. He was very familiar with it. Finally, in the blood pool at the center of the swamp, he saw Song Zixing, who only had his head and half his chest left, was originally in the blood pool to recover. When Yumu Chun arrived, he popped his head out of the blood pool. Seeing Song Zixing, Yumu Chun's expression turned grim. With your injuries, you will not be able to participate in the upcoming plan. Hee. I just have to give up my life and cultivation level. Song Zixing had a plain expression. He spoke in a carefree tone. He changed the topic. You refined that rule path immortal goo? After expending the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, using my natural goo refinement method, the goo refinement would definitely succeed. But it is a pity. If I had enough time, I should be able to research many valuable things from this success Dao mark. The infallible inheritance's success Dao mark is different from ordinary success Dao marks. It is very close to refinement path. If I can research it, I can even set up my own infallible inheritance. Yumu Chun shook his head, sighing. Chapter 870. Hearing Yumu Chun's sigh, Song Zixing also sighed. The most crucial thing is time. If I have enough time, I can recover and regain my battle strength. Unfortunately, time is too tight. I estimated that I still had 10 years. To think that I would have to activate it now. These years, we have made many preparations. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Since Fate Immortal Goo was not completely destroyed, it is normal for these changes to happen, isn't it? Yumu Chun said. Even Feng Yuan, who had been reborn 500 years ago, did not know about Fate's existence. But Yumu Chun knew, and Song Zixing also had an expression of understanding. Oh right. Yumu Chun said whatever he thought of. Before coming, I met a pretty good hairy man junior. I have already given him my refinement path inheritance. Legacies and inheritances were the cultural characteristics of the Gu Master world. It was like ancient China. People used all sorts of methods to return to their roots. The heroes among men all wanted to leave their names in the annals of history. When people died and were buried, they would have large amounts of treasures buried with them. Even servants and wives would be buried with them. During Japan's Warring States period, generals had to wear grand armor on the battlefield. They did not care about the danger of attracting firepower. Egypt, Rome, from ancient times to modern times, they all had similar cultural complexities. Even though they were different, they all had the same starting point, to prove their own existence. To prove to the world, to prove to others that they had once existed, that they had lived before. Even if they died, such a person had once existed in this world. Thus, legacies were not hard to understand. Some people would write their own legacies when they were alive. Some would have their descendants write their legacies for their seniors after they died. Some would have no descendants. They would have their enemies write their legacies for them. In such a situation, the legacies were more realistic. The descriptions were vivid and detailed. Enemies often understood you better than your loved ones. When enemies wrote their legacies, they would not be stingy with praise. It would often become a good story. Legacies were the same. Legacies only describe the trajectory of a person's life, but legacies were the foundation of a person's strength in the world. It was their understanding of nature, their thinking of heaven and earth. It was the conclusion of truth. Like ancient China, even craftsmen did not want to leave behind any regrets before they died. They tried all sorts of methods to find a successor. They did not want to lose their skills that had been passed down for generations. Craftsmanship, inheritance. It was an affirmation of one's own value and the appreciation of one's success. By leaving behind an inheritance, even if he died, he would be able to leave behind a mark that belonged to him in the world. Yu Mu Chun's inheritance had an ominous feeling of entrusting his orphan to him before his death. Who would leave behind an inheritance? When one lived well and had a bright future, no one would leave behind an inheritance. Why would he leave behind an inheritance for no reason? Teach the disciple, starve the master. The human heart is treacherous. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause another competitor to appear. Usually, only when someone was on the brink of death and realized that death was approaching would they leave behind their inheritance. For example, the flower wine monk. For example, Patriarch Blood Sea and Dongfang Naganori. Yu Mu Chun left behind his inheritance. It was clear that he wanted to participate in the grand plan. He did not have the slightest confidence in his survival. What kind of grand plan could make this unfathomable refinement path go a mortal expert do it? There was no hope of survival? What kind of motivation could make him so willing? Even Song Zixing, the first person of the diabolism in Zhongzhou state, who had just escaped with his life, was willing to sacrifice himself for this great plan. Furthermore, Yu Mu Chun actually said in front of Song Zixing that he was going to choose the inheritor of his inheritance. This was not normal. If Song Zixing had ill intentions and secretly wanted to intercept him, he could easily snatch Yu Mu Chun's inheritance and strengthen himself. And to Yu Mu Chun, now that his background was exposed, he would be countered by Song Zixing. Yu Mu Chun was able to tell Song Zixing such a precious secret like his inheritance. He clearly trusted the latter. This level of trust could be said to be from the bottom of one's heart. Song Zixing betrayed Myriad Dragon Dock and had a terrible reputation. How could he gain Yu Mu Chun's trust? Was it his charisma, or was there another reason? I need to make some preparations. Hearing that Yu Mu Chun left behind an inheritance, Song Zixing had an indifferent expression. He did not seem to have any intention of snatching it. Let me show you something too. Song Zixing smiled mysteriously. At the next moment, there was a ripple in the blood pool. A blood fetus floated up from the bottom of the pool. The blood fetus was the size of a pony. There was a human figure in the fetus. It was curled up like a sleeping baby. Yu Mu Chun looked at this blood fetus and his pupil shrunk. He said in disbelief, This. You actually developed blood demon body separation to this extent? Song Zixing laughed, showing a proud expression. Even though I did not collect the complete blood deity immortal goo recipe, I did collect some remnant blood deity recipes. This blood fetus was created by using blood deity's remnant recipe and Northern Plains blood path methods, as well as my immortal killer move blood demon body separation. The fake body created by blood demon body separation needs to expend immortal essence to maintain its existence. There is a time limit. But this fake body created by this blood fetus does not expend immortal essence. It can last for at least 200 to 300 years. Furthermore, it can cultivate and have independent thoughts. It can cultivate step by step until it becomes an immortal. In terms of appearance, it will look exactly like me. You are planning? Yu Mu Chun showed a look of understanding. That's right. It doesn't matter if I die. The important thing is for the plan to succeed. If the plan fails, I will have to consider what to do after that. Song Zixing needs to survive. Even if I sacrifice myself, the blood fetus will give birth to a second Song Zixing. Yu Mu Chun looked at the blood fetus, showing an interested expression. Can I research this blood fetus? I seem to have a new inspiration. Of course, go ahead and research it. But remember, the blood fetus cannot leave this blood pool, not even for an instant. I know, don't worry. Central continent, who immortal blessed land. Looking at the whole earth goo in front of him, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. This was who immortal blessed land's second whole earth goo. The first one was connected to Crane Gate, while this one was connected to Spirit Affinity House. Just earlier, the first transaction with Spirit Affinity House was completed. Large numbers of air sac goo carrying guts goo were sent to Spirit Affinity House. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan obtained 180 immortal yuan stones, solving his urgent problem. Speaking of which, in the competition between Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong, the true value was not the immortal zombie revival method that Feng Kim Hong provided, but the cooperation with Spirit Affinity House. The reason why Feng Kim Hong took out the revival method was because he was gambling. Because Fang Yuan was already an immortal zombie, he could not use this method. But she did not know that Fang Yuan still had the first mortal aperture. She wanted to scam Fang Yuan, but she did not manage to do so. With these 180 immortal yuan stones, Fang Yuan did not hesitate to convert half of them into green grape immortal essence. This way, he passed the period of weakness and recovered his battle strength. A day later, he transacted with Crane Gate again, obtaining a huge sum of immortal yuan stones. Crane Gate's attitude was much more amicable than before. Evidently, they were concerned that if they pressured Fang Yuan too much, Fang Yuan might side with Spirit Affinity House. At the same time, Crane Gate wanted to buy the success Dao marks on Fang Yuan. They asked for a high price and asked Fang Yuan to refine a certain rank 6 immortal goo. The immortal goo recipe was given to Fang Yuan for free, and the immortal goo materials were all provided by Crane Gate. Even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had an endless demand for immortal goo. Towards this request, Fang Yuan tried to evade it. He did not say that he had already used them. He only said that he needed some time to consider it. Crane Gate needed help from Fang Yuan. They naturally had to be more amicable. After completing these 2 transactions, Fang Yuan immediately used the immortal yuan stones. He had to buy some hairy man slaves from Jewel Yellow Skies to replenish the goo refinement losses. The price of hairy man slaves was not cheap. The immortal yuan stones in Fang Yuan's hands had just started to rise, but now, they were all gone again. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had plenty of green grape immortal essence. It was much safer than before. But even if he bought these hairy man slaves, Fang Yuan could only replenish his losses. He could not expand the scale of the next stone nest. Because of the transaction with Spirit Affinity House, the Guts Goo orders had increased by a huge amount. Fang Yuan was using 2 stone nests. It could not satisfy the current market demand. He planned to first accumulate a sum of immortal yuan stones to build a 4th stone nest and provide hairy man slaves. This was not a small amount of funds. Fang Yuan's 3rd stone nest was funded by He Lulan. But with Star Form Blessed Land's secret help, Star-Lord Wan Xiang's goo worm businesses were also helping Fang Yuan accumulate immortal yuan stones. This caused the time that Fang Yuan needed to accumulate funds to be greatly reduced. Fang Yuan accumulated immortal yuan stones while using the light of wisdom to make deductions. After a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan successfully fused change form immortal goo into vaguely familiar face. Moreover, with his Strength Path Grandmaster attainment level, he successfully deduced the rank 5 all-out effort goo's recipe. Different from the ancient goo recipes, the goo recipes that Fang Yuan deduced used goo refinement materials that could be bought easily. All-out effort goo was the vital goo of Fang Yuan's second immortal aperture. It had always been rank 4. Its rank was far lower than Fang Yuan's own. With this goo recipe, Fang Yuan had another mission, that was to refine all-out effort goo. After failing once, all-out effort goo advanced to rank 5. If I can refine all-out effort goo to rank 6, the killer move Myriad Self would have a huge boost. It would be second only to Self-Strength Immortal Goo. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is already beyond my ability. With this successful experience, Fang Yuan deduced Small Family Chi Goo's recipe. The result was a crushing defeat. Chapter 871. The sky was slightly green. Winds that did not stop throughout the year were blowing gently. In this small world, a huge city floated high up in the sky. This was the gathering place of the Feathermen. Others called it Sky City, while the Feathermen called it Sacred Feather City. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City. Cheers and shouts were resounding in the sky. Most of the Feathermen in the city had gathered at the training field in the city, watching the most important match. The Featherman King had passed away. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman King would be elected in battle. Of course, the candidate for the King Feather contest had to be recognized by most of the Feathermen. The Feathermen did not need ruthless criminals, they needed benevolent heroes. Thus, the Feathermen who participated in the King Feather contest had prestige. They had done righteous deeds and made many contributions to Sacred Feather City. Sometimes, the eyes of the masses were sharp. In the history of Sacred Feather City, there were very few vicious and ruthless Feathermen who were elected as kings. Even if there were ruthless ones, there were still 3 supreme Feathermen in Sacred Feather City. They were Gua mortals who could control the situation. The huge battle stage had tens of thousands of spectators. Cheers resounded in the sky, and at the center of the battle stage, 2 youngsters were fighting intensely. "You Fei, come to your senses. I am the king of Sacred Feather City, WW plus WW. Son, I will inherit the throne and protect the glory of my Dan surname." A tall and muscular Featherman youngster with shiny golden hair sent his opponent flying time and time again. This was the final match. The victor would become the new king of the Feathermen. From the current situation, it could be seen that the handsome Featherman prince had the upper hand. He was flying in the sky. He had rank 5 cultivation level and was constantly using goo worms. He was using long-range attacks. And his opponent was a Featherman youngster with short black hair. He was thin and weak. He was sprinting on the ground, rolling and dodging the Featherman prince's attacks. "Danyu! Danyu!" The spectators were shouting the Featherman prince's name. The voices were getting louder and louder. The situation was very clear. The prince, Danyu, had the absolute advantage, while his opponent, Yufei, could only take a beating without being able to retaliate. Yufei was covered in dust, battered and exhausted. He rolled on the ground like a mouse, trying to escape. Danyu, on the other hand, was high and mighty. His attacks were light and heavy, which was more in line with the expectations the audience had for the new Featherman King. "You want me to admit defeat? That's impossible. I, Yufei, am the man destined to become the Featherman King." Suddenly, Yufei shouted loudly and erupted with power. His legs stomped hard on the ground, and he shot forward like an arrow. He shot towards Danyu. "What? You actually still have strength left?" Danyu hurriedly retreated. Yufei jumped into the air and was about to get close to Danyu. However, after Danyu cautiously distanced himself, he could only descend helplessly. "Yufei, I broke your wings, and you are still waiting for an opportunity to retaliate?" Danyu looked at Yufei, who was falling down, and felt a lingering fear. He sneered mockingly. Unexpectedly, Yufei suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. "It's not over yet. Look at my killer move, balloon inflation." The next moment, Yufei opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. In almost an instant, large amounts of air were sucked into his stomach. His entire body swelled up, turning into a human balloon. Yufei's balloon started to rise into the air. The audience was silent for a few breaths of time before bursting into laughter. Yufei suddenly turned into a balloon. It was truly comical. Even Danyu was stunned for a moment before relaxing. "It really is your style, Yufei. But you can't become the new king of the Feathermen just by playing around. Lose, killer move, strong blade wind slash." Danyu's eyes shined with sharp light. He raised his arms and slashed in the air. 2 translucent blade-shaped wind blades slashed towards Yufei with incredible speed. Yufei was still rising slowly. Many of the audience gasped. They had watched the battle for a long time and were very clear about the power of the strong blade wind slash. If these 2 wind blades landed, Yufei's stomach would definitely be cut open and he would be heavily injured. But right at this moment, Yufei, who was in danger, had a strange light in his eyes. He saw a fleeting opportunity. He suddenly opened his mouth as an intense chi current shot out of his body, giving him great propulsion. Yu Fei's speed increased as he shot towards Dan Yu. Dan Yu was pale with fright. Yu Fei's body rapidly shrunk as he nimbly passed through the space between the two strong blade wind slashes. Dan Yu wanted to retreat, but his speed was slower than Yu Fei. Where do you think you can run to? If you are a man, fight me with your fists. We will fight for 300 rounds. Yu Fei shouted. His body continued to spin in the air as his legs touched Dan Yu's body. Killer move, coiling old tree roots. Yu Fei shouted in his mind as his legs suddenly turned soft, coiling around Dan Yu's waist like old tree vines. Dan Yu could not break free. He subconsciously activated his defensive goo worms. Killer move, crane crossing neck. Yu Fei's head suddenly turned into a crane's head. His long neck coiled around Dan Yu's neck like a metal chain as he tightened his grip. His sharp beak pierced towards Dan Yu at lightning speed. Clang! The beak pierced Dan Yu's forehead, but sparks burst out. It was like he had pierced a tough steel wall. Even though Dan Yu was not injured, he suffered a heavy blow. The pain was unbearable and he felt dizzy. Killer move, 6-9 Great Windmill. Yu Fei saw the chance and his head turned back to its original shape. Using the recoil force to move backwards, his head was buried in between Dan Yu's legs, causing Dan Yu's body to spin in the air. The two's bodies were tightly coiled together. Like a windmill, they rapidly approached the ground. The feathermen spectating the battle erupted in screams and screams. But Dan Yu was hit by the killer move. His entire body was spinning. His mind was in chaos. He was dizzy and could not react at all. When he was about to reach the ground, Yu Fei retreated. Only Dan Yu was left. He smashed towards the ground. With a loud sound, his head landed on the ground unluckily. The tiles of the battle stage were sent flying as his head pierced into the ground. He fainted on the spot. The entire place fell into silence. They were all stunned speechless by this sudden turn of events. Only Yu Fei's heavy breathing could be heard. A long while later, the Featherman elder in charge swallowed his saliva as he shouted, "The victor is Yu Fei. He is our clan's new king. Yay! I finally became the Featherman king. I succeeded." Yu Fei raised his arms as he shouted excitedly. The audience reacted. First, they broke into applause. Then, someone shouted, "Yu Fei! Yu Fei!" The voices calling Yu Fei's name became louder as more people joined in. Soon, the entire battle stage. No, the whole of Sacred Feather City was filled with the cheers of Yu Fei, Yu Fei. Ha 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 ha. The young Yu Fei placed his hands on his waist as he raised his head and laughed heartily. Suddenly, he grimaced as he touched the wings on his back, breathing in deeply. So painful, so painful. On the other side, the unconscious Dan Yu was pulled out of the ground by the healing goo masters. He was saved in time. Deep inside Sacred Feather City, 3 Featherman goo immortals were half asleep, communicating with their consciousness. This generation's Featherman King. He looks quite unique. He is different from the previous ones. He is an interesting lad. I heard he is very ambitious. He wants to expand our Featherman empire. But after he becomes the Featherman King for some time, he should become more stable. The 3 goo immortals conversed casually. If this was the past, the new Featherman King had already been elected. He would bring a new atmosphere to the peaceful Sacred Feather City. If there were no accidents, Yu Fei would rule the Feathermen of Sacred Feather City for hundreds of years. But at the next moment, something that the Feathermen did not expect happened. Boom! The entire Sacred Feather City was shaking amidst the earth-shattering explosion. The Feathermen in the city screamed as they flew up. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Yu Fei was caught off guard. He lost his footing and fell to the ground, rolling 3 times. Look, this. The Feathermen who saw this were the first to notice something amiss. They pointed at the sky but stuttered in fear, unable to speak. Next, most of the Feathermen raised their heads and were shocked to find that above their heads, there was a huge crack in the green sky. From the crack, several figures descended like demonic gods. The 3 Featherman goo immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted. They flew into the sky. They appeared and faced the invading enemies while shouting instructions to the Feathermen in the city. Be careful. A strong enemy is attacking. Quick, sound the alarm. Defend our homeland. Gu Masters, get to your positions. Take the formation cores and activate Sacred Feather City's defenses. The city was in a state of panic. It was in chaos. Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for a long time. They lived a peaceful life. It was like a paradise. Their defenses were lax, and with the new king, the soldiers and civilians could not react properly. Everyone, why have you come uninvited? Please leave. We Feathermen do not fight recklessly. We love peace. But that does not mean we have no battle strength. The three Featherman Gu immortals had solemn expressions as they warned the invading enemies. The invaders were silent. Most of them looked at their leader. This Gu immortal leader was a thin old man. He was barefooted as he stood in the air. His head was wrapped in a white bandage. His forearms and calves were also wrapped in white bandages. The old Gu immortal had a deep gaze as he looked at the three Featherman Gu immortals before looking at Sacred Feather City behind them. Begin the attack. The old Gu immortal said plainly. Yes, Lord White Sea Shadua. The other Gu immortals replied. An intense battle erupted. There were only three Featherman Gu immortals, one rank 7 and two rank 6. Even though they were strong, they could not compare to the invaders. The battle lasted for 3 days and 2 nights. One Featherman Gu immortal died and 2 were injured. They could only rely on Sacred Feather City to defend. Sacred Feather City was a huge immortal Gu house. Because of the power of the immortal Gu house, they could barely resist the attacks of White Sea Shadua's group. Chapter 872. Rumble. The explosions had been going on for 3 days and 2 nights. The attacks from White Sea Shadua's group had never stopped since the beginning. Countless mortal killer moves mixed with immortal killer moves landed on the immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City trembled incessantly. More than half of the soldiers and civilians in the city had already died, and despair was spreading. Failure is inevitable. Let's break out. The Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong suggested. Sacred Feather City has already been locked down by the enemy. Without this immortal Gu house, how can we break out? Another Featherman Gu immortal, Zhang Ling, asked. Sacred Feather City had 3 Gu immortals. Now that one had died, only rank 7 Gu immortal Zhang Ling and rank 6 Gu immortal Zhou Zhong were left. Lord Zhengling, the situation is urgent. I have to speak frankly. Zhou Zhong had a solemn expression on his face. The reason why Sacred Feather City was previously trapped was because you were unwilling to give up on this piece of land. That was why the enemy had time to set up a trap. Now, if you don't cut off your wrists and make a prompt decision, you will be killed. I'm afraid our lives will end here. I'm not afraid of dying in battle, but the tens of thousands of innocent people in the city will also die. Even if the enemies spare their lives, they will train them into slaves and make them work for the humankind. When Zhang Ling heard these words, he finally came to a realization. He looked at Zhou Zhong with tears in his eyes. You're right, I was foolish. Zhou Zhong consoled him, sir. I can understand your decision. After all, this is the world of the human race. There is no place for us mutants to live. This world was a fragment world of green heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens, isolated from the rest of the world. This was a paradise, and he couldn't give it up easily. But we won't give up now. I have to give up too. Zhang Ling furrowed his brows. Now that Sacred Feather City is also under control, we need to escape with the people in the city. There's only one way. Zhou Zhong immediately expressed his support. That's right. Let's use that immortal killer move Heaven's Wish. Thus, an hour later, the remaining Feathermen were summoned and gathered around the training grounds. I wish for my Feathermen to survive. I'm willing. The Feathermen of my race will be free. I wish for our Feathermen to have a world. Tens of thousands of Feathermen roared in unison. Under Zhou Zhong and Zhang Ling's combined efforts, the entire Sacred Feather City started to shine with a pure white light. At first, the light was only 5 to 6 feet, but it quickly climbed higher and higher until it reached 7 to 8 feet. Lord White Sea Shatudo, the enemy seems to be making a big move. Are we not going to destroy it? The female Gu immortal Tang Yin Ran asked. It's fine. I had already anticipated this situation. I only want this immortal goo house. They can't be taken away. White Sea Shadua explained faintly before ordering the others, don't stop attacking, just maintain the status quo. Don't disturb them, just let them escape. Northern Plains, Tai by Blessed Land. The sky was as blue as crystal, and the earth was as wild as Yellowstone. Accompanied by Tai by Yunsheng, Feng Yuan took a tour of this excellent blessed land. This was not the first time Feng Yuan had come to Tai by Blessed Land. However, he was accompanied by Tai by Yunsheng. This was the first time. Only when the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture is placed in the world would the Gu Immortal's main body enter the immortal aperture to control the situation. Normally, the immortal aperture was inside the Gu Immortal's body. When the immortal aperture landed in the outside world, the immortal aperture contained the Gu Immortal. Gu Immortals and their immortal aperture were one. When the immortal aperture is in the outside world, the Gu Immortal cannot leave the immortal aperture. Go to the outside world. Tai by Blessed Land itself was a top-grade blessed land with a vast area. It covered an area of more than 7 million acres. Time path resources were extremely abundant. A day in the outside world. This was the 33 heavens. Of course, after Tai by Blessed Land landed, it absorbed the heaven and earth chi of the outside world and established a connection with northern plains. The flow of time had slowed down. There were only 12 days left. Tai by Paradise had been managed well by Tai by Yunsheng. There was no need to mention the floatball tea grass in the air or the flock of jade peak birds among the tea grass. In the sky, there were already large patches of Tiankue clouds. Flowers grew in the clouds and sparrows soared. Tai by Yunsheng had already started to establish the third economic pillar. His first source of income was landscape as before. It repaired blessed lands for Gu Immortals and restored the outside world of the 5 regions. This was Tai by Yunsheng's biggest source of income. Not only could he increase his wealth, he could also expand his network. Basically, it could be compared to Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge Gu. Tai by Yunsheng's second source of income was floatball tea grass. Every season, Tai by Blessed Land would produce a large amount of floatball tea grass. These tea grass would be sold to Eastern Seas Market by Tai by Yunsheng. With the help of Zombie Alliance's Shark Demon Immortal Zombie, Tai by Yunsheng had already entered the market. But this business was very competitive. It had low profits but high turnover. Often, a season's profits could not even compare to the remuneration that Tai by Yunsheng received from helping other Gu Immortals repair their immortal apertures. I intend to use Luck Path Mortal Gu as my third source of income. The sparrows have already migrated over 100,000 sparrows. The sparrows have parasites on them. Large numbers of Cloud Path Mortal Goo will be produced from these parasitic worms. But now, it will depend on this earthly calamity. If it passes smoothly and increases the number of Cloud Path Dalmarks in my blessed land, that would be the best. Tai by Yunsheng stated his expectations to Feng Yuan. Precisely so. The resources in his blessed land were not moved out. It was to draw out the earthly calamity that was related to it, and after the earthly calamity, Tai by Blessed Land would gain more Cloud Path Dalmarks. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Earlier, when Feng Yuan underwent tribulation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he moved out all of his precious resources and welcomed the Blood Path Earthly Calamity, increasing the number of Blood Path Dalmarks in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If Feng Yuan did not move these resources away, the earthly calamity might change and form other earthly calamities. For example, Fire Path Dalmarks that were beneficial to Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons, Wisdom Path Dalmarks that were beneficial to Regretful Spiders, Water Path Dalmarks that were more beneficial to Dragonfish, and so on. If these Dalmarks increased, it would be very beneficial to the related resources. But there were disadvantages to this. When an earthly calamity occurs, these precious resources would often suffer heavy losses. In other words, it was to lose current benefits in exchange for long-term gains. Of course, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities might not go as one wished. This was only a possibility. Feng Yuan might not have moved these resources away. It would still be the Blood Begonia earthly calamity. If that was the case, his losses would be huge. After all, this was heaven's will. It was impossible to fathom it. Right now, Tai Bai Yunxing did not move these resources away because he wanted to draw out the cloud path earthly calamity. Whether he could succeed or not, Fang Yuan had no confidence, he consoled. In this tribulation, I have already used the immortal killer move time aid luck on you. Who knows, you might get what you want. Speaking of which, time aid luck immortal killer move, during this period of time, Fang Yuan had modified it slightly. Using the light of wisdom, he had modified it slightly. Right now, Fang Yuan was gradually experiencing the huge effect of wisdom goo. Even though he could only use the light of wisdom, just this point alone had a huge effect on his cultivation. Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly sensed something. His expression changed. The earthly calamity is here. The whole of Tai Bai Yunxing started to shake slightly. Large amounts of earth qi were moving. Small amounts of heaven qi were falling down. A burst of profound light suddenly exploded. From the profound light came the call and prayers of countless people. I wish my clan's feathermen to survive. I wish my clan's feathermen to have freedom. I wish my clan's feathermen to have heaven and earth. The profound light faded. In the western part of the blessed land, tens of thousands of feathermen appeared. What earthly calamity is this? At once, even Fang Yuan was in a daze. He had never seen such a strange earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunxing fell into deep thought. Where's this place? The Featherman Gu immortal Zhong quickly looked around with a vigilant expression. After using the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish, a strong force moved all the Feathermen in Sacred Feather City. They teleported out, leaving behind an empty Sacred Feather City. White Sea Shadua had great foresight. Without much effort, he successfully took over this immortal Gu house. Looking at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing slowly flying over, the Featherman Gu immortal Zhongling's expression changed. Oh no, this is a human Gu immortal's immortal aperture blessed land. We have been treated as an earthly calamity and descended here. Zhou also had a shocked expression. How can this be? Won't we still have to face Gu immortal enemies? There are only 2 rank 6, and one of them is a bottom-tier immortal zombie. What are you afraid of? Zhang Ling laughed loudly. If we kill them, we can obtain this place. Heavenly Wish. Although this place is inferior to the original Green Heaven Fragment World, it is enough for our clan to survive. But it is enough for our clan to survive. Attack, Zhang Ling said as he flew up. He was thousands of steps away from Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing when he pushed with his palms. Whoosh! Winds howled as a thick wind wall formed, pressing down on Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. This was an immortal killer move. Zhang Ling was venting his anger. He could not get back at White Sea Shatua. He vented his anger on Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Seeing the wind wall pressing down, Fang Yuan pulled Tai Bai Yunxing behind him as he snorted in disdain. Petty tricks. Myriad self-first style. Giant hand. Rumble. The strength path giant hand smashed through the wind wall, shattering it to pieces. Moreover, its momentum did not decrease as it continued to crush towards Zhang Ling, and Zhou Zhong's expressions changed. They looked at Fang Yuan's giant hand like they had seen a ghost. What? A mere bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie actually has rank 7 battle strength. The 2 Featherman Gu immortals knew that they had met their match. Zhang Ling had a bitter expression on his face. If he was in his normal state, he would not be afraid of an opponent like Fang Yuan. But now, after the intense battle with White Sea Shadua and the rest, his battle strength had fallen greatly. Not to mention the rank 6 Zhou Zhong. His situation was even worse than his. Wait, we can talk this out. I acted rashly earlier. I have offended you. Please forgive me. Zhang Ling shouted. We have our difficulties. We had no choice but to enter your blessed land. He shouted for them to wait, but Fang Yuan moved even faster. Not just that, he even activated 5 strength path giant hands that he had comprehended and attacked. Chapter 873. The Featherman Gu immortal Zhang Ling's expression turned ugly. Sir, do you think you have us under your thumb? Why must you be so overbearing? It is not easy for your immortal aperture to develop. Wouldn't it be a pity if all these resources are destroyed in battle? Are you threatening me? Fang Yuan's bloodshot eyes shined with a fierce light. Of course not, but I am speaking the truth, isn't that right? Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong said. Fang Yuan laughed loudly in his heart. If other Gu Immortals were threatened like this, they would have to be cautious. These two Featherman Gu Immortals might really succeed. However, the person they encountered was Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng had Immortal Gu landscape as before. It was the best way to deal with this threat. The two Featherman Gu Immortals did not know about landscape as before. That was why they said this. According to Fang Yuan's intentions, he wanted to leave the two Featherman Gu Immortals alive. But this was Tai Bai Blessed Land's tribulation. It was not Fang Yuan's decision. And Tai Bai Yunsheng was a good person. He had a kind and gentle nature. Thus, Fang Yuan did not speak. He looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng. The two Featherman Gu Immortals also looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng, waiting for his response. The mortal Feathermen looked at the sky with deep respect, looking at the four figures floating in the sky. Earlier, when Fang Yuan talked to the Feathermen, they were loud, so these mortal Feathermen could hear them. Tai Bai Yunsheng's decision would greatly affect the fate of these tens of thousands of Feathermen. Some Feathermen were already praying silently, some were gritting their teeth, some were groaning in pain. Yu Fei, who had just ascended to the Featherman throne. He clenched his fists, staring at the sky with all his might. He was a commoner. He was not like the original Prince Danyu. He did not have much knowledge. This was the first time he was seeing Gu Immortals. While he was shocked, he also felt a deep sense of helplessness. Tai Bai Yunsheng had been in deep thought ever since the Feathermen appeared. The Feathermen disaster, Tai Bai Yunsheng did not expect. These intelligent beings could communicate with each other. If Tai Bai Yunsheng released these Feathermen, then the earthly calamity would be over. If he did not let them go and fought in his immortal aperture, he might be able to recruit these Feathermen. However, the risks and losses of the battle were difficult to estimate in a short time. No matter what he chose, it was a big decision. Just as Fang Yuan expected, Tai Bai Yunsheng was somewhat indecisive. At this moment, he could not make up his mind. Seeing Fang Yuan looking at him, he also looked back, using his eyes to ask for Fang Yuan's opinion. Of course, Fang Yuan replied immediately. It was resolute and decisive. You have the immortal Gu landscape as before. You are not afraid of your immortal aperture being destroyed. The only thing that was lost was the sky full of floatball tea grass, sky chief clouds, and other resources. If these resources are destroyed, immortal Gu landscape as before cannot be restored. But during this tribulation, you did not move these resources out. You were prepared to suffer losses. Your main source of wealth is landscape as before. The gains from these resources are small. Even if you lose them all, there is no harm in starting over. There are tens of thousands of these Feathermen. They can all be trained as slaves. There are tens of thousands of these Feathermen. They can all be trained as slaves. Feathermen have innate cloud path Dao marks. They are good at flying. The elites of the Feathermen are almost all flying masters. But these two Featherman Gu Immortals, they cannot be left alive. Even if they do not cultivate cloud path, killing them will give you a lot of cloud path Dao marks to add to your blessed land. Isn't this what you want? This was an extremely rare opportunity. The two Featherman Gu Immortals were injured. They did not seem to have any way to escape. As long as Tai Bai Yunsheng did not open the entrance, these Feathermen would be trapped. Once these two Featherman Gu Immortals were killed, their immortal apertures would end up in Tai Bai Blessed Land. This was a very rare situation. The Gu Immortals who died would leave behind their immortal apertures. To turn the immortal aperture into a blessed land, it would need to absorb heaven and earth qi. Like back then, when Fang Yuan took away Star-Lord Wanxiang's corpse, he went deep into Earth Abyss and placed the blessed land there. But when the blessed land was placed, it absorbed a large amount of earth qi. A small amount of heaven qi was extracted, causing an intense earthquake in Earth Abyss. If the Featherman Gu Immortals died in battle, their immortal apertures would end up in Tai Bai Blessed Land. They would need to absorb heaven and earth qi to turn it into a blessed land. But Tai Bai Blessed Land was different from the 5 regions. It was controlled by Tai Bai Yunsheng. Heaven and earth qi could not be extracted easily. If the immortal aperture could not turn into a blessed land, what would happen? There were clear records in history that in such a situation, the immortal aperture would be destroyed. all the resources inside would be destroyed along with the immortal aperture. But the Tao marks inside the immortal aperture would remain, fusing into the outside world. The outside world here was Tai by blessed land. As mentioned earlier, Tao marks were extremely precious. The cost of obtaining them was extremely high. Even if Tai by Yunxing destroyed the blessed land, if he could inherit all of the Tao marks of these two Featherman Gu immortals, this deal would definitely be profitable. Fang Yuan transmitted secretly, before adding, "Old Bai, don't tell me you are soft-hearted and want to give up this fat piece of meat that is already in your mouth." Tai Bai Yunxing had a stern expression. He made up his mind and transmitted, "Don't worry. Variant human feathermen are not pure humans. Those who are not of our race have different intentions. Then let's fight and kill them. As for these featherman captives, I will treat them well." After the discussion, he was about to make a move, but Fang Yuan transmitted secretly to stop him. "Wait, this is a rare opportunity. How can we fight just like that? Let me test it out a little more." How could Tai Bai Yunxing not know Fang Yuan's cunning? He immediately said, "Then I will have to trouble you, Fang Yuan." The secret conversation between the two only lasted for a short period of time. Fang Yuan looked at the two Featherman Gu immortals, saying hypocritically, "It is not impossible to let you go, but you have to keep these Featherman mortals as our slaves." The Gu immortals of both sides did not conceal their conversation. Fang Yuan's words immediately caused a huge uproar among the tens of thousands of feathermen on the ground. What? They actually want us to become their slaves? Losing my freedom is like losing my wings. No, even if I die, I will not become a slave of the human race. Don't be afraid. We also have Gu immortal ancestors. They definitely won't abandon us juniors. Impossible. The two Featherman Gu immortals' expressions changed as they denied it. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The mutant tribe, purebred humans, were usually more united. Dongfang Naganori harming his own tribesmen for his own gains was basically impossible among variant humans. Humans were the spirit of all living beings. They had the most intelligence and many thoughts. In contrast, variant humans had lower intelligence and pure thoughts. They did not have as many evil thoughts as humans. Of course, this was also related to the overall situation of the races. Currently, humans ruled over the 5 regions. They were the strongest. Variant humans had a hard time surviving. They were ostracized and suppressed by humans. There were few variant human tribes that could control precious resources. No matter which region, there were variant human slaves for sale. There were huge markets for them. In the overall situation of the races, humans had the absolute advantage, while variant humans were the weakest. They were the weakest group. If they wanted to survive, they needed to stick together and support each other to resist the external pressure. Thus, the other party's 2 Gu immortals were not willing to give up on the mortal feathermen. They had a firm attitude. Fang Yuan had expected this. Moreover, he deeply understood the determination of these 2 immortals. Fang Yuan quickly transmitted. Tai Bai Yunxing showed an expression of anger as if he was offended. He repeated Fang Yuan's words. "Humph! You group of feathermen barged into my blessed land for no reason. This is an invasion. Not only did you invade, you attacked us and even threatened us, and now you want to leave? How can we let you off without paying a price? Of course, you can also bring these feathermen to fight your way out. As long as you are strong enough, we will admit defeat. Otherwise, I will deal with you any time." How could these 2 Featherman Gu immortals have such ability? If they did, why would they need to use words to negotiate with Fang Yuan? Even though they could still use the immortal killer move Heaven's Wish. But now, without the protection of Immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City, Heaven's Wish expended a lot of immortal essence and also needed a long time to activate. In this situation, they could not replicate their earlier feat of escaping. Seeing that Fang Yuan was not willing to give in, Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong had to emphasize the importance of immortal apertures to Gu Immortals. If they really fought now, it would not be good for either side. If the 2 of us were to avoid the battle and focus on attacking your blessed land, you would not be able to survive. At a certain point, the blessed land will be destroyed and the winds of assimilation will be triggered. It will not be easy to resolve the situation. Zhou Zhong said with an obvious threat. They did not know about landscape as before. With landscape as before, wherever the blessed land was destroyed, it could be repaired. It would not be destroyed to the point of triggering the winds of assimilation. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, Tai Bai Yunsheng was furious. You dare to threaten me? Let's fight. What are you afraid of? Do you think I am a coward? I can deal with you any time. He looked like he was old but young at heart. He had a fiery temperament and wanted to fight. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, showed an expression of holding back, but he still did not relent and wanted to negotiate. Seeing him like this, the two Featherman Gu immortals felt hope of leaving peacefully. After arguing for a long time, Zhang Ling finally gave in. He said that he could compensate Fang Yuan's side with a considerable amount of immortal Yuan stone. The two of them, Zhou Zhong was the good guy while Zhang Ling was the bad guy. They had a tacit understanding. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng rolled his eyes. How could this immortal Yuan stone compare to the value of tens of thousands of feathermen? Fight, fight. I can deal with them any time. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng's tacit understanding did not lose to the other two. On the ground, the feathermen were in a commotion. They were angry and helpless. This was the cruel world, the sorrow of the weak. Yu Fei shouted at the sky. Enough! Even if we die, we will not become lowly slaves. This feeling of being discussed like livestock, of being used as a bargaining chip was truly terrible. Shut up. Do not provoke existences like Gu immortals for no reason. You are the new Featherman King. You need to consider the entire race. You are mocking Gu immortals like this. Are you trying to drag our race into the abyss? Dan Yu scolded. Damn it. Damn it. Yu Fei gritted his teeth. His fists were clenched so tightly that his veins were bulging. But he listened to Dan Yu's scolding and fell into silence. To Yu Fei, the rise and fall of fate was too fast. It was too sudden. He, who aspired to become the Featherman King, had already achieved his life's dream. But his grand and lofty goal was now like a speck of dust. Gu immortals were simply too strong for mortals. No matter how hot-blooded they were, no matter how much they fought, they could not surpass that gap in strength. Floating astronomy. Chapter 874. Zhang Ling suggested compensating the immortal Yuan stone, but Tai Bai Yunsheng rejected it. But Fang Yuan pretended to think. We want Featherman slaves, but you only want to compensate the immortal Yuan stone. This is an irreconcilable conflict. How about this? Let's take a step back and use strength to speak. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a firm attitude, showing the appearance of a battle maniac. During the conversation, he had already shouted the slogan, I will take care of you in minutes. If Shark Demon and the rest who knew Tai Bai Yunsheng's character were here, they would definitely think that this Tai Bai Yunsheng was an imposter. Zhang Ling and Zhou Zhong glanced at each other. The battle maniac Tai Bai Yunsheng was not easy to talk to, but it seemed that the immortal zombie Fang Yuan had the upper hand. The two Featherman Gu immortals did not find this strange, because Fang Yuan had already displayed rank 7 battle strength earlier. The two secretly transmitted and discussed, they felt. Fang Yuan was much easier to talk to than Tai Bai Yunsheng, and was also more rational. He is an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture cannot produce immortal essence. He is even more careful. We need to make use of this mentality of his. But it seems that this blessed land belongs to that damned old man. This old man is not young. He has a bad temper. It seems that his battle strength cannot be underestimated. We need to be careful. Forget it. The current situation is better than him. Let's listen to this immortal zombie's suggestion. The two Featherman Gu immortals analyzed seriously. They even seemed to have a clear and logical explanation. But they were completely unaware that they had walked into Fang Yuan's meticulous trap. Please speak. After the discussion, Zhou Zhong said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued. The world of Gu immortals is all about benefits. Strength speaks. Let's do 10 duels. If we win, please give us 10% of the Feathermen. If we lose the bet, then we can only accept a sum of immortal Yuan stone as compensation. Zhou Zhong was unwilling and shouted, no matter who wins or loses, you're both at an advantage. Fang Yuan smiled faintly but did not respond. Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately shouted, what's with the noise? If he wasn't willing, He could just beat him up. This old man's fists are itching right now. I'll take care of you in a minute. If you dare to attack my immortal aperture, I will slaughter these mortal feathermen first. At most, we'll just break up. Who's afraid of who? He looked like a reckless and warlike fool. Zhou Zhong and Zhang Ling turned a deaf ear to him, looking like they didn't want to argue with him. The two of them began to communicate telepathically again. They began to discuss. Fang Yuan put pressure on him at the right time. If you don't agree to this condition, then we can only go to war. These words caused the hearts of the two Featherman immortals to skip a beat. The two of them were well aware of the current situation. Sacrifices were unavoidable. The most sensible response now was to minimize the losses as much as possible. Eventually, Zhang Ling nodded and agreed to the bet. But there was a prerequisite. They had to use the information path immortal killer move they had, which was equivalent to Mountain Pledge Goo. They had to set an agreement to bind both sides. Regardless of the result, after 10 duels, Fang Yuan's side could no longer make things difficult for the Feathermen. No matter what, they had to open the door and let everyone leave safely, without any form of obstruction. The Feathermen actually had such an information path killer move. The depth of their foundation was truly out of Fang Yuan's expectations. First, Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong went up for the first duel. On Fang Yuan's side, Tai Bai Yunsheng was sent to fight. The latter was full of fighting spirit. He had an excited and bloodthirsty expression as he shouted, "Come, I'll take care of you in a minute." Zhou Zhong was truly intimidated by this attitude. He was a variant human after all. His intelligence was inferior to humans. Most importantly, Zhou Zhong had misgivings. He did not want to sacrifice his tribesmen. He did not want any of the Feathermen to lose their freedom and become the slaves of humans. Thus, he chose the thing he was most proficient in, the duel. What? You only want to compete in flying speed? Tai Bai Yunsheng was surprised. According to the agreement, we will decide what the duel is. Are you going to renege on it? Humph, I'll do as you say. Tai Bai Yunsheng was very annoyed. This duel had no suspense at all. Tai Bai Yunsheng only had a mortal killer move for flying. But the other party not only had wings, he also had an immortal killer move that focused on movement. After witnessing such a result, the Feathermen on the ground cheered enthusiastically. After all, this concerned their fate, freedom or enslavement. They were naturally very anxious about the outcome of each duel. Here's an immortal Yuan stone. Zhou Zhong laughed loudly. He threw over a dozen immortal Yuan stone to Tai Bai Yunsheng in high spirits. Tai Bai Yunsheng received it with a gloomy expression, but internally, he was very impressed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is really good at scheming. The other party clearly paid the immortal Yuan stone, but he is so happy as if he gained a huge advantage. I am inferior. In the first duel, Fang Yuan's side lost. In the second duel, Fang Yuan went up. In view of Fang Yuan's rank 7 battle strength, the two Featherman Gu Immortals did not dare to be careless. They sent the stronger Gu Immortal Zhang Ling to fight. Fang Yuan suggested, "Let's compete in speed as well." Zhang Ling's expression froze, but he nodded in agreement. In this duel, Fang Yuan quickly lost. Zhang Ling also had an immortal killer move. His speed was twice as fast as Zhou Zhong's. And Fang Yuan had 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. They were all desolate beast wings. But in this duel, he did not activate Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu. He had no hope of winning. Third duel, fourth duel, fifth duel. In duels after duels, Fang Yuan's side lost continuously. While the two Featherman Gu Immortals won continuously, the duel was one-sided. Fang Yuan's and Tai Bai Yunsheng's expressions became more unsightly. The two Featherman Gu Immortals, on the other hand, were becoming more confident. They had gradually realized that the two opposite them were all bark and no bite. They were mostly bluffing. Like the immortal zombie Fang Yuan, he was only at rank 7 in terms of offense. He only relied on mortal killer moves and his immortal zombie body for defense. He had recovery and healing methods, but it was limited to the immortal zombie body's recovery ability. He did not have immortal killer moves for movement, investigation, and so on. And Tai Bai Yunsheng was arrogant. He was very arrogant, but his actual battle strength was too horrible to look at. They both used mortal killer moves. The two Featherman Gu Immortals. They felt like they had been deceived. So these two are so useless. If I had known earlier, we would have fought directly. Sigh. Humans have always been the best at scheming. We have already used information path immortal killer moves to restrict our movements. We can only leave this place and cannot attack anymore. Think about it. We were also frightened by that group of human goo immortal invaders earlier. With our sacred Feather City's foundation, we can surpass most human goo immortals. The two people in front of him should be considered as outstanding. They are still not our match. Just like this, the two Featherman goo immortals won 9 duels in a row. There was only one duel left. Regardless of the result of this duel, after it ended, Fang Yuan's side would not be able to stop these Feathermen due to the agreement. They could only let them leave safely. On the ground, cheers of victory could already be heard. The new generation Featherman King Yufei had a much better expression. His eyes were shining brightly. Looking at the two Featherman goo immortals, another grand goal appeared in his mind. I have decided, only by becoming a goo immortal can I be considered a true man. I must become a goo immortal, even if I do not become a Featherman King. I must become a goo immortal. Fang Yuan took a step forward, his voice turning cold. This is the final duel. All 4 of us will participate. Let's have a battle of offense and defense. I will attack, you defend, then I will attack. The other can only use healing methods. If either side cannot persevere, it will be considered a loss. Zhang Ling and Zhou Zhong looked at each other. They both frowned, realizing that something was amiss. Fang Yuan had designed the duel rules like this. He was clearly trying to make use of all their advantages. But Zhang Ling and Zhou Zhong were restricted by the agreement. They could not directly object to this duel. They could only accept it. This way, this will be the most difficult duel among the 10 duels. This is the final duel. After we win, we can protect all the Feathermen and leave safely. The two Featherman goo immortals transmitted to each other before agreeing to the duel. Sir, please make your move. Zhang Ling also took a step forward, saying, Fang Yuan did not speak. He was 1,000 steps away from Zhang Ling. He stretched out his hand towards the other party. Rumble. A strength path giant hand tore through the air, grabbing towards Zhang Ling ruthlessly. Zhang Ling suppressed his intention to dodge. He gritted his teeth and activated a defensive killer move. A layer of phantom light armor shone around him. The armor was lifelike. It blocked the strength path giant hand. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He had seen this phantom light armor in the 4th duel. It was a light path immortal defensive method. He blocked it. Zhou Zhong shouted happily. Next, it is time for us to attack. Fang Yuan snickered. Sir, you are coming to a conclusion so quickly? Isn't it a bit too early? My attack is not explosive power, it is endurance. My attack is not over yet. No matter. Sir, go ahead and attack. Zhang Ling said solemnly. In the previous duel, Fang Yuan had also attacked. Zhang Ling felt that this myriad self-giant hand could completely block it. But at the next moment, when Fang Yuan revealed a sinister smile, Zhang Ling's expression changed. It turned out that Fang Yuan had been concealing his strength earlier, only activating one core immortal goo. But this time, he activated all of his core immortal goo. The strength path giant hand crushed the light path defensive method until it gave off a creaking sound. Oh no! If this goes on, Lord Zhang Ling will be crushed into minced meat. Zhou Zhong was shocked. Zhang Ling, have you considered it? My giant hand only has offensive power. It cannot restrict your movement. But if you break out now, you will be violating our agreement. This way, you will be the first to violate the agreement. The duel earlier will not count. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Damn it! I will fight it out with you. Zhang Ling shouted furiously, activating his defensive killer move again. It was also an immortal killer move. 2 immortal killer moves stacked together, blocking the strength path giant hand. This way, both sides were in a deadlock. Alright, he is just a rank 6 immortal zombie. How can he match Lord Jingling in a battle of attrition? Zhou Zhong relaxed instead. But a moment later, Fang Yuan still had plenty of strength left. While Zhang Ling's expression became more anxious, he was showing signs of not being able to hold on. Oh no! The other party must have turned the immortal Yuan stone into immortal essence, and is using it. On the other hand, because of the intense battle, we have expended a lot of our foundation. Thus, we are the first to be unable to hold on. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhong felt indescribable anger and gloominess in his heart. At the same time, he was panicking. What should I do now? If I want to help, I can only use healing methods. Otherwise, I will be violating the rules of the duel. All of the duels will not count. He was clearly here, right in front of him, but Zhou Zhong felt helpless. The mental trap that Fang Yuan meticulously created had already trapped him deeply. Sometimes, your past achievements were obstacles that prevented you from achieving greater achievements. Win one round and you would win everything. Save all of the feathermen and bring them away safely. Just one more round, just one more round. If they violated the rules of the duel, all of it would not count. These thoughts made Zhang Ling choose to resist, while Zhou Zhong was sweating nervously, but he did not do anything. It's over. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. 7 other strength path giant hands flew out. The strength path giant hands smashed towards the feathermen on the ground with a crushing force. What are you doing? Zhou Zhong shouted angrily. He was like a furious dragon. Don't fall for it. He wants to lure you to attack and break the rules first. The other party must be at the end of his rope. Persevere. Zhang Ling shouted. Zhou Zhong was stunned. His gaze towards Fang Yuan completely changed. Don't immortal zombies have rigid thinking? Why is this one so insidious? While he was in a daze, Fang Yuan got close to Zhang Ling and opened his mouth to spit. Immortal killer move. Poison breath. This was a modified version of harboring malicious heart using woman's heart immortal goo as the core. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained it, he had kept it hidden for a long time. This was the first time he used it. Zhang Ling was caught off guard. He was poisoned by this attack. He naturally had a method to detoxify the poison, but at this moment, his attention was focused on the battle. His reaction was slow. When it was time to detoxify the poison, he was already deeply poisoned. The difference between life and death was often this thin line. Despicable. Zhang Ling stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. These were his final words. With a loud sound, he could not hold on any longer. He was crushed into a lump of flesh by the strength path giant hands. Lord Zhang Ling. Zhou Zhong shouted furiously. Everything happened too quickly. Even if Zhou Zhong reacted now, it was too late. He did not have an immortal goo-like man as before. Fang Yuan sent out another strength path giant hand towards Zhou Zhong. You can't defend, attack, or dodge. Don't forget, according to the rules of this duel, you can only use healing methods. Fang Yuan shouted. Zhou Zhong heard this and his eyeballs almost popped out. He was so angry he almost spat out blood. How could he fight? If he retaliated, dodged, or defended, it would all be against the rules. All duels would be invalid. On his side, Zhang Ling, who was in charge of attacking and defending, was already dead. He could only use healing methods. But the strength path giant hand would definitely kill him on the spot. Even if he had healing methods, they could not be used. Even if Fang Yuan could not kill him, he could heal himself, but he could not retaliate. That would be against the rules. Fang Yuan's side was definitely going to win. This was too much of a bully. At this moment, seeing Zhou Zhong's dazed expression, even Tai Bai Yunsheng felt some sympathy and pity. Chapter 875. At the crucial moment of life and death, the only remaining Featherman Gu immortal, Zhou Zhong, suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. He thought of the most direct method to change the situation. I admit defeat, he shouted. Fang Yuan's attack stopped abruptly. Zhou Zhong breathed roughly. In just a short while, he was already sweating profusely. The tens of thousands of feathermen on the ground finally reacted. They gasped in shock. In just a few blinks of an eye, the featherman's rank 7 Gu immortal died. Zhou Zhong had no choice but to admit defeat. Fang Yuan's meticulous plan was exposed. The feathermen had to pay a huge price. It could be said that they had suffered a great loss. This was completely different from the previous 9 duels. It was like heaven and earth. Thus, the feathermen could not be blamed for being shocked. Zhou Zhong's expression was pale. He had some lingering fear in his heart. He repeated, I admit defeat. According to the agreement, the 10 duels are over. We need to leave this place. He looked at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng with unconcealable hatred and anger in his gaze. The other party killed the Featherman Gu immortal Zhongling, but Zhou Zhong was not strong enough now. He could not take revenge. How could he take revenge? If Zhongling was still alive, he could join forces with Zhou Zhong and suppress Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. This was the truth. Zhongling and Zhou Zhong's foundation was extremely deep. It was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. They might not have many immortal Gu, but they had already deduced and designed many immortal killer moves. These immortal killer moves covered attack, defense, advance and retreat, healing, investigation, and other aspects. They had no shortcomings in any aspect. In contrast, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng mostly used mortal killer moves. If they really fought intensely, they would be suppressed in all aspects. It would be hard to even gain the upper hand. Of course, this was Tai Bai blessed land. Fang Yuan's side had the geographical advantage. But don't forget, the blessed land could not contain immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. Thus, Zhou Zhong could only suppress his anger. He also suppressed his desire to take revenge. He decided not to bicker with Fang Yuan's group. The most important thing now was to escape this place and find a new place to live. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not stop his request. The reason was simple. It was the information path immortal killer move earlier. Once Fang Yuan's side did something that went against the agreement, they would suffer an intense backlash. They would die on the spot. Fang Yuan was not like Fairy Li Shan. He did not have the time path killer move Kai. Thus, he could not violate this agreement. In fact, Zhou Zhong was very vigilant, hoping that Fang Yuan would violate the agreement. This way, once the enemy was dead, this blessed land would fall into the hands of the Feathermen. As for Tai Bai Land's spirit recognizing him as its master, that was a matter for another time. Of course, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not make a move. They could not summon outsiders like He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan either. Even though the Feathermen did not have as much spirituality as humans. But such a simple loophole could not exist. Once Fang Yuan summoned outside help, he would be violating the agreement. He would die on the spot. Indeed, the 10 duels have already ended. According to the previous agreement, we need to open the doors and let the remaining Feathermen leave safely. Fang Yuan nodded. He said to Zhou Zhong, "Don't worry. We will not go back on our words." That's good. Zhou Zhong let out a breath of air. He was satisfied with Fang Yuan's promise. He still felt a sense of regret. But Fang Yuan's words suddenly changed. But what? Zhou Zhong looked at him nervously. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. We won the 10th duel, so according to the agreement, we have to choose a slave from the Feathermen on the ground before letting the remaining Feathermen leave. Zhou Zhong sighed. He looked at the Feathermen on the ground. His heart was in a mess, his fingers digging into his flesh. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng lowered their altitude and began to choose a slave from the Feathermen. The Feathermen were in a panic. They were afraid that they would be chosen. All of you, stay where you are and don't move. Let me choose properly. Fang Yuan deliberately shouted loudly. The Feathermen became even more panicked. They were like a flock of weak chicks meeting the gaze of an eagle. Yes, this girl is not bad. Fang Yuan pretended to consider. He hooked his finger. A young girl among the Feathermen was immediately restrained by a formless power. She could not move and flew to Fang Yuan's side. No, I don't want to. The young Featherman girl's beautiful eyes were filled with tears of helplessness. Let go of my fiancé. A Featherman young man shouted. The surrounding Feathermen could not stop him in time and were sent flying. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. He snorted lightly, courting death. He did not seem to move, but that Featherman young man was only a rank 2 Gu master. He had just flown into the air when he suddenly stopped. His expression twisted and his whole body twitched. Soon after, he fell to the ground. Even though the surrounding Feathermen caught him, his blood was boiling, blood was spurting out of his 7 orifices. He was about to die. What are you doing? Zhou Zhong was furious. He landed on the ground and pressed on the Featherman young man's chest, personally healing him. The Featherman young man was hit by Fang Yuan's blood path method. His blood was boiling and spurting out. But with Zhou Zhong's suppression, Fang Yuan's attack was dispelled. The featherman young man's life was saved. Zhou Zhong raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was dark. Sir, attacking a mortal is against the demeanor of a Gua mortal. I remember that in the agreement, you are not allowed to kill our feathermen as you wish. Fang Yuan shrugged. Gua mortals need to have a demeanor, but their dignity cannot be violated. I did not violate the agreement. He was the one who tried to attack me first. Our previous agreement had already been made clear. If any mortal feathermen were to attack us, they would be executed. Isn't that right? Zhou Zhong could not answer. In terms of playing with rules, Fang Yuan was much better than him. Fang Yuan laughed. Don't worry, I will not violate the rules. Zhou Zhong gritted his teeth. His eyes were about to spit fire. Then, I will choose you as my next slave. Zhou Zhong? Suddenly, Fang Yuan pointed at Zhou Zhong, showing a devious smile on his face. What? At this moment, Zhou Zhong thought he was hallucinating. A Gua mortal was actually going to be a slave? How could this be? Zhou Zhong looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. He wondered if the other party had gone crazy. Fang Yuan smiled. Did you forget? Zhou Zhong, our agreement was that as long as we win the duel, we can choose a portion of these feathermen on the ground to be our slaves. Fang Yuan emphasized the words on the ground. Zhou Zhong was like a bolt from the blue. He was stunned on the spot, not moving at all. The surrounding feathermen were no longer panicking and dodging. Instead, they stood on the spot like stone statues, staring at their Gua mortal's feet. Zhou Zhong's feet were on the ground. At this moment, Zhou Zhong's expression was very interesting. He was as pale as paper at one moment, ashen at the next. His wings subconsciously flapped slightly. His legs were also slightly raised. It was as if the ground was boiling lava, burning his feet. Oh. Fang Yuan laughed strangely, his red eyes shining with a crafty light. From the moment you stepped on the ground, you were my slave. Zhou Zhong, even if you fly now, it is too late. Zhou Zhong shouted at Fang Yuan. This is a trap. This is a devious scheme. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, showing a shameless expression as if he was proud of this. That's right. This is a trap, a devious scheme. Unfortunately, you fell for it. Beside him, Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed deeply. The two of you can only blame yourselves. You subconsciously neglected yourselves. Indeed, a Gua mortal's dignity cannot be violated. There are few examples of Gua mortal slaves in history. When we set the agreement, the two of you were in the sky. Looking down on the ground, you did not realize this was a trap. Of course, if you realized it and did not land on the ground, we would not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you felt guilty and wanted to sacrifice a portion of the feathermen as slaves, in exchange for your freedom and that of the other feathermen. Cough. Fang Yuan coughed. Old Bai, even if he did not land on the ground, I still have a way to deal with him. Let's slowly choose the slaves for a year and a half. We can directly drag the feathermen down. The feathermen need food to survive, but Tai Bai Blessed Land is yours. Because of the agreement, they cannot harm the Blessed Land. As long as we do not finish choosing the slaves, they will be prisoners in the Blessed Land. This time, even Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at Fang Yuan with slight shock. Zhou Zhong's mouth was wide open. At this moment, he felt that he was too foolish and naive. Chapter 876. The whole place was deathly silent. Immense sorrow, fear, and confusion shrouded the hearts of all the feathermen. Zhou Zhong was the only remaining Gua mortal among the feathermen. If even he was no longer around and became a human slave, then how could the remaining feathermen survive? In the current 5 regions, the entire world basically belonged to the human race. The living space left for variant humans was very small, and it would only get smaller and smaller. Zhou Zhong's mouth that was wide open from shock gradually closed. He looked at Fang Yuan like he was looking at a monster, asking, Your immortal zombie appearance is fake, right? How can an immortal zombie be so scheming? Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. He did not expect Zhou Zhong to suddenly calm down. Fang Yuan immediately felt something amiss. Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was beside him, said pitifully, "Give up, Zhou. Although you have become a slave, I promise you that I will not mistreat you, and I will not restrict your freedom normally. I will only ask you to work at crucial moments. These feathermen behind you will live in my blessed land from now on. Don't worry, I will not be harsh on them or mistreat them. I will give them a corresponding reward for every job they do." Sigh. Tai Bai Yunsheng finished speaking and sighed deeply. His good-natured nature was showing. But Zhou Zhong slightly shook his head 3 times. Fang Yuan's smile disappeared. His expression turned solemn. Next, he saw Gu immortal Zhou Zhong suddenly turn around, facing the large group of feathermen behind him. He bowed deeply. "Everyone." Zhou Zhong's tone was very calm, but it revealed a sense of determination. His voice was not loud, but it resounded in everyone's ears. He said, "I am sorry, everyone. In this world, there is only Gu immortal Zhou Zhong, only Featherman Zhou Zhong. There will never be a slave Zhou Zhong. I am truly ashamed. I am the only one left, but I cannot protect everyone. Everyone, goodbye." Saying so, he suddenly spread his wings. Featherman's wings were not as wide as eagle wings, nor as thick as eagle wings. She looked thin and weak. "Zhou Zhong, why are you doing this? Stop." Tai Bai Yunsheng turned pale with fright and tried to stop him. But how could he stop a Gu immortal from seeking death? Zhou Zhong flapped his wings and soared into the sky. He rushed into the sky and shouted, "I'm Zhou Zhong, Featherman. I won't be a slave." At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. He had violated the agreement. Stepping on the ground, he was successfully plotted against by Fang Yuan and became a slave of Fang Yuan's side. However, Zhou Zhong was unwilling and took the initiative to disobey. The information path immortal killer move on his body activated. An intense backlash that could not be resisted assaulted Zhou Zhong's body. Zhou Zhong flew slower and slower. The more he flapped his wings, the harder it was for him to fly. At this moment, he was flying in the air like an old man with one foot in the grave. His legs were unsteady, but it was as if he was climbing a steep mountain. His entire body quickly crystallized, and soon, his entire body turned into a transparent glass crystal. His wings also turned into a crystal-like substance. They could no longer flap. However, his eyes were still looking up at the sky. He did not even look at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. He showed endless courage and determination. Next, he started to fall slowly. He fell to the ground. During the process of falling, his entire body started to disintegrate. First, it was his head, then his chest, his wings, his abdomen, and finally his legs. Before he fell to the ground, his entire body turned into shattered glass and crystal shards. Tai Bai blessed land had no wind. These crystal shards seemed to be floating in the wind. They became smaller and smaller as they floated, gradually dissipating in the air. "Zhou Zhong," Tai Bai Yunsheng muttered, his eyes dazed. As expected, this guy, Fang Yuan's expression was ashen. He did not ask Tai Bai Yunsheng to revive Zhou Zhong. A slave who did not fear death and did not want to be a slave had no value at all. Moreover, Zhou Zhong was a Gu immortal. Reviving him would cost a lot of immortal essence. Even if he revived, his immortal Gu would be gone, and his immortal aperture, Tai Bai Yunsheng, would not be able to annex it. It would be better to let him die like this. The immortal aperture could not absorb heaven and earth chi to form a fixed blessed land. It could only be destroyed. After it was destroyed, all of the Tao marks on Zhou Zhong's immortal aperture would be added to Tai Bai blessed land. Zhou Zhong's death made all of the feathermen fall into silence. The silence only lasted for a moment, when the new Featherman King, Yu Fei, suddenly shouted, "I, Yu Fei, do not want to be a slave." "Everyone, can't you see it? These 2 human Gu immortals are demons. They have already planned to capture us all. They will not let us go. You can choose a new Featherman King. I will go with old ancestor Zhou Zhong first. I will go first." As he spoke, he was ready to be executed. "King!" The feathermen erupted, shouting furiously, their voices shaking the surroundings. "That's right. In this world, there are no feathermen who are slaves. There are only free feathermen. Even if I die, I will be free. When a heart of confidence beats, there will never be a featherman slave. Take our corpses and make them slaves. The feathermen were either shouting, howling, muttering, or mocking. Zhou Zhong and Yu Fei's actions influenced the feathermen. At this moment, they all chose to commit suicide. Oh no, why are we not stopping them? A group of mortals, Tai Bai Yunsheng, quickly make a move. Use man as before immortal goo. We cannot afford to lose this fortune. I will make sure they cannot die even if they want to. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, but Tai Bai Yunsheng did not make a move. Tai Bai Yunsheng, what are you doing? Fang Yuan turned around and was inwardly shocked. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a conflicted expression. He said to Fang Yuan with difficulty, Fang Yuan, there are two voices in my mind. One voice is telling me to be rational. I should turn these feathermen into slaves. But the other, louder voice is telling me to give up. These feathermen are true feathermen. They cannot be humiliated. Even sympathy is an insult to them. Saying so, Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes started to tear up. Damn it! A dark light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. It was so subtle that no one could detect it. If these feathermen were turned into slaves, it would be of great help to Fang Yuan's Western Desert plan. But at the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng actually gave in. Fang Yuan could not help but shout in his mind, "This bastard is not worth my consideration." Next, he stretched out a monstrous arm and grabbed Tai Bai Yunsheng's shoulder. The words were stuck in his mouth, but it was something else. Forget it. Old Bai, you were right. These feathermen are the real feathermen in U003 CU003. See the Legends of Ranzu 003 EU003A. Don't hesitate anymore. Let them die for freedom. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression immediately relaxed. He looked at the immortal zombie in front of him gratefully, but also said with some shame, "It was hard for you to think of this plan. But in the end, because of me," Fang Yuan interrupted him. "Don't say any more. Everyone has their own beliefs. Even though I do not agree, I understand. As for you, Tai Bai Yunsheng, I will also support you." Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunsheng choked. Tears were about to fall. Fang Yuan said solemnly, "Do you know why these two Featherman Gu immortals fell for it? Hee. Do you remember the wisdom path inheritance I obtained from Dongfang Naganori?" "You were saying?" Tai Bai Yunsheng was stunned. Fang Yuan sighed. "A wisdom path method. It is truly impossible to guard against. Thankfully, there are very few wisdom path Gu immortals in this world. I already have a complete wisdom path inheritance now. I have to guard against such methods. Old Bai, you passed the earthly calamity. But please wait for a while. Don't rush to Eastern Sea. I need to plant several wisdom path methods on you to deal with other wisdom path Gu immortals." Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and was very moved. He bowed to Fang Yuan. "Thank you for your trouble." "Haha, we are a family. There is no need to thank me." Fang Yuan waved his hand. He did not mind. He looked at the ground again. In just a short while, all the feathermen on the ground had killed themselves. Not a single one of them was trying to survive. A trace of emotion flashed past Fang Yuan's face. The feathermen seeking death made him think of a person deep in his memories. More accurately speaking, he was also a featherman. When Fang Yuan was still a mortal Gu master, as an assassin, he had tried to assassinate Fang Yuan many times. The one who understands you better than your friends is often your enemy. Fang Yuan remembered that in a difficult battle, he discovered the secret of this powerful assassin who had repeatedly tried to assassinate him. He was not a pure human. He was a featherman. "You are a featherman? Your wings were cut off? How sad." Fang Yuan used words to attack him. Hee. "I cut off this pair of wings myself." The featherman assassin laughed evilly. "Do you know why?" Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. "Why?" "Ah, because the Featherman village's elder always praised me, saying that I was a rare Featherman genius, the future pillar of the Featherman village, and that I was a flying quasi-grandmaster. It was so annoying. The elder always told me that I was a Featherman. I belonged to the village. I wanted to leave the village and see the world, but not only did he stop me, all the Feathermen in the village stopped me. I knew they were afraid that I would go out and reveal the location of this village, attracting the human slave hunting team. So, one day, I couldn't take it anymore and cut off my own wings. Then, on the same day, I killed all the feathermen in the village. Saying this featherman assassin revealed a proud expression. His voice carried a slight smile. What? Fang Yuan was shocked. The featherman assassin shrugged indifferently. You have also seen the legends of Ranzu. The feathermen all worship freedom. My heart for freedom is probably more than 10 times stronger than normal feathermen. My identity as a featherman restricted me, so I cut off my wings. In the village where I grew up, the villagers restricted me, so I killed them. Because in this world, no one can restrict my freedom. Fang Yuan's expression darkened, his heart filled with alertness. At that time, he had not entered the demonic path. Thus he cursed, "You lunatic!" Ha ha ha. The featherman assassin laughed loudly. Thank you for the compliment. After that, he said, actually, you and I are the same type of people. Who the hell is the same type of people as you? Fang Yuan's young face revealed a furious expression. He roared and charged forward fiercely. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.